Imagine waking up kidnapped by your father's most trusted men, only to be betrayed, cursed, and transformed into a walking mushroom. That's exactly what happens to Inanna, the proud daughter of a duke. Thrown into the deadly depths of the Amethyst dungeon, she should have died. But fate had other plans. Instead of being monster food, she lands in a mysterious underground mushroom garden ruled by Linden, a bizarre mushroom lord who commands an army of fungi through a psychic network. At first, Inanna can't believe it. How could weak, bottom-tier dungeon mushrooms create a thriving empire, complete with farms, breeding pits, and even war tactics? But Linden is no ordinary monster. With a strange system, stolen skills, and the title of hero, he's turning mushrooms into weapons of survival. Now Inanna, trapped in her mushroom form but blessed with absurd stats and resistances, must decide, trust this strange lord and adapt, or wither away in the dark. Meanwhile, her father, Duke Armagh, is ready to burn kingdoms to save her. But with vampires moving in the shadows, traitors at home, and dungeon monsters lurking everywhere, the question is, can a duke's daughter reborn as a mushroom carve her way back to the surface? Or will she become just another spore in the Garden of Death? This dungeon grew mushrooms, a story of betrayal, survival, and the strangest alliance you'll ever see in a dungeon.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Let me go. Who are you people? Inanna jolted awake, struggling against the rough sack that bound her. Pero, did you water down your sleep spell? She's already conscious. Idiot. Don't say my name aloud. Her father poured mountains of resources into her training. Of course her resistances are high. Be glad she's only waking now. Her blood ran cold. She knew these voices. Pero? And you Ox. You ambushed me? You betrayed my father. Tisish, too sharp for your own good, Pero muttered. Ox only grinned. So what if she knows? She won't live long enough to tell anyone. Not just kidnapping, they meant to kill her. The sack was ripped away, and the first thing she saw was Ox's twisted smile. What do we want? Easy. You, my lady, are tonight's beast feed. Her eyes darted to the jagged violet crystals lining the tunnel walls. The Amethyst dungeon. They had dragged her into the depths. You two vermin. My father gave you everything, and this is how you repay him. Ox sneered. Your old man is finished. The Empire will crush him, and your death will break him. For me, it's the noble title I deserve. His laughter echoed off the crystal walls. Shut it. You'll draw monsters, Pero snapped. This place will do. Drop her here. They tossed her to the ground like refuse. Ox's gaze lingered greedily on her face. Such a shame, a beauty wasted. I almost want to taste what a duke's daughter. Do it, and you'll be the beast's next meal. Pero cut him off. Save your appetite. Once you're a noble, women will come by the dozen. Lifting his staff, he began chanting. Transformation magic? Inanna's heart lurched. She tried to kick him, but Ox's iron grip pinned her down. Kill me if you dare, she screamed. Her words dissolved as the spell completed. Her body shrank, limbs twisted, until only a tiny mushroom with stubby legs remained. A pugis. Pero uncorked a vial of shimmering liquid and poured it over her. Petrification potion too? Ox whistled. Why not just kill her? Idiot. Kill her, and her father's revenge mark will brand you. Better to let a monster eat her clean. No trace, no curse. Pero added a slow fall enchantment. Ox kicked the helpless mushroom into a yawning rift. Farewell, my lady. The fisher swallowed her whole. No one who fell this deep ever returned. Inanna's mind raged. Bastards. They dare deceive me in father's name. I'll kill them myself. But rage gave way to terror as she plummeted endlessly into darkness. Even with slow fall, her descent seemed eternal. Then puff. She landed on something springy, bounced, and crashed onto damp ground. Alive, breathing hard, she sensed her surroundings. Mushrooms, countless pudges, just like her new form, swaying in eerie silence. But why were so many weak creatures gathered this deep in the dungeon? And why were they surrounding her? Deep within the mushroom garden, Linden scowled. A rogue pudgus had appeared among his obedient spawn, cat pink instead of dull gray-green. A mutation? He stretched out his will to connect it to the spore network. But it resisted, wildly, crashing through his garden, toppling mushrooms. Enough! He ordered his minions to pin it down, then forced the connection. Get away from me! A shrill scream ripped through his mind, nearly frying his mycelium nerves. What the hell? It can talk. Linden froze. This wasn't one of his own. An intruder. Curious, he pulled up its status panel. Name, Inanna St. Clair. Race, Mushroom, Pudgus. Level, 28. HP, 3280. Resistances, all LV6. He blinked, or would have if mushrooms had eyes. A pink Pudgus. Over 3,000 HP. Full resistances. Holy hell. This was no ordinary mushroom. Linden felt like his vision, if mushrooms even had vision, was about to explode. His mushroom garden was full of ordinary pudgus, weak creatures with only 1 point in each stat and barely 10 HP. But this one? Over 3,000 HP, fully stacked resistances. It was absurd. So absurd he almost wanted to devour her, just to steal her powers. Almost. Still, killing humans for sport wasn't a line he had crossed. Not yet. Calm down, he ordered. His minions loosened their hold, though their tiny bodies still pressed against the pink-capped stranger. The sudden voice in Inanna's head sent her into a fresh panic. She had no idea whether the one speaking was human or monster, only that every pudgus obeyed him. Was this part of the betrayal, too? Another trap to finish me off? If you want to kill me, then do it, she snapped. Kill you? Why would I bother? Relax. His casual reply startled her more than threats ever could. I'm the lord of every mushroom on this floor, Linden continued. You may call me Linden, and you are. A mushroom lord? The words sounded ridiculous together. In her knowledge, pudgus were bottom-tier fodder, capped at level 10, barely worth mentioning. Yet this lord commanded a kingdom in the dungeon depths, and his telepathy was on par with 5th-tier magic. Since their connection, her perception had also changed. She could feel the senses of every mushroom around her. His strength was unfathomable. Best of bluff. I'm just another pudgus. I don't have a name. Then I'll name you. Inanna. She froze. How'd he know? Could this strange telepathy read her very thoughts? The surrounding mushrooms began to crowd closer, pressing in threateningly. Just when she thought they'd crush her, his voice cut through again. Don't panic. I'm friendly, so long as you don't try anything. Otherwise, I won't mind using you as fertilizer. Understand? She bobbed her pink cap quickly in surrender. Now then, name. Inanna St. Clair. Identity, daughter of Duke. Arama. Linden blinked in surprise. A duke's daughter, transformed into a mushroom? No wonder she had absurd buffs. Holy blessing, fruit of life, potions layered into her very body. So, noble's daughter, how did you fall into my garden? Since the truth was already out, Inanna explained. The betrayal, the curse, the endless fall. He listened, probing her with questions, and slowly pieced together the picture. They were in the Amethyst dungeon, buried deep beneath her family's land. Humans and vampires were at war above. The traitors who cursed her were likely colluding with the vampires. Most important of all, she couldn't see the panel. If she could, she wouldn't have lied about her name. Perhaps the status panel was a privilege unique to him, something like a hero's blessing. Linden found himself warming to her. Inanna, now that you're a pudgus, what's your plan? She hesitated. You really won't turn me into fertilizer? I promise. Then, I want to return to the surface. Not just return. Find her father. Break the spell. Take revenge. Linden chuckled. Return to the surface? As you see, you're a mushroom. I'm a mushroom. Do you really think we can cut through hordes of dungeon monsters to climb back up? and the only path above us runs through a flame demon's lair. That beast is at least level 55. Even in your full human form, you'd be ash. Her cap drooped at the thought. Won't your father come for you? Linden asked. He should, but the traitor's words echoed in her mind. Even if her father wanted to save her, would he still be alive? Seeing her sink into despair, Linden softened. Enough gloom. You must be starving. Come eat. A green-capped pudgis beckoned her toward a carpet of woven mycelium. Is that you? Yes and no. Every mushroom here is me, Linden said cryptically. She followed anyway. There, she watched in horror as a pudgis lay flat and let countless mycelium tendrils pierce into its body, flooding it with nutrients until it rose fully restored. Revulsion twisted her gut. 16 years of eating with her mouth, and now she was expected to absorb food through roots? But hunger gnawed her resolve. Finally, trembling, she lowered herself onto the mycelium. A rush of warmth surged through her cap. Nutrients filled every hollow of her body. It was blissful. When it ended, she almost wished it hadn't. Being a mushroom wasn't entirely awful. No, what was she thinking? She was letting her brain turn into a mushroom. Linden, oblivious to her inner conflict, guided her onward. You've seen the canteen and the farming fields. That wall over there is the mining zone. The pen's house rolling beetles and slimes. Stay away, they're nasty. That giant mushroom marks the division zone. And beyond that path, don't wander. That's outside my territory. Very dangerous. He spoke casually, but Inanna was dumbstruck. Mining zones, breeding pens, organized fields. This wasn't a dungeon. It was a city. How could mushrooms claim a kingdom in the deadly depths of the Amethyst dungeon? Her world's common sense shattered, leaving her reeling with questions she couldn't even begin to ask. Say that again. Duke Arama's knuckles turned bone-white as the rosewood armrest beneath his grip groaned under the strain. Butler Eric's nape was dripping cold sweat, yet he still forced out each word clearly. Pero and Ox tricked the young lady in your name. They first took her into the Amethyst dungeon, then crossed the border and fled into the Hermit Empire. Judging from their direction, they're likely going to seek Duke Sigismund's protection. Damn traitors. Damn vampires. The hardwood armrest shattered in his grip, scarlet flames churning in the Duke's pupils. Inanna is still alive. The tracking seal remains. The revenge mark hasn't transferred. I must go save her. My lord. Seeing the Duke reach for his greatsword, ready to rush off regardless of consequence, Eric had no choice but to shout. The moment you leave, Sigismund will bring his Blood Knight regiment to trample Highfort Fortress. If Highfort falls, there will be no line of defense left. Not only your duchy, but the entire Southern Federation will be at risk. Are you asking me to just watch Inanna die? The stone tiles beneath Arama's boots cracked, spiderweb fractures spreading outward as the aura of a level 70 top-tier human pressed Eric to one knee. The diamond-ranked adventuring party, Silverthorn, is active nearby. You can commission them privately to search the Amethyst dungeon for the young lady. Meanwhile, you should feign leaving Highfort, luring Sigismund to attack, and then strike him head-on, settling the score for this treachery. By the time he finished, Eric nearly collapsed to the floor. The crushing pressure faded. Duke Arama sat back down, holding out his hand. The coordinates tracking Inanna condensed into a crystal, which he handed to the butler. Do as you say. Tell those adventurers, bring Inanna back alive, and I will grant them a city. But if my daughter suffers so much as a scratch. Yes, my lord. Deep in the dungeon, inside the mushroom garden, unaware that her father had already set wheels in motion to find her, Inanna stood near the breeding pit, staring in alarm at the scene before her. Beside the slime pit, a hollow-bodied pudgis was pouring in mushrooms as feed. But when it tipped the load, a slime leapt up, snagging its leg and dragging it down. In the next moment, the pit swarmed with slimes, engulfing the pudgis completely. The trapped pudgis still struggled. It might have been possible to save it. Linden, the slimes are eating a pudgis. Busy with other tasks, Linden flicked his attention over. I see. I'll just spawn another one. I did say the breeding zone is dangerous. Don't wander too close. Inanna wanted to argue that wasn't what she meant, but seeing the Pudgis stop moving as it was digested, she swallowed the words. The underground world was merciless. Indeed, merciless. To survive here, Linden had no time for rest. Pudgis were only intelligent enough to follow simple pathing after being ordered. Farming, mining, everything required his micromanagement. And the borders of the mushroom garden were constantly harassed by monsters. Even with mental unification LV5, it was exhausting. The fact that he had spared time to guide Inanna around earlier was already remarkable. Though he didn't show it, he was actually glad to have someone to talk to. At least now, he wouldn't have to keep muttering to himself to maintain his speech skills. But after that, he really had no time to babysit. He left her to explore on her own while he focused on the garden's defenses, because another swarm of fire mosquitoes was coming. These creatures looked like mosquitoes, but were larger than Pudgis, averaging level 20. Far from the strongest beasts around, but easily among the most annoying. They flew, were nimble, moved in swarms, and whenever possible would snatch up stray Pudgis with their sharp proboscises, Linden's greatest threat in the early days. Fortunately, he had developed countermeasures. As the swarm closed in, several Pudgis with nozzle-like caps sprayed streams of sticky, corrosive slime. Once coated, the fire mosquitoes couldn't keep flying and plummeted to the ground. There, fields of violet mushrooms released hallucinogenic spores, sapping their strength. Soon, after losing 7 of their number, the rest fled. But Linden knew they'd be back. Armored Pudgis moved in to finish off the paralyzed insects. Their corpses were tossed into the garden as fresh fertilizer. Greed of the 7 sins triggered. Looted skill. Heat resistance LV5, LV6. Leveled up? Nice. A little more heat resistance, and I could try sneaking past that flame demon's nest to see what's above. He opened his panel. Race. Mushroom. Mycelium Lord. Level. LV42. HP. 420/420. Mana, 8045/12450. Racial talents. Mana Harvest. Mycelium absorbs ambient mana for constant EXP gain. Corpse decomposition. Break down corpses for nutrients and EXP. Fixed state. Linked to Spore Network. Skills. Pudgis Creation LV5. Mana Storage LV4. Mana Perception LV4. Entangle LV3. Mushroom Artillery LV6, Precision LV4, Mimicry LV2, Storage Pouch LV4, Mycelium Network LV6, Minion Control LV6, Mental Unification LV5, Airflow Perception LV6, Heat Resistance LV6, Evasion LV6, Pecking LV7, Hallucinogenic Spores LV4, Chitin Shell LV4, Digestive Slime LV3, Rolling Charge LV5. Titles. Greed of the 7 Sins. Unique title, randomly plunder skills or buffs from corpses. Mosquito Slayer. Plus 10% damage versus insects. Hero. Ignores racial level caps. Grants 1 random special title/skill used. Linden's panel didn't even show attributes. His body was just an ordinary-looking mushroom. Level 42 with only 420 HP. That was normal for a mushroom. Inanna's absurd 3,000 plus HP was the real anomaly. As for his sky-high mana, that was because the entire mushroom garden counted as part of him. The most absurd entry, however, was the hero title. Even he found it ridiculous. A mushroom? A hero? He'd never even seen his summoner. Was it some mad archmage or a god with terrible humor? Either way, whoever was clearly wasn't sane. Who in their right mind would summon a mushroom hero? Still, it was thanks to that title that he drew Greed, and thanks to Greed that he kept stealing skills from monsters to arm his Pudgis. From being chased as food by slimes, to establishing this corner of the dungeon as his farmstead. It had been a road paved with blood and tears. Without Greed, he'd probably have become fertilizer long ago. So why summon him as a mushroom? That question haunted him, second only to his obsession with reaching the surface. After fending off the fire mosquitoes, Linden finally checked what the newcomer was doing. She was secretly pocketing the mined amethyst. The mushroom garden bordered rock walls on two sides. These walls looked like the gnawed bones of some colossal beast, dark gray stone riddled with honeycomb-like holes. In certain hollows, clusters of dark violet crystals had formed, scattered sparsely across the stone. Around these crystals, the concentration of mana was always higher than elsewhere. This was what the so-called mining zone collected. Though planting these violet crystals in the soil wouldn't directly act as fertilizer, they attracted ambient mana, boosting the efficiency of the mycelium's absorption. In the mining zone, many Pudges reinforced with the chitin shell skill grew thick carapaces over their caps, using them to smash the crystals from the wall. Truth be told, the shell's hardness at only level 4 wasn't great. Mining efficiency was low, and sometimes the Pudges even shook themselves to death. But given their circumstances, whatever they could harvest was already precious. Inanna had her eyes on one of the crystals they'd pried loose, a violet gem the size of a fist. She struggled to clamp it between her short, stubby legs. "What are you doing?" Linden. The pink Pudges jolted, tripping over the crystal and tumbling to the ground. "Don't just talk in my head all of a sudden. Do we even have another way of talking? You'll get used to it." Inanna thought about it. It was true. Still, she couldn't imagine ever getting used to someone being able to speak in her mind at any time. "There are so many magic crystals here," she said, her voice tinged with excitement as she lifted the violet stone again. "Magic crystals? You mean these purple rocks I use for soil enrichment?" "Soil enrichment?" A green-capped Pudges hopped out, lifting the cap of a large mushroom to reveal half a violet crystal buried in the dirt beneath. "Why you actually use magic crystal for farming?" "What else would I do with them? These are magic crystals. They're used to craft magical tools, as bases for magic circles. Even shattered pieces can be spellcasting materials. How could you waste them like this?" Inanna looked utterly heartbroken, as if witnessing a crime against nature. "You forget this is the dungeon. But, well, they do have other uses." From beneath a mushroom, a mycelium tendril uncurled, activating Entangle LV3. It wrapped around a half-palm-sized violet crystal, binding it to a Pudges. Mana surged into the crystal, changing it from dull to glossy, from glossy to radiant. Soon, it overflowed, cracks splintering across its surface, emitting a strained whine under the burden. Then the Pudges carrying it leapt into an empty clearing. Boom! The explosion's shockwave sent Inanna tumbling again. "Pretty powerful, isn't it?" These work great against monsters. Rolling across the ground, Inanna was speechless. A C-grade crystal, good enough to serve as the core of a silver-tier adventurer's staff, had just been blown up like disposable trash, producing an effect equivalent to a level 4 fireball spell. Even the crudest nouveau riche of the Federation wouldn't waste such a precious resource like this. After all, even her personal staff only carried a B-grade crystal. "By the way, what did you want with a magic crystal?" The sudden return to topic caught her off guard. Still muttering wastrel in her heart, she blurted out, "I want to try casting with it." The moment she said it, her heart sank. What if Linden saw her ability to use magic as a threat? If he decided she was dangerous, she might not live long. "Oh, didn't you say you couldn't cast after turning into a Pudges?" But Linden didn't sound wary at all, only curious. Relieved, Inanna explained quickly, "I just want to test it. If I cast through the crystal, maybe I can bypass the limitations of this body." "Then try it." Another tendril stretched out, wrapping the crystal by her side and tying it atop her cap. Startled, Inanna instinctively backed away 2 steps, but the tendrils still wound around her. "Careful, those tendrils are fragile. Don't break them." After all, the skill had been stolen from somewhere else. Using mycelium to force it out wasn't exactly sturdy. Taking his words to heart, Inanna stopped moving and focused on spellcasting, choosing Light Orb, a spell even apprentices could manage. An orange-yellow globe of light flickered to life above her head, sputtering weakly, its flow unstable. After a while, though, she seemed to find a rhythm. The light stabilized. It worked. It really worked. Excited, she bounced in place on her short legs. Snap! The tendril snapped instantly, dropping the crystal, snuffing out the orb along with it. Sorry, but Lin paid no attention to the lost tendril. His full focus was on the process he had just observed. Try again, without the crystal. It won't work without it. Doesn't matter. Fail if you must. Just cast. I want to see what happens. See? Not quite sure what he meant, and Anna nonetheless tried again. As expected, she failed, just as she had countless times before. But Lin, using Mana Perception LV4, saw much more. That skill had been stolen from Noctis vines, predatory mana plants that strangled prey with tendrils after sensing them. He had already wiped them out from this area. Reflecting on it, he regretted not leaving a few alive. Their Entangle and Mana Perception skills were both incredibly useful. If only he had kept some like the rolling beetles and slimes in his pens, he could have farmed them regularly for skill proficiency. Through Mana Vision, he saw the truth. Inanna's casting began smoothly, but at every node, her mana flow hit blockages. The spell circuit never completed, a mismatch between her system and her new hardware. The magic crystal had simply provided an external environment where the process could align properly, just like how he modified his Pudges before they could wield stolen skills. So, can you use other spells now? Lin knew she was a dual affinity level 4 mage. He wanted to see more. I probably need more practice. I'm not used to channeling mana with a Pudge's body. And this crystal isn't refined. Its cloudy spots disrupt the spell. I'll need to adapt. Cloudy spots? So the purer the crystal, the better. Lin truly had no concept of this. He only knew they gathered mana when buried in soil. As for using them as bombs, purity never seemed to matter. Of course, they say Archmage Zoria's staff holds a perfectly pure S-grade crystal. Any spell channeled through it becomes 3 times as strong. S-grade? So there are ranks. Hold on. A short while later, to Inanna's bewilderment, 2 Pudges waddled up, carrying a crystal the size of an arm, sparkling flawlessly clear. A-grade magic crystal? And that big? Why do you have such a high-quality magic crystal? You think I've only been here a short while? Lin didn't know exactly how long he had been in this world. In the depths of the dungeon, there was no day or night, no seasons, but he felt it had been at least 2 or 3 years. Even just counting from when he established the mushroom garden, it hadn't been a short time. With the whole wall as his personal mine, years of harvesting naturally yielded some high-grade crystals. Not that he knew their true value. He collected the clearer ones simply because they looked nicer. Arranging them around his body made for good decoration while also drawing in more mana. With this, can you cast other spells faster? You're really letting me use it? Truly, even without knowing her well, Lin could tell. This girl had an undeniable love for crystals, or rather, for magic itself. Of course, I'd like to see more spells. Speaking of which, Inanna, I haven't asked, what spells can you use? Lin could see light magic LV4 on her panel, but that only meant her strongest light spell was tier 4. It didn't tell him which spells specifically she knew. Each element had countless spells across multiple tiers, with plenty of variations. For example, transformation magic could branch into transform eagle, transform dog, transform Pudges. Inanna stood still for a moment, recalling them. If she still had fingers, she would surely be counting them one by one. Let's see. Water Serpent, Water Mirror Refraction, Ice Blade, Purification, Healing Light, Concealment, Illumination, Create Water, Energy Protection, Quagmire. That's all. Quite a lot, actually. Then try casting Quagmire on that Pudges. One of the mining Pudges, busy bashing stone with its armored cap, was ordered into the cleared field where the last explosion had gone off. Another tendril emerged, binding the A-grade crystal to Inanna's cap. Careful. This is the last tendril I have. I'll be careful. Mana surged from Inanna into the crystal. This time, unlike before, ambient mana flocked in instantly. The A-grade crystal like a whirlpool, devouring energy. No wonder staffs embedded with these crystals were so powerful. With such a flood of amplification, any spell's power would skyrocket. It worked. The mining pudgis sank slightly. The solid ground beneath it turned into sludge, trapping its stubby legs. Normally, Quagmire only slowed movement. With the crystal's boost, the effect should have expanded in range. But here, the pudgis was immobilized simply because its carapace was too heavy and its strength too weak. Now try Ice Blade. Huh, won't that? Go ahead. After all, a pudgis dying in the mushroom garden was no real loss. It just returned as fertilizer. Then here I go. In moments, an ice blade formed before her, and this time Inanna startled herself. Unlike Quagmire, the change was direct. The ice blade, normally less than a meter long, now stretched over 2 meters. It radiated chilling frost, the power clearly enhanced. Go! The blade struck the pudgis carapace. With a sharp crack, it cut through, biting 3/4 deep before stopping. Even Linden was impressed. That was a level 4 chitin shell. His own mushroom artillery LV-6 needed 2 shots to pierce it, yet one boosted ice blade nearly did the job. Was it the spell's strength or the A-grade crystal? Likely both. Magic really is incredible. If only I could use it, those early days wouldn't have been so miserable. But better late than never. Even if he couldn't, having someone who could cast spells meant he could finally consider plans for reaching higher levels of the dungeon. Of course, not to fight the flame demon guarding the passage. He'd seen it once, through the sacrifice of Scout Pudgis. Its level, LV-64, was so high the panel showed no details. Clearly, it was far beyond his reach. But who said the only way up was through the flame demon's lair? Inanna, want this crystal? You give it to me? Wait, could this be a trap? Still scarred by betrayal, Inanna couldn't easily trust, even less so when the one offering was a monster with no clear body. Not for free. Help me hunt some monsters, and it's yours. Deal. Hearing there were conditions, Inanna felt more at ease. She really wanted the crystal, but if he just gifted it, she wouldn't dare accept. But monsters? She'd nearly forgotten. This was the dungeon's deep layers. The mushroom garden had so many oddities, it was easy to lose sight of that fact. Yet mushrooms, hunting monsters? How? Using pudgis. So, which monster are we hunting? Earthworms. You know them. Earthworms? That name rang a bell. Yes, those massive creatures with stone-like hides, tunneling through the depths, feeding on or... Linden nodded. That's the one. The larvae, right? The adults. Adults are at least LV-45. Only a full gold-ranked adventurer party could safely handle them. Linden, I'm only LV-28. Her mind reeled. Me, hunt earthworms? Even if she hadn't been transformed, an earthworm would swallow her whole in one bite. This mushroom had to be insane. Mushrooms hunting earthworms? You seem to be underestimating me. Seeing her disbelief, Linden realized he had never shown her the mushroom garden's borders. No wonder she doubted his strength. He had long wanted to hunt earthworms. They possessed the skill high-heat burrow. With it, they could heat rock until brittle, then grind it with their rotating mouth parts, swallowing the fragments and expelling the useless matter to reinforce tunnel walls. If he could steal that skill, he could carve his own passage upward, without risking the flame demon's lair. The problem was, earthworms were expert burrowers. If they were losing, they just dug away. Combined with their bulk and endurance, finishing one off was a nightmare. He had tried once before. The result, heavy losses, no reward. But after seeing Inanna's Quagmire, hope returned. Earthworms wouldn't burrow well if mired in sludge. Still, before that, it was best to test coordination with his new partner. I don't mean we're going now. You still need practice using that crystal. So let's start with a little expedition team. Expedition team? What is this? At the edge of the mushroom garden, 120 pudgis stood neatly in 6 rows. 40 artillery pudgis, mana storage LV-4, plus mushroom artillery LV-6, plus precision LV4. 40 slime Pudgis, mana storage LV4 plus mushroom artillery LV6 plus digestive slime LV3. 20 illusion Pudgis, hallucinogenic spores LV4 plus chitin shell LV4. 20 carrier Pudgis, storage pouch LV4 plus entangle LV3. This was Lin Jun's 14th expedition team. It wasn't that he didn't want to cram more skills into each Pudgis, but the more skills they carried, the greater the mana and time cost to produce them, growing exponentially. Keeping each under 4 skills balanced efficiency with practicality. So Pudgis really come in so many types? Inanna was shocked. She had never even heard of so many subspecies. Some had caps shaped like jars. Some were covered in carapace, but unlike mining Pudgis, their shells were dotted with vents. Some even sprouted tentacles. So nice, if only I had tentacles, I wouldn't need to tie the crystal to my head. Lin Jun, you call them an expedition team. What exactly are they going to do? This is the dungeon. Of course, they're going to slay monsters. Earth, worms. Inanna immediately wore an expression that said, if it's earthworms, I'm not going. She could not imagine earthworms being crushed by sheer Pudgis numbers. I told you, not earthworms. This time, our target is fire mosquitoes, those parasites that keep buzzing into the mushroom garden, never working, only stealing. Today, we'll wipe their nest off the map. Lin Jun had long grown tired of their harassment from above. He had found their lair ages ago, but hadn't exterminated them yet, because he needed them to farm resistance. Now his heat resistance was already LV6. A full extermination might push it to LV7, which was plenty. And since his escape plan now relied on Inanna helping him kill earthworms instead of sneaking past the flame demon, there was no longer any reason to let these pests live. They would serve one last purpose, becoming his army's grindstone. Inanna, stay in the middle of the formation and follow my commands. Understood, understood. Hearing they were only fighting mosquitoes, Inanna finally relaxed. She knew of fire mosquitoes, average level LV20. Their attacks were straightforward, easy to counter. The trouble was they could fly, had evasion skills, and swarmed in groups. Still, with her magic, she could handle herself even if outnumbered. So this is war? Even if just between monsters. Her old mentor never allowed her to join military or adventuring activities. Now, facing it firsthand, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. And these Pudgis marched in perfect order, their steps so uniform even armies couldn't compare. Is this because Lin Jun controls them all? Yes. Through familiar control, the mycelium network, and mental unification, Lin Jun controlled his Pudgis-like units in an RTS game, though it drained focus. That unified command was how he had survived in the dungeon with creatures that each had only one in every stat. Against near-mindless monsters, even basic tactics like feints or ambushes were devastating. But this time, no strategy needed. Strategy was for the weak to beat the strong. Here, he was the strong one. Why not just press F1, F3, and charge? Besides, this was a good chance to show strength, to inspire trust in his new recruit. The deep layers of the dungeon referred to anything below the 10th floor. From that point on, there were no fixed passageways between layers. Instead, endless interwoven tunnels linked colossal caverns. The fire mosquito nest and Lin Jun's mushroom garden were connected by a 50-meter-wide passage. Along the way, hidden in cracks of stone, tiny mushrooms grew. Lin Jun's hidden eyes and relay stations expanding the mycelium network beyond the garden. That network allowed him to direct the Pudgis semi-autonomously. If he had to micromanage everyone with familiar control, it would be exhausting. The Pudgis' stubby legs went poochie-poochie on the stone floor. Suddenly, 300 meters ahead, several crimson glows flickered. Fire mosquitoes had spotted the expedition. Ice blade. A 2-meter ice blade shot forth, but completely off target. The mosquitoes didn't even need to dodge. It slammed harmlessly into the rock wall. Rookie, don't waste your mana. Sorry. Inanna then noticed The Pudgis marched on at steady pace, completely unfazed by the encounter. The fire mosquitoes, instead of attacking, quickly turned and flew away. Watching them vanish, Inanna asked uneasily, "Won't they go report this?" Of course. Even low-intelligence monsters have instincts to defend their nests. Soon enough, we'll face the swarm. You do realize you're a monster, too, Inanna thought silently. Then why let them go? The real reason, they were out of range. But Lin Jun only said, to wipe them all out in one stroke. Steam billowed in a cavernous dome. Hundreds of fire mosquitoes swarmed above a vast pool, wings buzzing deafeningly. They bred in hot springs. Their larvae remained in the pools, fed by adults. Destroy the pools, and their colony would collapse. Thus, they would defend them to the last. As Inanna followed the Pudgis into the cavern, every mosquito's abdomen glowed orange, their danger signal. Several nearby mosquitoes darted forward. Water serpent. Inanna cast first, unable to hold back. Better than last time. At least she chose a spell with some directional control, unlike the straight-line ice blade. But against foes with evasion skills, it wasn't enough. The water snake grazed one mosquito, knocking it down a few meters before it recovered. Lin Jun could only shake his head. Rookie. Facing the oncoming fire mosquitoes, Lin Jun, who had lived beside them for so long, wasn't nervous in the slightest. Only when they entered 50 meters did several slime Pudgis spray digestive slime, drenching the mosquitoes by surprise. The fire mosquitoes crashed to the ground, flapping frantically to shed the slime and take flight again. But illusion Pudgis spewed their hallucinogenic mist, enveloping them. Under its influence, the disoriented mosquitoes were easily smashed apart by the Pudgis carapaces. But it wasn't over. More swarmed in, and at the tunnel mouth, Lin Jun's army and the fire mosquitoes locked into a brutal meat grinder of a battle. The numbers were against him. Even with spores sealing the lower airspace to limit the enemy's approach, slime alone couldn't block them all. Now and then, a fire mosquito would break through the barrage, stabbing down with its long proboscis to pierce a Pudgis, only to collapse moments later from the spore miasma. Ice blade, water serpent. At least there was good news. Inanna had finally managed to kill a few fire mosquitoes. With so many targets swarming, even blind attacks hit something. In this chaos, the mosquitoes' vaunted evasion skills were almost useless. The first time she killed monsters with her own spells in a real battle, Inanna was so exhilarated she laughed aloud. Compared to this, the hunts she'd joined before were nothing at all. But the thrill quickly ended. A mosquito pierced a nearby artillery Pudgis, pinning it to the ground right beside her. Inanna shivered violently. If that proboscis had struck her instead. Lin Jun, what do we do? So many Pudgis are dying. Lin Jun, watching safely from deep in a mushroom garden, only sighed inwardly. Barely a dozen dead Pudgis. New recruits really do lack mental toughness. Still, he gave her advice. Stop spamming attack magic. Use illumination. Illumination? What use would that have? Inanna didn't get it. But she had promised to follow orders, and the spell cost little mana, so she cast it. To her shock, the moment the light flared, chaos erupted in the mosquito swarm. Those in the front scattered blindly, colliding with each other, some plunging straight into the spore mist below. Even Inanna was stunned. It really works. Lin Jun was equally surprised. Huh, you didn't know it would. I just didn't expect it to work this well. It's fading, cast again. Okay. The deep layers of the dungeon were eternally dim. Seeing the mosquitoes had eyes, Lin Jun had guessed a flashbang trick might work. But he hadn't expected the effect to be this overwhelming. It was a clear demonstration of the mushroom's natural advantage. He didn't rely on sight at all. With illumination disrupting the enemy, the fire mosquitoes, already disadvantaged, became sitting ducks. They fell in droves. When the swarm thinned so much they could no longer choke the tunnel entrance, their tiny minds finally grasped fear. The survivors fled into other passages. What remained was an empty cavern and a steaming pool thick with larvae. Finally, it's over. Inanna collapsed onto the ground. Even though they had held the advantage, she had fired multiple attack spells at first, then burned through more than 20 illuminations in a row. She was exhausted, her mana nearly gone. Her body was drained, but her spirit buzzed with excitement. It was her first time in such a large-scale battle. Linden, what now? Now? Of course, collect the spoils. The 20-carrier Pudgis, untouched at the back, got to work, tentacles bundling mosquito corpses into their bodies. The numbers were about what Linden had expected. 2 trips would be enough. After dissecting them, his heat resistance should rise another level. As for expanding the mushroom garden into this cavern, not a chance. Too many connecting tunnels, impossible to defend. The garden's current site, with only 4 passages on one side, had been chosen precisely for its defensibility. As for the pale larvae in the hot spring, Linden ordered the artillery Pudgis to fire their remaining mana into the pool. Soon, nothing remained but floating scraps. These are the spoils. Inanna eyed the bundled corpses, feeling they were very far from the treasure she'd imagined. What else did you expect, Lady Duke's daughter? You hunt monsters, you get their corpses. What, you thought splitting their bellies would drop swords and gold coins? Then again, maybe that pool might have something. The pool. The hot spring still frothed with white steam. But what heated it? Magma? No. The flame demon's territory was far away, and the surroundings weren't hot. More likely, something inside emitted constant heat. But there was a problem. He couldn't swim, and Pudgis didn't dissolve in water, but they bloated helplessly, floating on the surface. The larvae did have aquatic adaptation, but he'd need to bring them back, dissect them, and breed a new Pudgis subspecies first. While Linden was still pondering, Inanna had already dived straight into the spring. He smacked himself, of course. She had aquatic adaptation LV6. Second generation really is OP. Linden, look what I found. Inanna climbed out, trailing water, her water serpent spell coiling around a glowing orange shard that radiated heat, vaporizing droplets around it. She dropped it on the ground. The spell couldn't hold it for long. Do you know what this is? Linden hadn't, until a panel appeared. For the first time, an inanimate object showed one. Artifact. Sunstone fragment. What the hell? Beating a swarm of LV-20 mosquitoes dropped an artifact? Who designed this loot table? Aside from the name, there were no details. Perhaps because it was only a fragment. Either way, definitely worth taking. Linden, how should I know? But it seems useful. We can bring it back to keep the mushrooms warm. A carrier Pudgis wrapped the shard in mud, rolled it into a ball, and carted it away. Inanna didn't object. She was here for the A-grade crystal anyway. The rest was Linden's by right. She was just curious. While Linden and Inanna celebrated their great expedition underground, on the surface, another group was tearing their hair out over Inanna's disappearance. Golden Sunwood Tavern. In Yaffing Town, the settlement closest to Amethyst Dungeon, there were only 2 taverns. Unlike its rowdy competitor, always packed with drunkards drinking swill, the Golden Sunwood Tavern served rich, mellow wine in every cup. Naturally, the higher prices meant its customers were adventurers with at least some strength. But today, instead of spreading out as usual, the adventurers clustered nervously to the right side, leaving 4 people alone on the left, practically taking over half the tavern. For those 4 were none other than Silverthorn, a diamond-ranked adventurer party with every member above LV50. It wasn't that Silverthorn was domineering. It was simply obvious from their mood that no one wanted to poke the hornet's nest. So the other adventurers sat far away, drinking quietly, ears straining for gossip they could pass around in coming days. The most striking of the 4 was Half-Dragon Gar. Even seated, his 2.3-meter frame towered over standing men. In reinforced heavy armor, he looked like a walking fortress. And indeed, in countless battles, Gar had been their wall, shielding allies and buying them space to strike. His one regret: he hadn't inherited dragon breath from his mother. Otherwise, when holding the line, he could have scorched enemies with a single blast, enough to slay even a beastman warlord. But the words from his mouth now were anything but brave. It's over. We can't stay in the United Kingdom any longer. Boss, I'm telling you, this mission is impossible anyway. Better we slip away to the Western Isles before they notice. Once we head into the dungeon, there'll be no chance to run. Clang! A knife clattered off his chest plate onto the table. Shadow Walker Night Owl, twirling two more blades at her fingertips, stared at him as though he were goblin dung. Did you forget? Last time we took a riverboat for just 2 days, you nearly puked your guts out. And now you want to run to the Isles? You'd be dead halfway there. Besides, this mission hasn't even started. Completed. And we're rewarded with a city. Her eyes gleamed at the word city. Why a true elf would hunger for a human city was anyone's guess. That's if we can complete it. We're supposed to return her intact, but it's already been half a month. You all know what happens to adventurers trapped in Amethyst Dungeon. 5th floor, the parasite tree. 9th floor, the tentacle nest. Even if rescued, their brains are usually rotted away. Do you think the Duke will accept that as intact? Best case, she was captured by beastmen as spare meat. By now, she's probably missing half her limbs. And even then, we have to pray she hasn't broken down mentally in despair. This mission is basically impossible. When the Duke comes for answers, Night Owl, you'll slip away into the shadows, but the rest of us will be smashed to paste. Gar's fear wasn't unfounded. 10 years ago, when these four were still silver and gold rank, Duke Alamar was already an LV-70 powerhouse, standing at humanity's peak. They might all be mid-50s now, but even bound together, they'd be nothing more than a warm-up to him. The higher the level, the greater the gulf. And someone like Alamar, capped for years, surely had a mountain of high-level skills. How else had he held back the Empire at the border for so long? Enough, Gar. That's enough. Their captain, Nova, finally cut him off. There's still a chance she can be saved. If her mind's gone, that can't be helped, but broken limbs? A bottle of limb regeneration potion can fix that. Yes, the risks are huge, but the rewards are just as great. We can't give up before we even try. Call it gamble. If all we rescue is an idiot, then I'll face the Duke myself. The rest of you take that chance to run. Truthfully, Nova agreed with Gar. 10 years ago, he too would have fled to the Isles or to the elves and dwarves. Even Duke Alamar couldn't touch him there. But now, the United Kingdom and the Hidden Empire were on the brink of war. Neither elves nor dwarves would welcome foreign diamond-rank fighters. The Isles were the only option left, but that land was no paradise. To the west, the mist grew daily, swallowing islands. Desperate slavers there would seize any stranded adventurers and force them to fight the mist. That death rate made dungeon expeditions look safe. So better to gamble. Either rescue the Duke's daughter intact, or hope even if she returned broken, Alamar wouldn't execute them all. Still, Silverthorn was no dictatorship. Old rules, vote. I say we go into the dungeon. I want to be a city lord. Night Owl agreed instantly. I still say we run. Gar folded his arms. Evan. All three turned to their last member, who hadn't spoken a word. Evan Netz, the halfling mage. His small body was almost hidden behind the table, but as their main caster, his vote mattered. Got it. He slapped a warped, depleted mana crystal onto the table, then triumphantly pulled out a brand new B-rank crystal and clicked it into the slot in his abdomen. Mana roared around him, flooding into his limbs, nerves, and mind. The surge sent him drifting into a blissful daze. Ah! The entire tavern heard his moan of pleasure. Every I turned toward them, expressions awkward. Night Owl's fingers whitened around her blades. She almost hurled one into her teammate's throat. Damn mana addict. Across the table, Nova watched his mage's eyes roll back, drool dripping from his mouth, and felt utterly exhausted as a leader. We can't delay the mission. 2 to 1. Gar, carry him. Night Owl and I can handle the first floors ourselves. Gar sighed, but didn't argue further. He just held out his hand. Mana resistance potion. Don't tell me you forgot the last time he blasted a mana burst in my face while on my back. We nearly died together. Don't these need to be buried in the ground? I'm not a plant. Honestly, did people in this world really not know the difference between fungi and plants? The cattle horse Pudgis had already hauled all the fire mosquito corpses and larvae scraps back to the mushroom garden. Fire mosquitoes, built for agility and evasion, had fragile bodies. Once struck by mushroom cannons or smashed by armored Pudgis, they rarely left whole corpses. Now their remains were spread evenly across the cultivation zone. Already, the first batches had begun to sprout threads of mycelium. Dissecting these corpses provided Linden with both skill proficiency and mana. Individually, fire mosquitoes didn't hold much, but in bulk the gains were impressive. And all of that mana was funneled straight into new Pudgy production. Normally, the mushroom garden could sustain around 300 Pudgis by natural mana absorption. 100 of those were logistics, with the rest fighters. But this time Linden planned to push past the limit, mass-producing 400 combat Pudgis at once, all dedicated to the upcoming earthworm hunt. After the operation, if too many survived, he'd cull them. Success mattered more than efficiency. There wasn't another fire mosquito nest nearby to provide such abundant resources. If this attempt failed, it could be years before he had another chance. Linden, look, I think I gained a new talent. Inanna was toying with water serpent again. Linden had seen her use it in battle. Honestly, it was pathetic. Short range, weak damage, and even when it hit directly, it couldn't kill a mosquito. Its only plus was limited remote control, which, under Inanna's clumsy handling, turned into a liability. Compared to Ice Blade, it was utterly crushed. Even she had noticed. After 2 attempts, she had stopped using it. But now the watery serpent coiled gracefully around her, circling like a tiny azure dragon, far beyond her normal skill. Linden immediately pulled up her panel. Sure enough, she had reached LV30. Even with just a fraction of the fire mosquito XP, it was enough for 2 levels. Her fixed effects now included Favor of the Elemental Spirit. The Elemental Spirit aids the caster in controlling spells. Try's blade, hit that rock. He pointed to a boulder 100 meters away. For a Pudgy, practically point blank. Okay, I'll try. The moment she cast, Linden knew her aim was way off. But in flight, the blade corrected its course, clipping the rock's edge. I had actually hit. Inanna's face was pure disbelief. If she hadn't been that far off, it might have landed dead center. For it to adjust, even from her horrid angle, elemental spirits were no joke. Linden also noticed her water serpent hadn't vanished when she switched spells. So it was like AI auto-assist. Only here, the AI was an elemental spirit, which meant this world had elemental spirits woven into its magic system, something he hadn't realized until now. And it clarified something else. Like him, humans gained fixed abilities every 10 levels. Inanna called them talents. So it wasn't unique to him. Other races and monsters probably had similar milestones. The difference was that hers auto-unlocked, while he always got a 3-choice option. Glancing at his own LV44, Linden noted he still had a while before his next choice. The following days, Linden buried himself in his massive project, mass troop production. Finally, his long-stalled mental synchronization skill leveled up to 6, letting him control such an expanded army. Even then, it consumed nearly all his focus. No time to banter with Inanna. Not that she minded. She was completely absorbed in experimenting with her new talent. With the spirit's help, her ice blades corrected mid-flight. Illumination orbs hovered around her like loyal familiars. Water Mirror became a flawless 360 degrees defense. Her clumsy casting had been transformed into something smooth, elegant, and deadly. Though for weaker spells like Purification or Mud Swamp, the spirit had no effect. Its role was control, not raw power. Day by day, preparations neared completion. Then, a heavy surge of mana shook the air outside the garden. Linden, what's happening? Why does it feel so oppressive? Even Inanna, without mana sensing, felt the shock waves like aftershocks from a distant earthquake. Linden, with his spores spread as sensors, saw mana rippling like endless waves crashing against him. He quickly pinpointed the source. the flame demon's lair. Relieved it wasn't heading their way, he calmed the frightened Inanna and returned to finishing his army. It wasn't that he didn't fear the flame demon. Far from it. It was the strongest monster he'd seen. He always kept wary watch. If it ever moved toward the garden, he'd abandon everything and flee instantly. But so far, it never had. In fact, the flame demon was practically a shut-in. Not like him, rooted in place but genuinely lazy. Content to soak in lava, it rarely stirred. But rarely did mean never. He had recorded 3 outings. Each time, mana waves like these shook the caverns. Likely it went off to fight. Against who or what, Linden had no idea. His mapped area was far too small to tell. His old plan to escape the dungeon had been to slip past while it was gone. But that was gambling with death. Sometimes it returned in hours, sometimes after days. Too risky. That's why he'd chosen tunneling instead. As for now, he just hoped its brawl didn't mess with his earthworm hunt. The Pudges were fully armed and ready. Every single one, including Inanna, had their mana reserves topped off. Not only had all the fire mosquito essence been consumed, even Linden's stored reserves were drained to nothing. From here on, natural mana absorption wouldn't keep pace with consumption. This meant this army would get no second refill. The earthworm hunt began today. 400 Pudges gathered together made for an awe-inspiring sight, most of them configured as artillery. Earthworms were massive, their bodies sheathed in layers of rocky armor. Neither hallucination spores nor digestive fluids could affect them. As for armored Pudges, they were pointless. Anything hit by a monster of that size would be crushed instantly, shell or no. To defeat it, Linden had only one option: overwhelming damage output. Of course, there was a plan. These worms tunneled endlessly underground, their diet mostly minerals. And their favorite treat? The signature resource of Amethyst Dungeon, mana crystals. And Linden knew exactly how to make mana crystals explode. He had specially prepared 10 Pudges for this mission. Their hollow bellies were packed with crystals, and they were equipped with mana storage skills to trigger detonation. To afford this, Linden had dug up every last crystal from his garden soil, crystals that had been boosting natural mana collection. Now, his passive intake rate was cut in half, but these crystals would serve as both bait and the first strike. After that, everything depended on whether Inanna's swamp spell could hold. Do we really have to do this? Her pink mushroom cap trembled. The thought of crossing blades with something 15 levels higher gave her zero sense of safety. Recruit, I recall your commission fee is already in your hands, isn't it? Inanna looked up at the massive A-rank crystal atop her cap. The words of refusal died in her throat. Too good. Too damn good. It let her cast spells even in Pudgy form, and her power was nearly doubled. The boost was nothing her old B-rank crystal could compare to. If it really goes badly, I'll permit you to flee. I won't reclaim the crystal either. Linden's calm concession helped. She still thought her stubby legs might not carry her far, but having the option was better than nothing. She nodded, and the deal was struck. It wasn't sentimentality on Linden's part. He simply recognized that Inanna was valuable. The fire mosquito battle had proved magic's worth. Pudges could be replaced. Crystals could be mined again. But where could he find another mage as pliable and usable as her? This time the journey was far longer than the fire mosquito raid, with deliberate detours. Fortunately, few obstacles appeared. Only once did they encounter a black and white spider, promptly decapitated by Inanna's homing ice blade. Their destination was a shattered cavern. No, not even a cavern anymore. Just a honeycomb of collapsed tunnels, riddled with worm tracks. Drafty would have been an understatement. Linden noted more tunnels than in his last survey. He placed the explosive Pudges and their crystal payloads on one relatively intact floor section, while artillery spread across the perimeter. Inanna, however, he stationed near the entrance tunnel, close enough to withdraw. As Linden funneled mana into the crystals, even he felt the intoxicating waves they gave off. Inanna, aware of the plan, stared at the pile with pained regret. Such waste. Even some A-rank crystals were buried in the explosives. Not as big as hers, true, but still, each one could buy a diamond-rank squad to kill a dozen earthworms. And here they were, just fodder for a bomb. Wasteful to the extreme. The mana lure worked quickly, though at first it drew only lesser monsters. More spiders, misshapen beasts with snapping jaws. But artillery fire cut them down swiftly. The real surprise was a LV-35 Minotaur, a bull-headed giant. Linden had never seen one in person before. It spotted their formation from afar, hesitated, then retreated. Clearly intelligent. On another day, Linden might have approached a talk. Perhaps, as fellow sapient monsters, coexistence could be possible. But not today. Finally it came. The ground shuddered violently, loose rocks raining down. New tunnels crumbled as a colossal presence forced its way upward. One unlucky Pudgy was flattened instantly. The first sacrifice of the hunt. It's coming. It's coming. Do I cast now? Swamp. Should I use swamp? Inanna's nerves frayed. Stay calm. I'll give the order. Don't break formation. Linden's voice was calm, but his pitch betrayed suppressed excitement. Then, with a deafening collapse, the ground erupted. A titanic worm surged upward, its maw yawning wide, and 20 Pudges vanished into darkness. Level 49. Target confirmed. Earthworm. Here it comes. The beast twisted midair, diving straight for the baited crystals. Not yet. Not yet. Linden held every trigger, even halting Inanna's reflexive spellcasting. Closer, closer. Mana pulsed violently in the bait crystals, their resonance climbing toward rupture. And then, its gaping jaws swallowed the entire payload. 1, 2. Boom! The explosion shredded the earthworm's maw, blasting apart meters of rocky armor from the inside. Shrapnel flew like cannonballs, cutting down Pudges in droves. The worm's mouth was obliterated, but was that its head? Did it even have a head? Regardless, it lived, thrashing violently. Its half-body slammed walls into collapse, its digging limbs clawing frantically to burrow away. Inanna! Swamp now! Linden's command tore in her mind like a cracking whip. The crystal atop Inanna's cap flared. Flustered, she cast swamp. The firm cavern floor beneath the earthworm liquefied into mire, the rocks it churned up dissolving into sludge. But the swamp's depth was limited. Farther below, its tail still touched solid stone. Anchored by that, the worm continued inching down. Linden wasn't about to watch it escape. Inanna, keep casting swamp. Don't stop. Okay. Meanwhile, the Pudges, until now being slaughtered, finally opened fire. The pop-pop of mushroom cannons filled the cavern. Linden directed concentrated volleys at the torn gaps in its armor. On his panel, its HP bar was steadily draining. At this rate, it wouldn't get away. Yes, yes, this was it, the key to escaping the dungeon. If he could butcher the earthworm, absorb its skills, he could dig upward. See the sun again. How long had it been since sunlight? But then, why was the ground trembling again? And from that direction, Inanna, run, retreat. Still focused on maintaining swamp, she barely reacted, stumbling back 2 steps. The next instant, another earthworm erupted right before her. Its jagged carapace clipped her like an uppercut, sending her flying down the tunnel. Inanna, Inanna, no response. He snapped her panel open. She lost 400 HP. Thankfully, with over 3,000 total, she wasn't dead, just unconscious. For Pudges scrambled, hauling her limp body and the fallen A-rank crystal back down the passage. For now, she was safe. But the battlefield was a disaster. The second worm tore through the cavern in frenzy, crushing Pudges wholesale. Without Inanna, the swamp dissolved. The first worm accelerated, digging down faster. Why was there a second one? Had his bait been too strong? Or did earthworms help each other? No time to think. The second was impossible to handle. He could only pour every cannon into finishing the wounded one. Ignoring casualties, he unleashed everything. If he could just drop its HP to 0 before it escaped. Wait, you mean I got knocked away by another earthworm? 23 Pudges. one groggy, confused, and even faintly cheerful Inanna. That was all that made it back to the garden. The wounded earthworm, bleeding but alive, burrowed away. Under the second's rampage, his army was annihilated. Worse, cave-ins blocked tunnels. Many Pudges couldn't retreat at all. He'd had to abandon them. The only silver lining? Their explosive battle had scared every minor monster in the area into fleeing. The return march was mercifully safe. Otherwise, none of them might have survived. Linden now felt like a stock trader who'd thrown everything into A shares, only to crawl out naked and penniless. Everything gone. At least the dungeon had no debt collectors. He still had his garden, but mushrooms did not share the same joys or sorrows. While he mourned his losses, Inanna was in good spirits. She didn't know the earthworm hunt had been his desperate gamble for freedom, nor how much he'd staked on it. From her view, they could always try again. Surely not every hunt would draw two earthworms. More importantly, Linden had kept his promise. The A-rank crystal was tied back on her cap. Hers, truly hers now. She decided she'd start calling him Boss Lin from now on. As for almost being eaten, she barely remembered it. One moment she blacked out. Then her LV4 regeneration ticked her back to full HP. No real pain. No real danger. She'd practically slept her way to a free treasure. She was even dreaming of the next hunt. Maybe she'd snag a second A-rank crystal. Deep within the garden, beneath a great mushroom, a passage of mycelium extended downward 10 meters, opening into a 3x3 chamber. Here sat Linden's true body, a plain green mushroom. And beside him, radiating power, a unique Pudgy. Unlike cannon fodder spawn, this one had been nurtured since the garden's founding, pushed to the absolute limit of Linden's skills and levels. It was his personal war mount. Now, Linden faced a choice. Spend countless days rebuilding strength for another earthworm hunt, or return to his original plan, waiting for the flame demon to leave its lair, then gambling everything on smuggling his true body upward, riding the super Pudgy. Meanwhile, at the junction between the deep zone and the 10th floor, the flame demon's domain. So hot. This is Amethyst Dungeon's deep zone? Don't tell me it's all lava here. Are you sure that young lady is even alive in this? Night Owl tugged at her collar, miserable. She had no fire resistance. Only a flame resistance potion let her endure it all. Even so, the heat was unbearable. A refreshing spell washed over them, and relief flooded her face. Ah, lifesaver. The glow faded from Ivan's staff. The halfling archmage smiled faintly, sober, reliable for once. Captain Nova held a locator crystal, eyes narrowing. Yes, the signal's steady now. She's in the upper section of the deep zone. Deep zone, Night Owl muttered. Give me a month here, and I'd still die. Unlike the clearly tiered first 10 floors, with their defined monsters and exploitable rules, the deep zone was chaos. Monsters of any level might appear, roaming unpredictably. Their map was 3 years old, claiming a LV-59 flame demon dwelled here. Yet now, nothing but molten rock. Good fortune, perhaps, but also proof the zone had shifted again. Their intel was obsolete. Well, rumbled the half-dragon gal. Once we find her, we'll know how she survived. His gloom had lifted. The worst-case fates, ensnared by the parasite tree or the tentacle hive, were off the table. If the Duke's daughter was alive and sane, her odds were far better than he'd feared. Maybe not great, 20% instead of 2%, but better. The dim tunnel reeked of rot. Thick drops of green ichor dripping from the corpse of a giant spider onto its own web. Arachno, like its kin, illiterate adventurers simply lumped it under giant spider. But those who truly knew recognized it as a rare subspecies, able to weave toxic webs. Its thick latticework warned off most lesser monsters. But some creatures were strong enough, arrogant enough, to ignore such warnings. And those were exactly what Arachno preyed upon. Today, however, the predator had become prey. A massive axe split its head clean down the middle, pulping it in a single strike. Huff, huff! The wielder, a bull-headed giant, lifted the axe again, shaking gore from its blade. 4.5 meters tall, its corded muscles rippled under its pelt. An exceptional specimen, even among minotaurs. Under its ferocity, Hunter became hunted, but wasn't unscathed. Its left arm, caught in webbing, had been poisoned. Even with LV5 poison resistance, the venom had crippled the limb. A crippling handicap in the dungeon. Not that it mattered anymore. A pure black dagger slid from the shadows, brushed once across its thick neck, its throat parted like tofu. The minotaur collapsed, twitching. Night Owl stepped out of the dark, muttering to her 3 companions. Level 40, at least. A minotaur like this could guard a treasure chest on the 8th floor. If it hadn't been injured, I'd have wasted a lot more effort. At this pace, I swear we're going to stumble into something truly nasty. Nova, how much farther? Nova rubbed the locator crystal. Close. The pulls, shifting faster, were nearly there. Ivan, cut the spider open. Why me, ugh, spider guts stink. With a sour face, Gal drew his knife, slit the spider's belly, and gagged at the wave of stench. Ivan, however, dove in with shining eyes, retrieving an organ slick with foul ichor. Yes, arachno indeed. Its venom sac, perfect for toxic cloud rituals. He boxed it reverently. Nova, unfazed, urged them onward. 3 more caverns, he judged, and they'd meet their quarry. He was wrong. Just 1 more cavern where fire mosquitoes buzzed, and they found it. They froze, disbelieving. Before them lay a mushroom garden, and within, Pudgis, in a deep zone. How? Fragile creatures with no survival ability. Here, in the most chaotic depths? Shouldn't the fire mosquitoes next door have feasted on them long ago? Gal's jaw hung slack. If this is the place, then I think I understand how the young lady survived. One's coming. A single Pudgy toddled toward them on stubby legs. Ivan quickly cast scan. Level 1. Just as expected, wait. Skills? It has. But someone was faster. Night Owl blurred, vanishing. Shadow, step LV9. An experienced adventurer never let appearances fool them. She struck full force, black blade flashing. The dagger bit down. Boom. Night Owl. Care. Ivan's warning came too late. The Pudgy exploded. Only a small blast, not enough to harm her, but Night Owl emerged from the smoke filthy, glaring daggers at Ivan. Sorry. Got distracted. Too rare a find. I've never heard of walking mushrooms exploding. Nova pointed at others nearby. And those don't look ordinary, either. Ivan cast again. Those can fire mana bolts. Weak, yes, and curiously, none of them are hostile. Indeed, the Pudgis didn't flee, didn't attack, didn't even react to their comrade's death. Strange. Should we clear them out? Night Owl asked, already tensing for a fight. She still had her pride to salvage. But Nova stopped her. Wait, the Duke's daughter is inside. If we cause chaos, who knows what'll happen? They're not a threat. Keep formation. Stay alert. That last was to Gal. Damage share, LV7. Shield domain, LV8. Mass defense boost, LV8. The half-dragon cast one protection after another. All right, let's go in. Linden had sensed them long before, through mushrooms growing in the tunnels. Archmage Ivan hadn't noticed the garden's hidden overseer, but Linden had overheard every word. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand a thing. Of course, different world, different tongue. His link with Inanna was a psychic network. Thoughts, not language. Naturally, no barrier. But this actual speech. Alien words. Still, one thing was obvious. This group was here for Inanna. Most likely to retrieve her. Unless to kill her. She bore a tracking seal. Almost certainly her father's doing. So these were probably her rescuers. Probably. Linden sighed. Even if they weren't, what could he do? His forces now, 40 combat Pudgis, 100 logistics. The intruders, 4 adventurers, lowest level 52, highest 58. Higher than the earthworms. With synergized skills, no less. Even unleashing his trump card wouldn't matter. Escape? Impossible. They had her location pinned. Linden glanced at Nana, practicing spells obliviously, her pink cap bobbing. He sent her a thought. Inanna, HM? What is it, boss? Your family has come to fetch you. Probably. Probably. Or maybe to kill you. Tis, the young Pudgy's pink cap trembled as she darted her gaze about. What do we do? If they're assassins, then you're dead. Isn't there any hope of winning? Seeing Inanna still clinging to fantasy, Lin Jun cut her down coldly. Think about it. We're trapped here, unable to climb even a floor. They, meanwhile, descend easily from above. The difference in power should be obvious. Then what should I do? Always be ready to detonate your crystal. Go down together. At least you die with dignity. Makes sense? So when the Silverthorn party reached the garden center, they found a pink Pudgy standing proud, rank crystal blazing atop her cap, magic rippling around her, flanked by 2 attendants. A bomb ready to ignite. One explosion here would be far worse than the one at the entrance. Night Owl's instinct screamed to strike first in the threat. Shadowbind. A spell coiled about her, stopping her dead. Ivan's voice followed. Calm down, you brute. She froze only then, realizing Captain Nova was staring wide-eyed at the pink Pudgy. He gripped his locator crystal. It pulsed in perfect resonance. There was no doubt. This mushroom was their target. The Duke's daughter, Inanna St. Clair. Nova dropped to one knee in a flawless noble's bow. Lady Inanna, we are adventurers sent by your father, Duke Alamar, to rescue you. Forgive us for frightening you. He even shot Knight Alaglaire, silently commanding her to follow suit. Relief washed over him. If she had cut this creature down, the Duke's wrath would have been the least of their worries. The guild itself would have hunted them to the ends of the earth. Night Owl shivered under his gaze, muttered, "How was I supposed to know?" and awkwardly knelt as well. Lin Jun, watching, finally relaxed. Their intentions were clear. Inanna nearly burst with joy, bouncing in place, crystal still glowing dangerously. Lin Jun hurried to calm her. If she triggered an explosion now, it would be her own funeral. Father really sent them for me. She had believed the traitors, that the Duke had no means to save her. Worse, she had feared this party was sent to silence her. Now, joy nearly overwhelmed her. Though mushrooms had no tears, her heart was weeping with relief. Boss, did you hear that? We can go outside. We can grow mushrooms in my family's private forest. Father will agree. I know it. We can. Boss, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Jun, another Pudgy, approached her, balancing a slightly smaller A-rank crystal. Rookie, you've done well these days. This is your bonus. Don't mention me to them. I wish you luck. At last he answered, but his words left her reeling. You don't want to leave too? Why? A new voice spoke directly in her mind. Lady Inanna, can you hear me like this? She turned. The halfling mage, Ivan, met her eyes, lips unmoving. Telepathy. Yes. Thank the heavens you're safe. We know you were fixed under a transformation spell. Do not fear. Once we're free of the dungeon, we've prepared a reversal ritual. Please endure just a little longer. Ivan noted the shy, quiet tone, not matching the reports they'd gathered. But trauma explained much. He pressed gently. Can you tell us what you've endured? I don't want to talk about it. Remembering Lin Jun's warning, she chose silence rather than invention. Ivan, surprised and softened. That's fine. No questions. Of course, he suspected the garden hid secrets. Otherwise, how could she have survived here? And clearly, she had grown close with the Pudgis. But the reward for returning the Duke's daughter outweighed curiosity. Even if she spat spores on Night Owl's face, he'd force the rogue to smile and bow. Certainly, he wouldn't pry about a garden of mushrooms. We'll be returning soon. Is there anything you want to bring? At her gesture, Ivan boxed the new crystal for her. The large one, however, she insisted on wearing. Ivan only replaced the flimsy mycelium cord with a durable silk ribbon. Then, after a short exchange, Night Owl lifted Inanna in her arms. The team began their retreat. Step by step, the link of the fungal network weakened. Cut off from Lin Jun's mind web, Inanna felt again that same isolation, that same fear she had when first turned into a Pudgy. Loneliness. Terror. Watching the adventurers vanish into the tunnel, Lin Jun guided his strongest Pudgy from hiding. Of course, he would not walk beside Inanna. He knew she spoke from the heart, but he could not trust adventurers, nor the Duke. If there was even a chance he carried something worth coveting, then, as a pet, he'd be slaughtered without hesitation. No, he would not gamble his life on their mercy. But that didn't mean he wouldn't follow. He would shadow them from afar, let them clear a safe path upward. Beneath the Super Pudgy's armor, he tucked away his treasures, a shard of sunstone and a gleaming S-rank crystal. He summoned his last 40 combat Pudgis. Then, turning one last time to the garden, the home that had sheltered him, fed him, and raised his army, Lin Jun whispered a farewell. It had served its purpose. Following the faint thread of Inanna's mycelium signal, Lin Jun marched into the tunnels. Trailing far behind the adventurers, Lin Jun grew uneasy. This path, it felt far too familiar. Isn't this the way to the flame demon's lair? Lin Jun knew for certain there had been no battle at that nest. Otherwise, the mushrooms he'd stationed nearby would have sensed the mana disturbances. Could it be the flame demon just happened to be out when they came down? Until now, he'd assumed these people had descended by some other entrance. After all, the deep zone was vast, with countless routes. Routes he himself lacked the strength to explore. But if this was the flame demon's route, one problem remained. Has it returned home? Now I can finally relax. With the Duke's daughter found, even Gal's mood lightened. Who wouldn't be thrilled at the thought of a city's worth of reward? Captain, you don't know how hopeless I felt back on the 9th floor when the crystal's pull shifted. I thought for sure she'd fallen into a TR. Wham! Night Owl's boot cut him off midward. Only then did Gal remember. Inanna was right there in Night Owl's arms. Best not to speak so freely. Ahem. As always, it was Nova who smoothed things over. Ivan, can you really undo Lady Inanna's transformation? Or should we wait until we're back topside and find specialists? Ivan bristled. You think I'm inferior to some third-rate hacks? It's only a fixed transformation spell with stabilizer potion. Child's play. Certainly no harder than reversing that Scarecrow Abyss incident when I restored you lot from straw dolls. Nova winced. He'd only been trying to change the subject, but instead had stepped squarely on Ivan's pride. Awkward smile. I don't understand these things. If you're confident, that's enough. Unnoticed, their steps had carried them back to the passage leading upward. The air grew hotter. Night Owl, already poor with heat, was sweltering, made worse by the pink mushroom in her arms. But propriety forbade handing the Duke's daughter to a man, so she bore it silently, only quickening her pace. Strangely, Inanna herself showed no discomfort at all. With all resistance LV6, the heat barely touched her. Wait! Ivan's voice cut sharp. The others halted instantly. The man has changed. Scan. Night Owl, his tone calm and certain, take the lady. Go. She met his eyes. Half mad with arcane addiction, though he often seemed. Ivan was the most seasoned of them all. Without hesitation, she melted with Inanna into the shadows, vanishing down the passage at blinding speed. The next instant, the cavern shook. The magma pools heaved like boiling veins, thick golden-red bubbles bursting, sulphurous smoke and searing heat erupting outward. The hidden foe realized it had been detected. It would let no more prey escape. With a roar beyond human, a colossal figure rose from the lava. Its upper body was a mountain of half-cooled magma and charred bone, armored in crimson-black plates encasing a molten heart. All around it, man-sized fiery homunculi burst forth, cutting off retreat. Gulp! The half-dragon swallowed hard. Flame demon and lava golems. Careful. Level 64, Ivan reported, eyes narrowed from scan. There was no time for more words. The demon's molten fist swung down. Shield domain. Gal slammed his shield forward, a phantom wall erupting to block the blow. But level disparity showed. Blood seeped from beneath his gauntlets. Revive. Life potential. Nova drew deep breath, healing and strengthening him at once. Gal gritted his teeth, barely holding. The demon roared again, scooping a tidal wave of magma from its pool. Ivan wasted no time. He rammed an A-rank crystal into his gut, casting clarity to keep his mind steady through the mana surge, though the pain was unspeakable. He had no room to hold back. Facing a level 64 flame demon, he unleashed 300% of his power. Frost Ring. The embedded crystal flared brighter than any staff, ice blasting outward from their position. Stone ground froze. Lava golems froze. The magma wave itself hardened mid-surge, crashing solid in a brittle hiss. We need to run. Pain racked every nerve. He couldn't last long like this. Even with explosive output, he was only barely matching the demon's base. Strength. Drag it out, and they were dead. Not so simple. The demon had moved. While they blocked the lava, it strode to the passage mouth, cutting off escape. Damn it! Ivan spat, rare profanity on his lips. If we live through this, I swear I'll apologize to Kermo. She said flame demons were clever, and I laughed at her. Do we fall back? The half-dragon asked, eyeing the tunnel behind. No, hold a little longer. Nova's voice carried iron. Gal, knowing him 10 years, recognized the tone. A decision made. You'll use that? Even so, it might not be enough against this demon. Ivan said nothing. Another magma wave surged. His body shook with agony as he forced a final spell. Nova drew something from his tunic. A twig, sprouting 2 tender leaves. Lin Jun's senses sharpened at once. A panel glowed. Artifact. Heartwood of Yeshing fragment. Another artifact. Mana poured into it. No, not just mana. Life force. Nova's flesh shrank visibly as the relic drank deep. When finally satiated, he leveled it at a faint crack in the demon's chest armor. That flaw was why he dared strike. The sprout flared green, a beam piercing through the demon's shell, straight into its molten core. The demon, confident a moment ago, convulsed. Its heart shattered. Its massive body collapsed by the magma pool, releasing a final, fading roar. The flame demon, this monster that had trapped Lin Jun for years, the strongest creature he had yet seen, was suddenly dead. Beneath his armor, Lin Jun felt the heat of the sunstone shard he carried. So this is the power of an artifact. A Pyrrhic victory. Ivan lay unconscious, dark violet markings of mana erosion spreading across his face, his breaths faint as gossamer. Nova sat slumped, twig-like arms propping himself on the ground, coughing weakly from time to time. Only Gal, the team's shield, remained vigorous. But being the last fighter standing, he dared not linger. He poured potions down his comrades' throats, swept up the loot, then hauled both of them, one on each side, off toward Night Owl's position. Only when the adventurers had gone did Lin Jun emerge, prying from beneath a fragment of charred armor, a fist-sized shard of the flame demon's molten heart. Roughly 1/10 of the whole. The rest, the half-dragon had claimed. Strictly speaking, this was the demon's true body and its only valuable piece. The towering form, 10 meters of magma and bone, had been nothing but a vessel. Standing among scattered plates of hardened lava, Lin Jun could not help but feel moved. The foe he had once imagined as his final boss, slain not by his own hand, but snuffed out in an instant. And not even by stronger foes, 3 adventurers weaker in level. One flaw in its armor, and the mighty demon fell. Lin Jun, who had tracked every moment, would not forget this lesson. That crack in its chest plate, likely earned while it had been outside its lair. So, in this world, danger was not measured only by levels. The safest course, never expose his true body. Yet here he was, forced to reveal himself, if only briefly, for the sake of moving house. The passage to the 10th floor was strange. The lower half resembled the deep zone's usual tunnels, but the upper half, rough stone steps, crudely carved. Who, Lin Jun wondered, had built this dungeon? From Inanna's chatter, he gleaned much lore. The noble girl had never entered herself, but she'd heard enough tales to fill an evening. Even so, the dungeon's origins were not among them. But she had known about the 10th floor, the Amethyst Dungeon's 10th layer, the forest of 1,000 stones. Endless stone pillars dividing the level into upper and lower realms. Above perched winged wind serpents known as hakas. Below, the hunting grounds of werewolves. Werewolves were not monsters, but a true demonic race. Once, they had been among the mightiest. 3 centuries ago, the demon king fell to the hero's blade. In the aftermath, the demons turned on each other, fighting over the throne. Only then did humanity, uniting with other races, manage to claw out survival. The vampires emerged victorious, founding the hidden empire. The defeated factions scattered to the barren far west, and the vampires, sworn enemies of the werewolves, hunted them mercilessly. Some wolf clans fled into dungeons across the world, vanishing into the dark. Outside of dungeons, they survived only on a few Western Isles. But extinction did not mean weakness. On the contrary, the vampires' hatred proved their strength. Even without training, a werewolf reached level 30 upon maturity. Their cap, like vampires, was level 90, a true apex race. Linden had once asked Inanna, wouldn't humanity and vampires fear the wolves growing in dungeons until they burst forth, unstoppable? She had shaken her cap. The dungeons had rules. Even here on the 10th floor, wolves could rise no higher than level 50. Crossing floors was impossible. Not once in history had a werewolf appeared above its native lair. The cause, she hadn't known. Only that it was common knowledge, not just in Amethyst, but in all dungeons. The Silverthorn party did not rest upon reaching the 10th. 2 members lay injured, but they pressed on toward the 9th floor safe house. A wolfpack hunt was not something they dared meet head-on, not in this state. Linden, shadowing their path, met no danger. The adventurers had cleared the way. Yet he witnessed something curious. Through holes in a hidden side tunnel, he saw a hunt. A level 40 wind serpent swooping upon a rabbit monster. Yet this rabbit, called Renfang Beast on his panel, stood the size of a bear, with knife-long fangs, springing 10 meters at a bound. Fearless, it leapt again and again, jaws snapping at the serpent. But the serpent was quicker, evading and countering with crackling shocks that left the beast charred in patches. At last, the Renfang faltered, slowed by wounds. Linden expected the serpent to feast there and then. Instead, it conjured a gust, dragging the enormous carcass away. He licked his lips. Both creatures, fine skills to harvest. But not yet. Not today. His sightseeing ended soon after. A howl split the air ahead. Wolves. The adventurers had encountered werewolves. Emerging from the side path, Linden saw them. Half-dragon and elf pressed by a pack. Yet the battle was nearly done. Not in defeat, though battered. The adventurers were forcing steady retreat. Even Inanna was fighting. Her vision limited, she hurled water serpent spells blindly, her elemental spirit auto-aiming at foes. Crude but useful. As their only ranged support, she'd held her weight. Bit by bit, the group backed to the stairwell leading upward. At the last stretch, the half-dragon unleashed a skill, blasting wolves back. Then the survivors dashed into the stair passage. The pack circled the entrance, snarling. But none set paw upon the threshold. Good. Linden exhaled. No need to face the moral dilemma of rescuing or abandoning his ex-employee. Better to wait for the wolves to disperse, then pass through himself. So this was a rule. Still, he wondered. If he captured a wolf and dragged it to the 9th, what would happen? Would it die instantly? Surely so, else this loophole would long since have been exploited. But before he could muse further, the wolves quieted. Snouts twitching one by one, they turned toward his hiding place. So the rumors about wolf noses were true. Tip. A dozen pairs of glowing green eyes fixed on Linden. 13 werewolves. The weakest, level 26, still a child. The strongest, level 42. And every last one of them looked ready to vent their frustration for the prey they had just lost on him. Worse, nearly all of them carried acceleration. If he turned to flee, odds were slim. Fortunately, Linden hadn't planned on running. Super Puff Shroom, transform. He curled into a ball, rolling Charge LV5, a byproduct from acquiring chitinous shell, This skill had been painstakingly leveled day after day from pill bugs, surpassing even its parent skill and level. At last, its moment of glory. Linden rolled forward at speed, charging straight for the stairway up to the 9th floor. Behind him, 40 puff shrooms unleashed a barrage of mushroom cannons. The wolves were fast, most dodged with ease. Only one unlucky grayback caught a direct blast, its paw shredded. But Linden's goal was achieved. A path lay open. One defiant wolf hurled itself through the cannon fire, claws slashing. Evasion LV6. The puffshroom ball gave a hop, rolling neatly across the wolf's face before bouncing past, bursting into the stairwell. Safe. The wolf crashed to the ground, only to be pounded flat by 7 or 8 simultaneous mushroom blasts. Linden had cleared the hurdle, but only this super puffshroom had made it through. The puffshroom squad left behind had no rolling charge. The wolves turned on them, and the truth was brutal. 40 puffshrooms were no match for 12 wolves. They managed to wound 3, then were slaughtered to the last. Linden felt no grief. They had been meant as cover, decoys if need be. Still, he hadn't expected them to be wiped out in a single floor. Hopefully, the road ahead would prove less unlucky. Without his puffshroom followers, Linden's mycelial network lost its reach. He now relied only on airflow sense and mana sense. It was clumsy. The 9th floor was the most revolting place he'd yet seen. Tumorous flesh clung everywhere. The monsters malformed lumps of meat, failed experiments of some mad fleshcraft. Good thing he was a mushroom with no sense of smell. The sight alone was enough to imagine the stench. Yet the road proved smooth. The adventurers had paused here to recover, then climbed safely to the 8th. Linden followed, only for something strange to happen. Native monster level exceeded. Passage denied. A panel blinked. And worse, an air wall appeared. Invisible, yet the pressure grew unbearable as he neared the stairs upward, like being crushed. So this is the dungeon's rules? Native monster. They count me as one of the dungeon's own? But this family was anything but warm. No, he wanted to see the sun again. How pitiful. To be reborn only to rot here forever. Hero. Restriction lifted. Just as he braced to attempt a forced rolling charge through, the crushing wall simply vanished. A hero's privilege? He stepped forward. No resistance. So sloppy. Was this system running on outdated code with long gaps between checks? It had nearly scared him to death. He thought he'd be trapped forever, doomed to play eat or be eaten with dungeon monsters. But no, false alarm. Wait, why couldn't he sense an Anna anymore? 8th floor. Linden stood frozen. Unlike the last 2 levels, this one had stone bricks, man-made construction, like walking into an ancient ruin. But the floor held no corridors, only 4 glowing magic arrays. Teleport circles? That would explain why he couldn't sense an Anna. But which to choose? Of course, none. What fool would risk stepping on such obvious traps with his real body? Disgusting as it was, he would hole up on the 9th for now, spawn puffshrooms, and scout with familiar control. But just as he turned to retreat, the second array on the left lit up. 3 humans emerged. One-stroke slash, windblade, precision shot. Shit. The trio, startled only for a breath, immediately launched attacks. They shouted in a tongue Linden couldn't understand. Dodge! 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 He rolled frantically, firing mushroom cannons in return. He was no pacifist. If attacked, he fought back. But winning was another matter. 3 adventurers, all above level 40, coordinated. When he tried to retreat down the stairs, an ice wall sealed the path. He could smash it, but not while dodging their endless attacks. Skill up. Evasion LV6, LV7. He had dodged so much his evasion leveled up. Yet it wasn't enough. His mushroom shots were avoided or blocked. Digestive, slime blown away by wind. Hallucinogenic spores neutralized instantly with antidotes. Not diamond rank, perhaps, but anyone reaching the 9th was no weakling. Every one of his tricks countered. He knew his place. Even his strongest puffshroom was weak among level 40s, much less against 3 specialists. Still, He hadn't expected even escape to be this hard. No, he could still flee. Curling into a ball, he darted past the warrior, angling for the archer. The mage cast again, cutting him off. Perfect. He feinted, swerving hard, then dove headlong into the rightmost teleport circle. Light rose. The world warped. He reappeared elsewhere. Escape, once more. If only not for... Thwack! The archer's arrow, loosed at the last instant, pierced his puff shroom's rump clean through. Half his HP gone in one hit. Thank goodness his true body wasn't there. The adventurers didn't follow. Of course not. He saw no return circle beneath his feet. A one-way teleport. They wouldn't risk stepping in blind. Good. So close. They had almost earned the achievement. Slayer of the hero. Linden stared down a stone brick corridor, splitting in 4 directions. Now what? Honestly, Linden felt his level shouldn't be considered low. Level 44, after all. So why? Ever since coming out, had he been constantly on the run? Thinking about it, the difficulty of survival seemed much harsher for him than for adventurers. Not only did monsters want to eat him, humans wanted to kill him too. And those adventurers clearly had a guide. How else could they navigate the teleport maze so smoothly, while he remained hopelessly lost? Who knew how many days had passed already? Judging by the pace earlier, Inanna might have long since cleared the maze. Corridor after corridor, each ending in teleport circles. Beyond them, monsters. After monsters, another split corridor. Just like now, one more mushroom cannon shot, and the last of the slavering rotten fong hounds, barking furiously but too timid to approach, was blasted to pulp, joining its companions. Then pick a corridor. At the halfway point or the end, pick a teleport circle. Fortunately, monsters here didn't exceed level 40. Most were in the level 20 to 30 range. When surrounded, his high evasion and rolling charge always let him break through. But he couldn't keep this up forever. He'd fought adventurers, gotten lost in this maze, and his mana reserves were running low. Put simply, he was starving. Worse, the mana here was strangely thin. Even if he rooted himself, there was little to gather. Breaking down monster corpses was another way to absorb mana, but unreliable. Finding monsters wasn't hard. Step through any circle, and odds were good some lay beyond. But how to drag them back here to eat? He couldn't become some nomadic mushroom, consuming wherever he went. The cost of rerouting would outweigh the gains. No, he needed an exit. At the very least, a place rich in mana. Once again, he found a teleport circle. No gambler loses forever. This time, luck had a turn. Green light flared. Different color? Drip. A droplet fell from a stalactite, landing in a small pool. Linden froze. This mana concentration, even without spreading his mycelium, his puffshroom shell was slowly replenishing itself, just by being here. It was like swimming in mana. Stay sharp. Teleports usually meant monsters. But under the dome of rock, blue-gray stone walls wrapped around a clear pool. The chamber was small, empty, no monsters. But one thing caught his eye, a treasure chest. Stone-carved, smooth-grained. Of course, a dungeon wasn't complete without treasure chests. After confirming no hidden chambers or lurking monsters, he hurried forward. Native monster, forbidden from touching treasure chest. The message again. The familiar invisible wall. The dungeon's discrimination and oppression of native monsters was relentless. Linden pressed against it. Sure enough, hero, restriction lifted. He had thought the hero designation ended after giving him the greedy title, but no, it kept proving useful. How fragrant. He leapt up, kicked open the stone lid, then hopped back twice just in case. No traps. Now then, what loot awaited? Inside lay a blue-green high-collar cloak, an equipment piece, unsurprising, but clearly human-sized. Draped on his half-height puffshroom form, half of it trailed along the floor, while the high collar was squashed flat beneath his mushroom cap. Checking his stats, his agility had risen from 42 to 47. Not bad, useful, but not game-changing. Any active skill? He channeled mana into it. Blur. 2 more puffshrooms appeared at his sides, cloaked identically, both under his control. Clones? He had the right one perform rolling charge into a wall. Pop. Gone like a burst bubble. So phantoms. Still not bad. 5 extra agility, plus a bonus skill, for free. He wouldn't complain, though he hoped the cloak wouldn't get too dirty dragging along the ground. But the cloak was only a bonus. The real treasure was the mana-rich environment. By mana sense, the densest point was the pool itself. The thick aura in the air was but a fraction leaking from it, and mana-laden droplets still dripped steadily from the ceiling. A true treasure trove. If he drained this place, he could rebuild a force of 400 puff shrooms. With such an escort, who could stop him from blasting his way out of the dungeon? Adventurers? Buried under hundreds of mushroom cannons. Of course, this chamber was too small to fit 400 puff shrooms. Linden glanced at the stone door, wondering what lay beyond. Enough space to house his army? He pushed. No movement. He pushed harder. Still nothing. Rolling charge. He bounced off, dizzy, without even chipping the door. What did it mean? Was the door sealed from this side? If so, what then? Wait for someone else to open it? He searched around. This was surely one of the teleport maze's traps. Others must have fallen here before. Perhaps some clue remained. He soon found one. Not a clue, but a predecessor. Half buried in soil lay a skeleton, its leather armor in tatters. Staring at it, Linden seemed to glimpse his own future. But no, he was a mushroom. With those mana-laden droplets, he would never starve. Best accept it. He was exhausted anyway. Here, he had food and drink. Call a vacation. Perhaps adventurers would one day stumble on this chamber. Or, with enough puff shrooms, he might eventually blast the door open. From beneath his cap, his super puff shroom drew forth Linden's true body, a plain, unremarkable mushroom. He set it by the pool. Spores drifted, mycelium spreading rapidly in the dense mana. Yaowen Town, a remote settlement at the southern edge of the United Kingdom. Yet thanks to its proximity to the Amethyst dungeon, it thrived with adventurers and merchants, rivaling even mid-sized cities in prosperity. The Adventurers Guild had even established a regional branch here. The dungeon's resources fueled the town's economy, creating many local specialties. But the most notorious landmark was not rare, high-purity mana crystals, nor the diverse monster materials. It was the Rotten Willow Tavern, famous for its house brew, a murky liquor so foul it was said a single splash could kill a walking mushroom, and the owner still watered it down more than half. Yet priced at only a copper coin per cup, it became irreplaceable for the poorest adventurers. Thus, the Rotten Willow was their gathering place. In Yaowen, you could grab a random passerby. He might not know where the guild's office was, but he'd know exactly where to find tavern. Today, the tavern was as crowded as always, packed with the rabble. They guzzled bad liquor and shouted gossip about the Hermit Empire's increasingly frequent border provocations, about how 3 months ago the Silver Thorn Squad rescued a duke's daughter from the dungeon's deep levels, earning a reward so rare it was legendary, an entire city. Now, Silverthorn was a household name, a legend among adventurers. Every toast carried the fire of ambition for fame and fortune. When a disheveled, weary man pushed through the wooden door, no one spared him a glance. Such figures were common here. He scanned the room, then strode to a fat man drinking alone in the corner. The fat one sipped his cloudy liquor as though it were fine wine. Seeing the man sit opposite, the fat one called his name. Dylan, been years. Weren't you retired? What do you want with me? Don't tell me you missed me. I'll puke if you do. Fatty, you're still in that business, aren't you? That was his nickname, Fatty, and Dylan spoke without restraint. Fatty's eyelid twitched. He glanced around quickly before lowering his voice, angry. Are you crazy? You nearly said the word out loud. Want to get me killed? But Dylan's face lit up. So you're still in? Good. I need 3 portions. He pulled out a pouch, setting it on the table. 27 silver coins. Fatty narrowed his eyes, ignoring the pouch. Instead, he studied Dylan. The man had aged, his body weakened, calluses gone from his hands. Sorry, Dylan. I can't sell to you. From the look of you, your adventuring skills are long rusted. We've been friends too long. I won't watch you walk to your death. Dylan suddenly seized Fatty's collar, bloodshot eyes wild with desperation. But Fatty only met his gaze calmly. After a long moment, Dylan's grip slackened. He collapsed into the chair, voice hoarse. "Fatty, please. My daughter. She was poisoned on a border mission. Blood poison. I need money. A lot. I don't know any other way, please." Fatty fell silent. Blood poison. The vampire's most insidious curse. It didn't kill outright. Instead, it slowly turned the victim into a blood ghoul. The transformed retained their memories, but not their thirst. Even before family, they wept as they devoured them. Only before true vampires did they kneel as obedient slaves. There were cures. Two, well known: the church's blessing or an antivity elixir. Both could save the victim if done before the transformation completed. But the blessing required a bishop, days of rituals. The elixir cost 50 gold, and ordinary folk like Dylan had no access to either. The bishop's attention was beyond reach. The elixir was his only hope. But how could a once silver-ranked adventurer, now fallen, earn 50 gold in time? Only two ways brought fast money: danger or crime, and the fastest combined both. On the 5th floor of Amethyst Dungeon grew an infamous monster plant, parasitic trees. As their name implied, they captured living people, forced tree seeds into them, and transformed them into walking stumps, their legs. The victim's brain was destroyed in the process. Even if rescued, only a breathing husk remained, hence their dreadful reputation. Yet few knew their seeds were superb ingredients for psychic elixirs. Banned by the kingdom for their inhuman harvest method, both knowledge and trade were suppressed. But the greater the ban, the greater the profit. So, of course, some trafficked secretly, and Fatty's sleep dust was the essential tool for safely harvesting the seeds. Exactly what Dylan wanted. But harvesting wasn't simple. Parasitic trees weren't high-level, but they were numerous, swarming the swamps of the 5th floor. And worst, they used the skills and spells of their victims. Imagine being besieged by dozens of trees, each wielding different abilities. Even powerful adventurers fell there, only to rise again as stronger trees. They were a threat far beyond their level. Fatty knew instantly Dylan would go alone. Not that anyone would party with him now. And Fatty was certain Dylan would die. But Fatty, too, had a daughter. His heart. He knew watching one's only child turn into a blood ghoul was a torment worse than death. Fatty sighed long. He scooped up the pouch, then slipped Dylan 5 small bags. 5 portions. This stuff is cheaper now. And for an old friend, I won't take profit. If you're lucky, 1 run might be enough. Thank you, thank you. Clutching the bags like lifelines, Dylan rushed out. Fatty lifted his cup again, sipping the foul brew. 73 silver gone. I'm going soft. Too old for this game. Maybe it's time to retire, go back home. Amethyst Dungeon, 5th floor, the swamps. Bloodied mud seeped between his fingers as Dylan braced against the slick rock wall. A gaping wound through his abdomen, making every step torture. He had failed. Failed right from the start. He hadn't managed to use the sleep dust before being discovered by the lone parasitic tree. Now he was bleeding out, unarmed, while more parasitic trees converged from afar, drawn by the signal. Bella. His daughter's name left his lips, and a fire of survival burned in his eyes. He could not die yet. Bella, the child of him and his late wife, clever, kind, and talented. She had already reached silver rank at such a young age. She had a brilliant future ahead, far beyond her useless father. She could not die now. She could not become one of those grotesque blood ghouls. So he had to live. He still had 4 packets of sleep dust. There was still a chance, if only he could escape this swamp. Dead end. At some point, the path was blocked by a wall of stone. Turning back was impossible. 5 parasitic trees had already sealed his retreat, pale roots twitching, waiting to seize him. If he were uninjured, he might have broken through before the net closed. But with his gut torn open? Impossible. He grabbed a hanging vine, tried to climb the wall, but the vine tore free in his hands, revealing a hidden stone door behind it. A hidden room. All these years, and this was his first time stumbling across one. Under other circumstances, he would have been ecstatic. Hidden rooms always meant treasure. But now, the trees were less than 20 meters behind. He had no choice but to press the protruding switch. All he could do was pray for some legendary artifact inside to turn his fate. Stone groaned. Dust fell as the heavy doors swung open. Boom, boom, boom. Mana shells streaked from the darkness, smashing into the lead parasitic tree and blasting it in half. One after another, faintly glowing mushroom caps lit up in the shadows, rows of plump, round puff shrooms appearing before his eyes. I have been imprisoned for 10,000 years, and you dare intrude into my domain. Truly, holy crap, what kind of disgusting tree men are those? Life in the treasure chest room had been, well, comfortable. No hunger, no thirst, and utterly boring. Less fun than his mushroom garden. At least there, he could fight monsters every day. Here, Linden was so bored he had eaten all the glowing moss in the room, gaining a low-cost glow skill in the process. But his levels rose quickly. The entire pool brimmed with dense mana. By draining most of it, he'd already reached level 47. Then came the leftover prize from before, 1/10 of a lava heart. The flame demon's core fragment still radiated staggering heat. If not for his heat resistance LV.7, his mycelium wouldn't even stick. Breaking it down granted him another level and a new skill. Self-destruct LV.3. Now his suicide puff shrooms no longer needed mana crystals. Lucky that the flame demon had died suddenly. If it had triggered self-destruct, Linden might have survived, but those 3 adventurers definitely wouldn't. Now, the real issue was escape. He had already produced 40 puff shrooms. The room was too cramped for quantity, so he invested in quality, 5 to 7 skills loaded into each puff shroom. Even a concentrated bombardment hadn't scratched the stone door. Clearly, treasure rooms had special reinforcement. Otherwise, breaking rock would be trivial. As for blowing it with self-destruct, he didn't dare. Too much power in too small space. He might blow himself away. But then, something interesting happened. The treasure chest refreshed. Mana pulsed. The stone lid reset. Inside was a ring. Disappointing. No stat boosts, just 3 casts of Ice Spike per day. Its power was on par with his mushroom cannon. Useless. So Linden could only wait for another refresh, praying for a teleport scroll or something. But before the chest refreshed again, the stone door opened from the outside. Light spilled in, shining upon Linden's true body at the pool's edge. Freedom. At once, his puff shrooms sealed the entrance, blocking light and any possible attack. His strongest puff shroom carefully tucked his true body into its shell, safe at last. Only then did Linden survey the situation. A gravely wounded adventurer lay, collapsed at the doorway. So this man had freed him? Not bad. Beyond, several hideous tree men, grotesque monsters. One glance at their panel told him, fusion parasite. That explained it. Firepower unleashed. The trees counterattacked. One even tried casting fireball, but his bombardment overwhelmed them. The half-formed fireball fizzled, igniting its own caster instead. The parasitic trees fell in moments. Only the adventurer remained. Not to kill, Linden wasn't about to silence witnesses. As long as his true body remained hidden, rumors of a strange army of puff shrooms didn't matter. The man had freed him. Saving him was fair trade. The problem was he was dying. His health ticked steadily downward. To simply let him die violated Linden's mushroom principles. He had to at least try. But Linden knew no healing skills. Puff shrooms were disposable. Damaged ones could be discarded or patched with mycelium. But a human couldn't just be patched with fungus, could they? Call other adventurers? He didn't even know where this was. And if found, conflict was inevitable. Then Linden remembered fusion parasite. His gaze fell on the parasitic tree corpses soaking in the swamp. Yes, maybe this could work. His puff shrooms dragged the unconscious Dylan, and the tree remains back into the treasure room. Linden accelerated decomposition with his mycelium. It cost more mana than it returned, hugely wasteful. But he obtained what he needed. 7 sins of greed. Triggered. Skill plundered. Fusion parasite LV.1. His true body spread spores into Dylan's wound. Mycelium, reinforced with mana, fused with flesh, closing the mortal injury, even restoring some of his life force. So in the end, he did patch a human with fungus. Sensing this strange, neither human nor mushroom entity within his mycelial web, Linden couldn't help but feel uneasy. Had the purity of his organism just gone down? The forest was pitch black. Dylan clutched a torch, shouting hoarsely, "Bella! Bella, where are you? Answer Papa!" "Dad! Dad!" A faint voice. Dylan pushed through the brush, finding his daughter slumped against a tree, blood soaking her body. "Bella, you're hurt so badly. Don't be afraid. Pop is here. Pop is here." Tears streamed as he embraced his weakened child. "Papa, I'm here, sweetheart. Take your time." "Papa." Bella wrapped her arms around his neck, scarlet eyes opening wide. "I'm so hungry." Her fangs sank into his throat. Blood spurted. Through dimming sight, Dylan saw her weeping as she swallowed his flesh. Dylan jolted awake, gasping for breath. A dream. Just a dream. Where was he? He looked up at a puff shroom, waddling away with clear distaste. A monster, a mutated puff shroom. Memory returned. The parasitic trees, his desperate flight. Now he saw their corpses sprawled across the floor, sprouting mushrooms. Not just the 5 that had chased him. Far more. Could these puff shrooms have killed them? It seemed impossible. Even mutated puff shrooms shouldn't manage that. Yet his blurred memory before collapse, and this carnage, pointed to one truth. This was the hidden chamber. He saw the open stone chest. So it had been a treasure room. And these puff shrooms, likely its guardians. Yet they showed no hostility. Stranger still, he felt comfortable around them, as if it was natural. So strange. Right, his wound. Dylan touched his abdomen. The mortal gash was gone, but in its place, fungal mycelium sealing the flesh. From it, a tiny mushroom sprouted. His heart lurched. He had seen this before, on people parasitized by the trees. No wonder the puff shrooms ignored him. No wonder he felt kinship. He had been parasitized, but his mind remained clear, not shackled like the tree's victims. So, before total control took him, he still had time. His eyes turned to the corpses. Seeds still clung to their husks. A bold thought rose. His life didn't matter, nor whether he would be consumed. He just needed money to save Bella. If he ran out of time, he would entrust Fatty to save her in his stead. But first, he needed to return to the surface with these seeds. He crawled to a carcass, plucked a seed, stuffed it into his shirt. The puff shrooms didn't react. Relieved, he harvested them all. Enough. This haul would be worth plenty. Clutching the seeds, he turned back at the door. The puff shrooms hadn't moved. So strange. From start to finish, Linden had never spoken a word to him, even though Dylan was now woven into his fungal web. Saving him was principle. Trust was not. Dylan was indeed parasitized, teetering at the brink. With a thought, Linden could erase his mind entirely, make him a puppet. But that contradicted why he had saved him. So he let it go. He'd saved his life, given him seeds. Their debts were even. What followed was not his concern. Still, if Dylan had risked everything for these seeds, maybe they had value. Should he stockpile some himself? They might be useful later. Decomposed, they barely yielded scraps of mana. But who knew? During Dylan's coma, Linden had taken puff shrooms on a hunt. By comparing levels, he confirmed this was the 5th floor. That teleport maze was absurd, dumping him from the 8th floor straight here. Did some lead even deeper to the 10th or beyond? Best not to think about it. He quietly marked the 8th floor as extreme danger. Now the priority was choosing a new mushroom garden. The treasure room's mana pool was gone. Without it, the place had little value. And dungeons didn't like loopholes. If he lingered, some mechanism might trigger, and then he'd be trapped. As for rushing all the way out to sunlight, he wanted to, but dared not. The sole exit would be crawling with humans, maybe strong ones. He wouldn't risk dying on the cusp of dawn. Better to be patient. Now that hope was in sight, he could endure. The swamp here was promising. Crossed swords, adventurers avoided its treacherous ground. Even if they entered, they moved slowly. Mushroom puffshrooms, being shell-less, moved through it like solid earth. New Moon, he could bury his true body deep beneath the mire, hidden safely. The only issue, the locals. He had underestimated the trees at first. But outside, he'd fought hard. They fought in packs, shamelessly swarming. Worse, they wielded the skills of their hosts. He had nearly lost puffshrooms to a tree parasitizing a level 36 mage. One mistake, and he paid dearly. He hadn't expected such powerful hosts to fall here. What if a tree had parasitized someone in the 50s? No, surely not, right? But most importantly, their loot was poor. Trees themselves only had basic skills: fusion parasite, bind, tenacity, and resistances. The host's diverse spells couldn't be plundered. Their bodies yielded almost no mana, drained dry. The risk to reward was abysmal. But if it was for territory, then maybe worthwhile. Yes, he would claim this swamp. Once he bred puffshrooms suited for the mire, the conquest would begin. Morning sunlight filtered through the wisteria curtains, laying golden fragments across the oak floor. Curled on her velvet cushion, the young girl still slept peacefully. So warm. 3 crisp knocks pulled her from her dream. "Good day, miss," came Butler Eric's voice from outside. "Your new magic tutor should arrive shortly. Please be prepared." Since Inanna had been found, Eric had been assigned by the Duke to serve her exclusively, arranging her daily life, ensuring her safety. As for the Duke himself, he was trapped on the border, unable to return due to the Hermit Empire's constant skirmishes. "Uncle Eric, I know. I'll be there soon." When his footsteps faded, Inanna stretched and rose from bed to dress herself. Traditionally, maid would tend to her grooming, but since her return, she refused, doing everything herself. Everyone assumed it was because, after betrayal, she had grown cautious. The whole estate sympathized with her ordeal, but that wasn't the truth. Her hand slid through her pink hair to the back of her head, where a very, very tiny mushroom cap, the same color as her hair, grew. She had told no one, not of her experiences in the dungeon, nor of this little mushroom. The first was because of Lin Jun's warning. The second, she wasn't sure. Maybe because if she told, they would surely try to scrape it away. And she didn't want it gone. After fixing her hair, she stood by the window, basking in sunlight. The weather's so nice. I wonder what Lin Jun is doing now. Did he manage to hunt a groundworm after I left? Ha ha. Yes, blast them. Blow those disgusting things to pieces. On the 5th floor swamps, a war raged between puffshrooms and parasitic trees. Over 100 light puffshrooms, built without shells but equipped with evasion LV.7, clashed fiercely with the tree swarms. Days of fighting had left Lin Jun simmering with frustration. The problem, profit. Fusion parasite sounded good, able to infest any blood-bearing humanoid. Among the enemy were several hosting gnolls, the easiest to kill. But the skill itself? Utterly disappointing. At LV.1 or LV.10, it barely changed. You could only infest dying creatures. Higher levels just meant not quite so dying. Pointless. His prey were always under his control anyway. He could set their HP however he wanted. So leveling the skill was useless. Bind was the same. A crude trick of mycelium tendrils. He preferred elegant mushroom cannon bombardments, not caveman grappling. Tenacity at least toughened mycelium, granting puffshrooms a bit more defense and sturdier tendrils. Useful, but not much. And the cost? Huge. Several times, he'd run into high-level parasitized hosts, each battle bleeding his forces. By now, the trees were cockroaches in his eyes, disgusting, but unavoidable. If he wanted the swamp, he had to crush them. And this swamp? Oh, it was perfect for mushrooms. Moist, warm, and saturated with mana. Almost as if built for a mushroom garden. Just needed clearing. Today's battle would secure half the swamp. Progress was good. Watching trees explode under mushroom cannon fire, Lin Jun's hidden true body quivered in satisfaction. The trees began to falter, just as he thought it over. A figure burst out, spinning madly. Its whipping roots shredded two fellow trees instantly. Blade Storm LV.8. The host was level 45. Seriously? You're a gold rank adventurer, and you still died on the 5th floor? How embarrassing. Usually melee skills lost much of their power when warped through a tree. But Blade Storm was different. Like a tornado, it tore through puff shrooms, reducing them to clouds of mycelium. Mushroom cannon fire was deflected by the high-speed roots, barely scratching it. And then, mana rippled. Two water elementals, filthy with swamp muck, rose from the mire, summoning magic. Only the second time he'd seen it. The first was the flame demon's golems, powerful looking, but ultimately useless. The summoner hid in the tree ranks. No telling which one. Damn it. The elementals were only level 35. But their water jets swept away swathes of puff shrooms. Worse, they could be resummoned endlessly. Would he have to bleed puff shrooms just to drain the caster's mana? Two elite foes at once. The trees counterattacked with renewed fury. TCH. Retreat. A few puff shrooms harried the elementals and the Blade Storm tree, baiting them to chase wide. The rest fell back at full speed. The trees, not clever creatures, eventually stopped pursuit after destroying the bait. When Linden tallied his losses, his heart sank. Over 100 puff shrooms deployed. Barely 40 returned. Half of those losses were in the last ambush. Worst of all, no tree corpses to harvest. No replenishment. The next offensive would have to wait. Damn these trees. Still hiding trump cards. But fine. Exposed tricks were no longer dangerous. He would prepare counters. Still a problem. Evasion let puff shrooms dodge single strikes easily. But against wide-area attacks like Blade Storm or water surges, they were helpless. Short legs couldn't outrun it. They were caught and shredded. If only he had a speed boost skill, something like the wolves on the 10th floor, the simplest, most effective haste. His own rolling charge didn't count. Too clumsy, needed setup, and couldn't use skills mid-roll. Perhaps this floor held a good acceleration skill. While rebuilding his puff shroom stock, he would search. Linden had said he wanted to find a proper acceleration skill on this floor. But for that, he needed monsters that reliably provided fixed skills. That was why he dispatched scout puff shrooms to investigate the Knoll Forest. He hadn't expected to run into this first. A dead human. More accurately, a freshly dead one. The blood hadn't even clotted yet. Though Linden couldn't see corpses' status panels, the robes made it obvious. A mage. The man had staggered from the forest, leaving a long trail of blood, only to collapse here, breathless, drained of life. Human adventurers usually moved in parties. Either he'd been separated, or his team had been wiped out. Such was the life of low-level adventurers, heads tied to their belts, gambling everything for survival. According to Inanna, this world did have resurrection, but Linden considered it little more than necromancy. First you had to repair the body to perfection. Then you'd burn through resources so costly they could bankrupt a nation. Finally, through ritual, you'd summon the hero's soul back into the vessel. In practice? Impossible. Nobody organized such a thing. Nobody had succeeded in over 100 years. To commoners, it was legend. Only someone like Inanna, backed by a duke, would even know details. Meaning, death here was true death. Unlike games or anime in his past life. He searched the unlucky mage's bag. A small metal plate etched with his portrait and details. An ID? A notebook, filled with scribbles Linden couldn't read. A half-full vial of yellow potion. A few coins, some gathered plants. His staff lay nearby, socketed with a C-grade magic crystal. Probably his most valuable possession. The mage's robe might once have been fine, but it was half-burned, the rest in tatters. Worthless. Rustling. Gnolls emerged from the trees, hunched and armed with bows or sword and shield. One shield in particular gleamed, well-kept, stained with fresh blood. Clearly looted from the mage's companions. So they had let this man stagger away, bleeding, until he fell. Cruel and clever. The gnolls spotted the scout puff shroom by the body. They snickered. The one with the shield swaggered forward, reaching with bloodied claws. only to lose the entire paw in a blink. Giant. The howl ended with a mushroom shell bursting its skull. The others froze, weapons raised, scanning. 7 strange puff shrooms were advancing. The gnolls ducked behind trees, loosing arrows. Linden had already sent reinforcements as soon as he found the body. He hadn't planned a fight, but this worked. Time to test the new puff shrooms. 2 rolled into balls, barreling into the forest. Self-destruct LV.3. The explosion hurled 2 gnolls out, limbs shattered. The last one fled in terror, dropping its weapon. Linden didn't bother chasing. The new puff shrooms had done well. Self-destruct was always a suicide skill, but even at LV.3, its power was excellent. Better still, it now synced with rolling charge. Previously, self-detonation required manually overloading a magic crystal, not feasible mid-charge. Now it was smooth, seamless. The 2 injured gnolls whimpered on the ground, crawling, keening. Begging? Pathetic. Even if they lived, their tribe would abandon or devour them. Linden wasn't cruel, but he wasn't sentimental either. He gave them mercy, swift deaths. The puff shrooms gathered the corpses and loot, hauling everything back to the swamp. System notification. 7 deadly sins, greed triggered. Skill plundered. Precision LV.4, LV.5. Skill plundered. Archery mastery LV.1. Skill plundered. Wind magic LV.1. Skill plundered. Human common tongue LV.1. The first 2 came from a gnolls. The latter 2 from a mage. No acceleration skill, but gains nonetheless. Archery was useless to him. Precision, though excellent. Perfect with mushroom cannons. Wind magic looked promising, but he lacked mana control, without which spells were impossible to shape. It would have to wait. But the real surprise, language. So languages could be acquired as skills? He had never seen human common tongue on adventurers' panels before. Inanna, though, had displayed ancient Elvish LV.2. Perhaps mother tongues didn't show. Gnolls clearly communicated, but yielded no language skills. Was their speech incomplete? Or had he simply missed the draw? In any case, he should now be able to read human writing. He flipped open the notebook and felt illiterate. A wall of text. He recognized maybe 2 or 3 characters. Seriously? So at LV.1 it was useless. Would he need LV.10 to be fully literate? At present, his highest skill was only LV.7. No helping it. It was still an unexpected windfall. He'd keep hunting. Maybe one day he'd max out literacy by scavenging corpses. His real goal, finding acceleration, remained unfinished. Tomorrow, he'd scout the forest's far side. Recently, the adventurers of Yaffing Town discovered that the monster activity on the 5th floor of the Amethyst Dungeon had drastically decreased. The Gnoll tribe had retreated deep into the forest and no longer went out to hunt. The poison mist lake no longer showed any sign of the jade-eyed frogs. Even the wandering corrosive slimes had become much fewer. Only the crystallized bat swarms and the rock lizard tribes in the western caverns still behaved normally. As for the cause of this anomaly, opinions varied widely. Some said that during one mission they detected violent mana fluctuations in the swamp area from afar, claiming it must have been the parasitic trees going berserk and scaring away all the nearby monsters. Others guessed it was a precursor to a monster tide, but since the Adventurers Guild specialized in that matter and had not issued any warning, few believed it. The most laughable claim came from that drunkard Nick, who swore he saw with his own eyes an entire group of Pudges slaughtering the jade-eyed frogs by the pondful. That statement made everyone burst out laughing. They were sure Nick had been too drunk to stay sober even inside the dungeon, mixing up his liquor-soaked dreams with reality. Who didn't know that Pudges were at the very bottom of the food chain, even on the 1st floor? How could they possibly massacre jade-eyed frogs on the 5th? Compared to Nick's story, the monster tide theory sounded almost reliable. At the same time, the lone Gnoll assassins and the nearly extinct jade-eyed frogs all had one culprit behind their downfall. The true instigator of the 5th floor's upheaval, Linden, who once again launched a territorial war against the parasitic trees. His recent defensive withdrawal had allowed most of the swamp area, to fall back under the control of the parasitic trees. But in the short term, that did not increase their numbers. Instead, their forces became spread out due to the expanded territory. Meanwhile, Linden had been hunting relentlessly, accumulating large amounts of mana and breeding over 100 more pudges. Now, the counterattack had arrived. With more than 200 pudges, the outer parasitic trees were reduced to ashes at first contact. The front line was easily pushed back to the battlefield of their previous clash. And just like before, the parasitic trees' twin champions of magic and combat appeared. Once again, two filthy water elementals. Linden immediately dispatched 40 pudges in waves of attacks, managing to suppress the water elementals for a time. On the other side, the blade storm whirled toward the pudgy ranks. If it broke through, Linden would suffer heavy losses. But he wasn't about to fall into the same trap twice. The pudges turned and compressed their bodies into tight lumps, and then they bounced into the air. Assault Launch LV-4. Thanks to the frog's contribution of a movement skill, the pudges shot off in all directions. Only one, which had leapt too close, was shredded midair by the blade storm. That wasn't all. The prearranged, exploding pudges rolled out of the formation one after another, hurling themselves at the parasitic trees and detonating. Though each explosion was blocked by whipping roots before reaching the trunk. Even so, after 20 consecutive blasts, the parasitic tree's vitality was nearly depleted. In truth, such damage was far from enough to kill a level 45 warrior class adventurer. But this parasitic tree's main body was only level 24. It could not withstand such chain explosions. Now only the summoner-type parasitic tree remained. Large numbers of pudges bypassed the suppressed water elementals and surged at the other trees in the rear. When another seemingly ordinary parasitic tree was blasted in half, the two water elementals immediately collapsed and melted back into the swamp. The most troublesome trees had been destroyed. What followed was nothing more than dull sweeping. The pudges still suffered scattered casualties from the odd skills that appeared, but nothing that could affect the outcome. The parasitic trees, which struck fear into low-tier adventurers, posed little threat to Linden. Human adventurers had to avoid them because they operated in small teams against endlessly spawning parasitic trees, which gave them slim chances of victory. But Linden was fighting a war, commanding a unified pudgy army unafraid of sacrifice against a mob of disorganized monsters. No matter how many tricks the parasitic trees had, unless an overwhelming power appeared, everything else was just flashy but useless. With the battle nearly secured, Linden turned most of his attention toward planning his new mushroom garden. Unlike the enclosed, deep-floor mushroom groves, the swamp lay at the very center of the 5th floor. It was only because of its impassable terrain and the terrifying parasitic trees that adventurers chose to detour around it. Now that the trees had been cleared and the danger reduced, some might begin to travel straight through. Linden could not allow his lair to become a public highway. Whether by force or some form of communication, he had to find a way to ensure adventurers continued to avoid the area. Moreover, his new mushroom garden would not be limited to the swamp. That area was only the core. His ultimate plan was to include the entire 5th floor. The poison mist lake could serve as a breeding ground, though he had not yet decided what to raise there. There were many options. As for the caverns, they were originally a mine. Now adventurers were extracting resources there, making it the most human-populated region on this floor. That was why Linden had avoided hunting in that direction. The ore produced was still the dungeon's specialty, violet mana crystals. Their average quality was far inferior to those in the deeper levels. Even C-rank crystals were rare. But since this mine lay in his backyard, eventually he would need to bring it under fungal control. Forcibly seizing it would be easy, but he did not want to show overt hostility toward humans. It wasn't out of human identity, but for practical reasons. When lacking absolute power, one should appear friendly. Though he seemed invincible on this floor, able to annihilate ordinary adventurers with ease, compared to humanity as a whole, he was still far too weak. Since interaction with humans was inevitable in the future, he had to start on good terms. Even tacit agreements or unspoken rules would be worthwhile. The problem was his human common language skill was only level 1. He could not communicate directly. He couldn't very well slaughter countless adventurers, raise the language to level 10, and then approach saying, "Now let us live in peace." This issue was crucial, and Lin Jun had to plan carefully. As for the gnolls in the forest, he just happened to have a parasitic fusion subject on hand that he had not yet studied in detail. They could serve as test cases. Everything was for one goal: to make the mushroom garden great again. Dark clouds surged overhead. The storm turned the road into a muddy mess, each hoof step splashing filth. In such weather, horses were highly prone to slipping. Yet the rider did not slow in the slightest, clutching the reins in one hand and tightly guarding a package at his chest with the other as he galloped on. The gale whipped the reins sideways, tearing away his hood, revealing Dylan's half-face disfigured with crawling mycelium. 90 whole gold coins. That was the income Dylan got after selling off all the parasitic tree seeds he had brought out, and that was even at a low price bundled together for quick sale. He could still recall the glint in that goateed merchant's eyes when he deliberately drove the price down. If Dylan had taken more time, he might have doubled the profit without much trouble. But time was exactly what he lacked. This was the largest sum of money he had ever held in his life, and he spent it without a moment's hesitation. After buying a reversal potion at a markup of 55 gold, Dylan rode without pause toward Finlad, a border village where all the original residents had been relocated, converted into a treatment site for the wounded. Bella had been sent there after being struck with blood poison. She was kept in the village church along with other victims, their transformation suppressed each day by priests using holy light. But even then, the treatment could only hold out for 3 months at most. By the time Dylan received the news, a month had already passed. Now the deadline was near, and Dylan dared not waste a single moment. Perhaps due to his parasitism, Dylan had found he needed less and less sleep lately. That should be considered a blessing, giving him more time to travel. And thanks to the gold, he could constantly change horses along the way, riding day and night without pause. Although he had run into danger more than once, in the end he reached the border earlier than expected. On the narrow path, Dylan dismounted before reaching the village. There was still some distance left, and he dare not ride straight and openly. With half his face crawling with mycelium, he would never pass inspection. He had to slip in quietly if he wanted to see his daughter. He loosened the reins and smacked the horse's flank, watching it gallop off into the distance. Never had he imagined he would one day live so extravagantly. The sun had already set. He could use the cover of night to sneak inside. Clutching the package with the potion tightly to his chest, the closer he drew to the village, the more tense Dylan felt. 3 months were nearly up. Had Bella really lasted this long? Would the reversal potion he carried even work? Or what if? "Bella, you must be all right." Suddenly, Dylan wrinkled his brow and sniffed hard. Somewhere in the air drifted a charred, bloody stench. He froze for a heartbeat, then sprinted up the slope, only to see the entire village of Finlad engulfed in flames. Silhouettes flickered in the leaping firelight. Amid the clash of metal, screams and cries echoed faintly. What was this? Vampires? No, this was a raid. An army had struck, and such a small outpost had no hope of resisting. "Bella." Dylan's eyes locked on the direction of the church. Thankfully, it was not yet ablaze, but danger loomed every moment. He had to reach Bella quickly. The instant he stepped into the village, it was as if he had entered hell. Thick smoke churned through the night sky, glowing with embers. Blood clung sticky to his boots. Thatched roofs collapsed in flames on either side. Suddenly, 3 routed soldiers burst out from a house, faces blackened by smoke, terror etched in every line. They brushed past Dylan, fleeing for the village outskirts. Moments later, a terrified scream cut through the air. Turning back, Dylan saw one of the men fall, chest torn open, twitching in his final moments. The other 2 had vanished. Beside him crouched a figure, something almost human but not, gnawing like a beast on still-living flesh. Blood feeder, The creature seemed absorbed in its meal for now, not noticing Dylan. He had no wish to linger. Turning to leave, he found another standing in his path. A female-shaped blood feeder stared at him with crimson eyes full of ravenous hunger. Her skin bristled with hard protrusions, making her look even less human than Dylan himself. This one clearly wouldn't let him pass. Dylan drew the long sword at his waist. It was forged from fine steel, even better quality than the blade he had lost in the dungeon. Yet he could not be sure it would be enough against this blood feeder. The creature bent its knees and lunged. So fast. Parry LV4. Dylan barely managed to raise his blade across his chest. When claws clashed with steel, sparks flew, and a violent force hurled him meters back. He slammed hard into a wall, coughing up blood laced with threads of fungus. Strong, one blow was enough to tell him her attributes far outstripped his own, even at his peak. A blood feeder's strength was directly tied to the strength of the one transformed. Dylan cursed inwardly. What the hell were the border forces doing, letting so many strong warriors fall to blood poison? The creature gave him no time to recover, striking again at his throat. In desperation, Dylan pulled a scroll from his gear and cast it at the monster. Blindness. Grah. He had expected danger here on the border. Of course he had prepared. The scroll, worth 5 gold, clouded her sight for now. But instead of retreating, the blood feeder grew even more feral, attacking wildly by instinct. The claws that had aimed for his throat pierced Dylan's left arm, pinning him to the wall with brute force. A bloodthirsty grin spread across her face. The other claw lashed out at his torso. It gouged the wall with deep scars, but struck nothing. Die! Dylan's roar came from behind her, his strike fueled with everything he had left. Fury LV3. Whirlwind /LV5. The fine steel blade bit into her hardened neck, cutting 2/3 through before the blood feeder's claws caught the blade. She could not comprehend it. How had he ended up behind her? She had just pinned him to the wall. She tried to shove the sword aside, but blood poured from her torn throat. Her strength drained with each heartbeat. Dying. With a final roar, Dylan severed her head and hand in one stroke. Panting heavily, bloodied head to toe, he kicked the corpse away in rage. He stooped to retrieve his own torn-off arm. Binding it crudely with bandages, he felt the writhing of mycelium slowly knitting it back together. He was growing more and more used to this warped body, though he wondered uneasily how much of his flesh would fuse with fungus this time. How much of him was still human? Behind him, the first blood feeder paid no mind to her companion's death, still feasting eagerly on half a corpse. Dylan silently thanked the soldier for his sacrifice. Facing another blood feeder right now would finish him. He downed a full vial of mana potion, feeding the fungus within to heal his internal injuries. Dragging his battered body, he staggered toward the church. Was it just his imagination, or had the sounds of battle grown quieter? Was the fight nearly over? He only prayed the blood feeders had not won. More than that, he prayed he would not see his daughter already turned. If Bella truly had transformed, Dylan tightened his grip on the sword. Then he would free her himself. The Church of Finlad. Since the villagers had been relocated, the church had been repurposed as a place to house the wounded. Those afflicted with blood poison were confined separately, restrained within partitioned rooms. The priests had not abandoned them. They had instead notified their families, hoping that perhaps 1 or 2 might be saved. But today, the stench of blood within the church was several times stronger than usual. The wounded were being carried in endlessly, most of them gravely injured. Ugh, let me go. Without constant suppression by holy light, the blood poison patients were growing ever more frenzied. Apprentice priest Malvin struggled to pin one thrashing man down, while his companion tied the ropes tight. This won't do. They need holy light to suppress them. Where's Priest Glannon? His companion glanced nervously at the other howling patients and shook his head. He's still outside, treating the wounded. 2 more critical cases just arrived. I doubt he has the strength left to deal with them as well. I'll go ask him. Malvin stepped outside. Sure enough, he saw the priest forcing a soldier's intestines back into place with one hand while channeling healing magic with the other. When the soldier finally stabilized, Malvin hurried forward. Priest Glannon, the blood-poison victims must be suppressed with holy light. Otherwise, they won't hold out much longer. Glannon turned, and Malvin immediately noticed the dullness in his eyes, exhaustion etched across his face. The signs of mana overdraw. Malvin realized the truth. There was no holy light left. Sure enough, Glannon said, with deep reluctance. Malvin, take a sword inside. Give release to those beyond saving. I cannot abandon the ones I can clearly heal just to cling to faint hope for the poisoned. I will bear whatever comes of this decision. Understood. Taking a fallen soldier's sword from the wall, Malvin returned to the partition. Several more had already slipped into madness. His companion saw the blade in Malvin's hand, understood immediately, and quietly left the room, unable to watch. Approaching the man, struggling most violently, Malvin drew a long breath. He knew this one, a patrol captain poisoned after unknowingly drinking from a tampered stream. I'm sorry. May Ixion, Lord of Light, receive your soul. The sword pierced his throat, ending the man's torment. Malvin sighed heavily, moving to the next. This one was a young female adventurer, said to have been bitten during a commission. Half her eyes were already blood red, a sign of complete transformation and the most agonizing stage. Yet she bit her lips and made no sound, enduring with only low groans. Malvin could not help but feel admiration. But it was such a pity. The woman smelled the blood on his blade. She did not resist. She only closed her eyes, trembling slightly, resigned to her wretched end. May Ixion, Lord of Light, receive your soul. Bang! The door burst open. Malvin froze mid-strike, sword halted above her. A cloaked figure rushed in, charging at the woman like a madman, bowling Malvin to the ground. What are you doing? I'm helping them. Malvin thought the man had misunderstood, clutching his side as he tried to shoo him away. But then he saw what the intruder held, and his eyes widened. A reversal potion. The cloaked figure, of course, was Dylan. He paid no attention to Malvin's words, only staring in anguish at his daughter's suffering. With his good right hand, he carefully tipped the potion to her lips. Father, Bella, don't be afraid. Papa's here. This potion will save you. You'll be fine. Bella could hardly believe her father would appear at such a moment, yet she obediently drank. The potion burned through her body, stabbing pain spreading everywhere. Ah! The agony made her scream before she finally collapsed unconscious. What's happening? Is the potion faulty? What do I do now? Panic seized Dylan. If this one hope was false, then he would return and slaughter that goateed merchant's entire family. Seeing this, Malvin quickly explained, Don't panic. That's normal. The reversal potion forces the changed flesh to revert, so it drags them back through the pain. It's better she passed out. When she wakes, she'll be fine. Oh, really? Dylan seized Malvin's hand in desperation, his grip so strong the apprentice priest grimaced in pain. Really? Now let go. Realizing his outburst, Dylan quickly released him, muttering an awkward apology. It's all right. I understand. Malvin picked up his sword again and turned to another patient on the verge of change, resuming his grim duty. Not everyone had the fortune to be saved. Bella lay frowning, even in her sleep still racked by pain. Dylan stroked her face, tears glistening in his eyes. At last, he had saved his daughter. Outside, the sounds of battle had dwindled. The blood feeders had been few, relying only on surprise. The commander here must have had some skill. Dylan had seen him rallying soldiers before the church, forming squads to fight back. Dylan himself had smeared blood across his face to hide the mycelium, which was the only reason he had been allowed inside. Order would return here soon enough. Fortunate girl, you must be very close for him to charge into the village like this. Having slain the rest of the frenzied patients, Malvin sought conversation to ease his own shaken heart. But Dylan stiffened, suddenly remembering something. In a rush, he stood and bolted from the church. Malvin blinked, baffled. He didn't want to chat, sure, but did he need to run away? Dylan scanned the surroundings outside. With no sign of blood feeders and the church safe, he slipped away from the village before the soldiers had fully restored order. It wasn't that he didn't want to be there when Bella awoke. He was afraid. Flexing the fingers of his restored left arm, the fusion of flesh and mycelium reminded him of what he had become. He wasn't afraid of Bella rejecting him. Quite the opposite. As that apprentice priest had said, their bond was deep. So deep that even if Bella knew her father had turned into this, she would stand by him without hesitation. And that was exactly what he feared. His mutation being discovered was only a matter of time. When that happened, whether he faced judgment or execution remained unknown. But Bella, gifted, with a bright future ahead, he could not let her destroy it for his sake. He had to stay away from her. But where could he go now? For a moment, Dylan even thought perhaps the best choice was to end himself. But people always cling to life. For his daughter, he had risked everything. Now that she was safe, he found he could not throw away his own life so easily. If possible, he still wanted to hide somewhere, occasionally learning news of Bella, just to know if she was well. After much thought, Dylan decided to head to one place. Somewhere, somehow, he felt he might find a way to live. Unlike the desperate ride on his way out, Dylan's return journey took more than a month. He kept his face wrapped tightly in bandages, like a mummy. He avoided towns as much as possible, resupplying only at way stations or small villages. When he finally returned to Yafing Town, he didn't linger. He bought supplies quickly, then entered the dungeon alone. He didn't bother gathering tavern gossip. The dungeon had been the same for ages. What could have changed in just 2 months? He traveled through paths with little value, and therefore few monsters, safer routes. He wasn't here for money this time. He wanted to see that swamp again. He wasn't sure what he expected. Every time he thought about hiding away somewhere, the image of that treasure room scene would surface in his mind. He had considered it might be some kind of parasitic mental suggestion that going back would mean being devoured. But in the end, he chose to see for himself. If it killed him, then so be it. Walking along the massive stone corridor between the 4th and 5th floors, his heels struck the steps, echoes bouncing between the walls. But the footsteps weren't his alone. A party of adventurers appeared below. When they passed each other, both sides gripped their weapons tightly. Trust no one in the dungeon. Such caution was necessary. Friend, wait a moment. Dylan turned. The speaker was a young man in leather armor, a curved blade at his waist. Despite being under 20, he was climbing up from the 5th floor, clearly a talent others could only envy. What is it? As he spoke, Dylan took a couple steps further down, widening the gap. The youth noticed, but only said with genuine concern, I don't know if you've heard, but there's been some strange change on the 5th floor. Nobody knows exactly what's going on. Best not to take the risk. Strange change? The parasitic trees went berserk. No, not that. It's the Pudges. A whole swarm of mutated Pudges has taken over most of the floor. No one understands their habits yet, but there are already rumors of people dying to them. We try to bypass them to reach the caverns, but every path we found was blocked by Pudges. So we came back. The youth really did sound sincere. Dylan nodded slightly. Thanks. Then he continued downward. He had come precisely to find the Pudges. TCH, what a shady weirdo. Vera, you waste your breath. He doesn't believe you. Dylan hadn't gone far when the female archer in the youth team mocked him bitterly. All right, enough. That's normal. Let's move. We still need to check the other passage. Their voices faded into the distance. Dylan couldn't help but like that helpful young man. Of course, his goodwill probably wouldn't amount to much. As for the woman's sneer, Dylan was long past the age of caring about such things. There were 3 connected passages between the 4th and 5th floors. The one he had taken led near the poison mist lake. He downed an antidote potion early, but when he arrived, he froze. The lake was still there, but where was the poison? Before, thick green fog had shrouded the entire lake, toxic and blinding. Now, he could see clear across the water. At the distant shore, a few Pudges were wandering. As the youth said, they blocked the path toward the caverns. The poison fog had been created by the jade-eyed frogs, who constantly spewed it until it covered the entire lake. And yet now, with such visibility, not a single jade-eyed frog was in sight. Only a few stray, corrosive slimes and water sprites lingered. What on earth had happened here? He pressed on uneasily. Fortunately, the Pudgis behaved as before, ignoring him as he passed. Dylan sighed with relief. He crossed the now-clear poison mist lake and headed toward the swamp's edge. His plan was to skirt past the parasitic trees and sneak into the treasure room to see its condition. But once there, he was met with yet another shock. The treasure room was gone. Not sealed. Gone. The stone gate and the chamber itself had simply vanished. Dylan was certain he hadn't mistaken the place. Just as he stood there, bewildered, a voice rang in his head. "What? You want to touch the treasure chest or something?" Lately, Linden had been troubled. Not by the mushroom garden's development. Everything on the 5th floor was going according to plan. The gnolls of the forest had already been turned into mushroom gnolls, puppets who obeyed his commands, just like Pudgis. But Linden wasn't satisfied. Their combat strength wasn't high, they consumed too much energy, and they needed meat. In terms of cost-effectiveness, they couldn't compare to Pudgis at all. He kept them around only to study the skill, fusion parasitism. Now that his research was nearly complete, Linden was considering whether to throw them in a battle as expendables or simply bury them as fertilizer. What really troubled him was his strained relationship with humans. Adventurers now either avoided Pudgis or attacked them on sight. And Linden wasn't the type to just take it without fighting back. And all of it had started thanks to one dumb party of adventurers. 3 bronze-ranked adventurers above level 25 had brought along a novice girl, mage barely level 16, to explore the 5th floor. And of course, they just had to pass through the swamp, his own bedroom, essentially. Naturally, Linden refused. He sent Pudgis to block their path, even fired one artillery shot as a warning. The 3 veterans understood, but the rookie mage didn't. She decided to strike first. After a long chant, she flung a lightning claw spell at a nearby, exploding Pudgy. Linden truly didn't understand. Why would a mage fight in melee range? But if someone wanted to die, Linden was always happy to oblige. In a dazzling explosion, the young beauty was hurled 5 meters into the air. By the time she hit the ground, she was nothing but pulp. Linden had been ready to let things end there. He hadn't planned to hold them accountable for trespassing or for killing an innocent, exploding Pudgy. But then one of the remaining adventurers, tears streaming down his face, charged at the Pudgis in a rage. Another hesitated, then followed. The result was obvious, pulp +2. When the Pudgis turned to the last man, he immediately tore open a scroll and vanished. A teleportation scroll? So such things really existed. Heaven knew Linden hadn't intended to kill them all. He had always been acting in self-defense. But judging by how adventurers reacted afterward, this was one stain he couldn't wash off. He had no idea how it would develop. Would it turn into all-out war? Or should he abandon the swamp outskirts, lower his presence, and wait for the storm to pass? But when he noticed Dylan, half man, half mushroom, returning to the 5th floor, he suddenly had an idea. Inside a tent stitched from various monster hides, Dylan sat upon a wild boar pelt. This was the Knoll Forest camp. Several Pudgis had escorted him here. The tent held little besides a few crooked racks made of bone and wood. Among them, Dylan even noticed a human skull. He sat uneasily. Returning to the dungeon had been partly a reckless decision, but he had never imagined it would lead to this. The Pudgis were being controlled by some mysterious will. No wonder they had exterminated parasitic trees and jade-eyed frogs far beyond the needs of survival. And now, that mysterious will had found him. What worried him even more was, the flap of the tent lifted. A knoll covered in gray-white mushrooms staggered inside. It set down a roasted pig's trotter beside him, then shuffled back out. The tent brushed against its shoulder on the way out, knocking loose a mushroom. Dylan's throat tightened. Was this the fate of the parasitized? Would he eventually become like that too? He didn't know, but he was beginning to regret his casual choice to return here. Eat. Don't be shy. The voice returned. Dylan could only pick up the char-trotter and bite down. So burnt, so foul. On the other end, Lin Jun hadn't intended to frighten him. It was just that Dylan, being human, couldn't live in the poison mist lake or the swamp. But the knoll forest already had ready-made tents. Why waste them when the knolls wouldn't be needing them anymore? As for the trotter, watching Dylan wolf it down, Lin Jun actually thought to himself that maybe he wasn't such a bad cook. After all, wasn't good food just roasting with a little salt? When Dylan finished, he hesitated, then pulled a vial of mana potion from his coat. For the past 2 weeks, he had realized ordinary food could no longer fully sustain him. Each day, he needed a sip of mana potion to ease his hunger. He guessed the mycelium in his body demanded it. In truth, you don't need to waste potion. Dylan paused with the cork halfway pulled. Then what should I do? The tent flap opened again. The mushroom knoll beckoned him. Dylan corked the vial, tucked it away, and followed. They walked to the edge of the forest, where dozens of mushroom knolls were felling trees. At the clearing's edge lay many hollowed-out trunks, looking disturbingly like coffins. Inside, dense mycelium spread, making Dylan's scalp prickle. Lie down. Try it. This is forget it, I'll lie. It was grotesque enough to make him nervous, but then again, his life wasn't in his own hands anyway. With the air of a condemned man, Dylan lay down resolutely. Instantly, tendrils of mycelium stretched toward him, linking with the ones already in his body. Though it was only a hollow log, Dylan felt as if he were sinking into a velvet bed. Even more precious was the sense of fullness, of peace. The taut string of anxiety that had plagued him for months suddenly slackened. Rest easy. Let's just chat a bit while you're here. The voice drifted as if from far away. Dylan felt no trace of wariness. All right, let's talk. Dylan, tell me your story. I'm curious. Why did you return here? Was it for more parasitic tree seeds? It wasn't for seeds. I came for. Dylan mumbled as if confiding to an old friend, spilling everything, his past, his thoughts, without reserve. Lin Jun couldn't help but sigh. Mixing a few hallucinogenic spores into the nutrient flow was truly effective. He already had the advantage with fusion parasitism, and through the spore network, he could sense the emotions behind a parasitized host's words. He had proven this earlier in experiments with the gnolls. That method allowed him to tell if someone was lying. But one-by-one interrogation was slow and unfriendly. A gentler approach was better. How long was I asleep? Dylan didn't know when he had drifted off. The gnolls who had been chopping trees were now lying quietly in hollow trunks of their own. He remembered little of what had happened before sleep, but he could guess. Logically, he should feel weary now. But instead he felt light, refreshed, like waking at home after a long rest. The only flaw was the rough wooden bed. His hand chafed against its surface. Dylan, I know your story now. Lin Jun's voice returned at the right moment. I don't mind giving you a place to stay here. But just like in a human world, where you must work to earn coin, I also have small tasks that need doing. Don't worry. They'll be much easier than adventuring. This is a fair business. Food and lodging included. Do well, and there'll even be bonuses. Though Dylan didn't know what business meant, he understood the point. He asked the question weighing most heavily on him. Will I become like those gnolls? To him, they were no different from corpses. In fact, they were corpses. Gnolls! Lin Jun's voice sharpened. Of course not. Your will is your own. As long as you don't go courting death. Dylan nodded and dropped to one knee. Dylan is willing to serve you. May I know your name? No need for all that. Just call me boss. Yes, boss. Dylan had been ready to say master. He didn't ask who or what Lin Jun was. If Lin Jun had not shown himself, it meant he did not wish Dylan to know. Asking would only sour things. Oh, by the way, while you slept, I straightened out the tangled mycelium in your body and added a skill. Consider it advance pay. Added a skill? Dylan looked baffled. At the Rotten Willow Tavern, the familiar din surrounded Dylan as he gulped down watered-down swill. For the first time in ages, he could sit in a tavern. Now his face was bare, no trace of fungus at all. He looked just like any other man. Disguise LV2. Just as he could grant skills to Pudges, Lin Jun could also implant skills into parasitized humans. But it cost countless times more mana. That one skill alone had drained as much mana as 40 combat Pudges. But it was worth it. He had acquired this skill long ago in the deeper floors. Though it had seemed useless, it could only alter skin tone and texture for rough camouflage. Now it finally had its purpose. Dylan knew returning to the Amethyst dungeon had been the right choice. Of course, he had no thought of leaving and trying to live a normal life again. Disguise was only disguise. At his core, he was half mushroom. Someday, someone would see through it. Besides, he still needed fungal nourishment. Otherwise, he would have to live on mana potions, draining coin endlessly. And now, he sat here because of Lin Jun's first assignment. Downing another cup, Dylan looked up as several adventurers sat across from him. "You're Dylan, right? I heard you got the latest strategy for the 5th floor." Wiping foam from his lips, Dylan grinned. "I do, but it cost me my life to get it. It won't come cheap." While Dylan went out to spread strategies, Lin Jun wasn't idle either. His research into fusion parasitism was more or less complete, and it was time to dispose of the low-value gnolls. After recent clashes with adventurers, silver rankers, and below had almost stopped coming to the 5th floor. Only a handful of higher-ranked adventurers still passed through, and their only goal was to descend deeper. As long as they didn't try to cross the swamp, Lin Jun simply had his Pudges hide from them. With his mycelium and mushrooms spreading everywhere now, he could detect adventurers early and steer clear. With silver rankers avoiding the 5th floor, the caverns had fallen quiet. The crystallized bats and rock lizards dwelling there were the happiest of all. Without pesky adventurers, they could hunt freely across the caverns. But their joy was short-lived, for Lin Jun marched in with his gnolls and Pudges. The rock lizards weren't worth much. Their rocky armor was too heavy. At best, they'd serve as fixed turrets if Pudges attached to them. But the crystallized bats' crystal symbiosis skill was valuable. They could devour mana crystals, transform them within their bodies, and embed them as part of themselves, amplifying their powers. If it were just sticking crystals onto their bodies, it wouldn't matter. Lin Jun wasn't exactly lacking in firepower. When one mushroom artillery shot wasn't enough, he could simply fire 10. He had endless Pudges, but the hidden effect of the skill was purification. Lin Jun only realized it after seeing that the crystals growing on the bat's wings were higher in quality than the raw crystals mined from the cavern. Of course, the improvement was small, from D to C rank. That was only because their skill level was so low, usually just level 3 or 4, unable to show its true potential. But if the skill were leveled high enough, could he refine heaps of low-grade crystals into one massive S-rank crystal? Lin Jun wasn't sure, but it was worth testing. The gnolls and Pudges swarmed into the cavern. The monsters inside grew restless. But to Lin Jun, they were no different from fire gnats, hardly worth noting. A single volley from the mushroom cannons reduced them to dust. When the trembling finally stopped, nothing remained. Not the bats, not the lizards, not even the cave entrance. What? So fragile? He thought back to the deep floors. Wait. Those caverns had been dug out by burrower worms. When the worms dug, they reinforced the rock walls by compacting the stone they ate. That was why he had never worried about collapses there, no matter how much artillery he fired. But this, the 5th floor, this was what a normal cavern was like. At least it hadn't collapsed completely. The gnolls cleared rubble for half a day before opening the entrance again. But now what? His proud mushroom cannons couldn't be used. Exploders neither. And the new skills he'd acquired from adventurers were all too low level to be useful. Would he really have to rely on those worthless gnolls? Without artillery, those idiots couldn't even scratch rock lizard shells. Wonderful. His grand cavern conquest plan had hit a dead end before it even started. He had no choice but to open his panel and dig through the pile of miscellaneous skills for inspiration. Magic? Thanks to adventurers, he now had mana manipulation. But spells required learning. And where was he supposed to learn them? So no, using carapace plus rolling charge? He thought of the rock lizard stone shells and dismissed it. Slime digestive fluids, or the strong acid skill he'd recently acquired. Maybe useful against bats, but not stone armor. The hardest nut to crack was clearly the rock lizards, those turtle types. Wait, would they take poison? With names like Crystal and Rock, he had assumed they were like inorganic matter and hadn't considered it. And besides, he hadn't used poison tactics in ages. No reason not to try. Linden quickly bred a few hallucination pudges, sending them to spray spores inside. Soon the cavern was tinted purple. The spores lingered easily in the narrow tunnels. Bats dropped from the ceiling one by one, and rock lizards soon collapsed motionless. So they did take poison. It was easier than his original plan of brute force. He dragged their bodies out for the first round of decomposition. 7 deadly sins. Greed triggered. Ability theft. Crystal symbiosis LV1. Ability theft. Infrasound attack LV1. Ability theft. Echolocation LV1. Ability theft. Rock eating LV1. Unfortunately, the cavern stretched in all directions, with no telling how deep it went. A handful of hallucination pudges wouldn't be enough. He needed to wait until a proper swarm was ready. In the end, the gnolls had done nothing. Truly so useless, it was hard to even get rid of them. And Linden had a reason to be rid of them. Covered in mushrooms, they looked far too similar to pudges. It was bad enough that pudges had taken over an entire floor. If adventurers discovered he could parasitize humanoids like parasitic trees, unthinkable. He was destroying evidence, really. If worst came to worst, he just decomposed them. But creatures fully parasitized by him yielded only mana, no skills, just like the humans controlled by parasitic trees. Why? He didn't know, but he was used to it. There were countless mysteries in the dungeon he didn't understand. Like, who set the rules on the dungeon stairways? Or, how did the dungeon make an entire hidden room vanish? When the swamp's stone door disappeared, he hadn't sensed a thing. He now strongly suspected hidden rooms and treasure chests refreshed together. Last time, he must have been teleported along with one, and he hadn't even noticed. He needed to learn more about the dungeon itself. Maybe Dylan would know something when he returned. A guest room door rattled softly. Outside, the voice of the young adventurer Vera, who had once crossed paths with Masked Dylan, called out, "Filling, Fion, are you inside?" Inside, the twin sisters, dressed only in undergarments, exchanged glances and hurriedly threw on clothes before letting him in. "It's late. What is it?" The elder sister, Filling, gave him a look that said, "If this isn't important, you're dead." Vera ignored it, too excited as he handed her a piece of parchment. The latest fifth-floor strategy? Filling scanned it, frowning strangely. "Isn't this a bit too detailed? Where'd you get it?" "From an adventurer named Dylan. Paid 50 silver for it. He even said we got along well, so he gave me a special extra tip at the end." 50 silver. Filling's voice cracked with outrage. "Got along well? That sounded like a scam. That expensive? You didn't get conned again, did you?" Memories of less-than-pleasant past incidents with her childhood friend surfaced. She was already imagining wringing his neck. Vera winced, quickly explaining. "I asked the tavern keeper. He knows Dylan. He's been an adventurer here for a long time. Good reputation, retired for a while, but recently came back. So it's credible. Besides, look at the info in this guide. If it's true, 50 silver is worth it." Filling pouted at the parchment. It was too late now, already bought. What'd she do? If it turned out false, she swore she'd hang Vera up and beat him herself. While the two bickered, the younger twin, Fion, stayed quiet as always, watching like a transparent shadow, agreeing with whatever the other two decided. Beneath a few massive gray mushrooms at the edge of the poison mist lake, 3 young adventurers crouched under the caps, secretly watching a group of mutated pudges in the distance. Ever since the pudges had occupied this floor, the spores they spread had spawned countless green-gray mushrooms of all shapes and sizes. From experience, while these mushrooms came from pudgy spores, they had no direct link to the pudges themselves. The only connection was that sometimes, if a mushroom thrived particularly well, a new pudgy might be born nearby. The wide, low caps of these mushrooms made excellent cover. The only drawback was the stench, reeking of rot from monster corpses that must have once lain beneath the soil. The bow-wielding girl Philene rubbed her nose, feeling as though she'd lose her sense of smell if she stayed much longer. Vera, stop stalling. Just try it already, we'll see if it works. All right. Further waiting seemed pointless. Vera lowered the 2 bulging sacks he carried and pulled from one the corpse of a 2-headed python. One head black, one head white, its body striped in black and white. It was a common second-floor monster. The fangs and venom sacs, its valuable parts, had already been stripped. What was left was worthless meat. Vera coiled the carcass, hefted it onto his shoulder in a throwing stance, and called softly, "Fine." "Okay." The quiet reply came from the girl behind him. Raising her short wand, Fine cast a buff on him. Strength enhancement. At once, the serpent felt much lighter in his hands. He weighed it, then hurled it forward. The corpse spread in midair before crashing heavily near the Pudgis. Boom! Startled, a Pudgy immediately fired. The LV-8 mushroom cannon blast struck the snake mid-body, blowing the second-floor beast into 2 pieces. The sheer force of it made cold sweat drip down the 3 adventurers' backs. No wonder so many had died to these things, even adventurers strong enough for the 6th or 7th floors. One blast packed such power. And these creatures didn't act alone. They fought in squads. Even if you defeated one small group, you'd only be chased down by the main horde. Little wonder most silver rankers now wasted their days in taverns, refusing to enter until a reliable guide appeared. When the Pudgis confirmed the snake was dead, 2 with tentacles hoisted the halves onto their caps. Then, like a hunting party returning with game, the group of Pudgis carried the corpse pieces off toward the swamp. Just like the guide had said, monster carcasses could lure them away. The valuable parts were already stripped, so the leftovers weren't worth much. The only trouble was lugging them down here. It actually works, Philene breathed, lips parted in disbelief. She still found it hard to believe Vera had lucked into a genuine, first-hand strategy. Vera himself was thrilled. I knew it was real. Philene, Fine, let's not rush to the caverns for Iron Orchid just yet. First, let's check out that extra intel. Philene had no reason to refuse, so she nodded. The 3 followed the trail toward the edge of the knoll forest. They didn't notice, farther away under another massive mushroom, that 2 figures had been watching them for some time. Looks like they've got a guide. Should we move now? The speaker was the half-elf Nasa. His left ear was only half remaining, his face sunken, dark bruised lids drooping over still handsome elven features now wasted by wine and women. His companion was a burly dwarf with a mouthful of steel teeth and eyes as cold as blades. With a flicker of his axe, the mushroom above them split, the cap sliding down. Grognagba stepped free, crushing the stalk underfoot. No rush. We can kill them whenever. Let's see what they find first. In the dungeon's shadows lurked all manner of people. Where there were monster-hunting adventurers, there were also those who hunted adventurers for profit, bandits known as raiders. Nasa and Grognagba were such men, raiders disguised as adventurers. Though their combat levels were already LV-34 and LV-36, they lingered on the 4th and 5th floors, preying on suitable victims. The youthful faces of Vera's team made them perfect targets. And with the Pudgis causing such chaos recently, 3 young adventurers dying here would draw no suspicion at all. Nasa pulled out a pouch of powder and sprinkled it over them both. It was a reagent that blocked common detection skills, crafted specifically to counter adventurers. He then activated his own detection skill to shadow Vera's group from afar. It was with this method they had ambushed so many before. At the edge of the knoll forest lay a small cave, less than 2 meters tall. Concealed under bracken and serpent vines, it blended seamlessly with the cliff wall. Inside, the 3 adventurers stood frozen, staring at the Pudgy seated in the center. Frozen because this Pudgy was massive, nearly brushing the cave roof with its height, its girth just as wide. It utterly shattered their image of Pudgis. Simply by sitting, it occupied a third of the cavern. Philene nudged Vera with her shoulder, whispering, "This is it." The one in the guide, the Pudgy that trades for random items. Vera wanted to say, "How should I know?" but saying that would only get him punched. "Probably. I'll try." He lowered the other sack, pulling out a dog-type monster corpse. Carefully, he placed it before the fat Pudgy. For the first time, the unmoving giant reacted. 6 tendrils of mycelium unfurled from its back. Vera retreated at once, drawing his curved blade in case. But it was unnecessary. The tendrils coiled around the carcass, stuffing it into its hollow body. Then they stirred within for some time, before finally ejecting a small, ornate, round shield. The engraved shield clattered across the ground to stop before them. The three stared at each other, eyes wide with disbelief. That a monster with high intelligence could communicate or trade wasn't unheard of. But this was a Pudgy. This shield isn't from another adventurer, is it? Feline recalled how many had recently died on the 5th floor. Surely the Pudges hadn't forged this themselves? Then what? We don't take it. Vera looked reluctant. The shield seemed high quality, worth good coin even if he didn't use it. Feline suddenly grew excited. Not take it? Why wouldn't we? Quick, let's hunt more monsters to trade. There's no way this Pudgy has unlimited loot. Before anyone else finds it, we have to get as much as we can. She bent down, reaching for the shield. But before her fingers touched it, Vera kicked her shoulder, shoving her aside. An instant later, a crossbow bolt whizzed past, grazing her cheek before burying itself in the ground. A thin line of blood traced her skin. Raiders! The 2 raiders charged in from outside the cave, giving Vera's group no time to react. Grognagba roared with laughter, launching a charge straight at Fyine, who was clad in full mage gear. But Fyine froze, unable to understand why her detection spells hadn't warned her of the ambush. Vera bellowed, drawing his scimitar. His feet slid across the ground like ice, intercepting the dwarf before he could reach her. Steel clashed with a shower of sparks as axe met blade. From the very first strike, Vera was at a disadvantage. The axe head forced its way down until it nearly reached his collarbone. Gripping his scimitar with both hands, he barely held the axe at bay. Nice weapon you've got there, kid. It'll fetch a fine price. The dwarf's foul, liquor-soaked breath wafted across his face. Fyine. At the sound of her name, Fyine snapped out of her panic and hastily layered buffs onto Vera. Strength enhancement, agility enhancement, endurance surge. Empowered, Vera twisted free with a flourish of his blade, forcing the dwarf to retreat a few steps. Grognagba snarled, frustrated, and shouted at his partner, who was still loitering behind. "Half of you bastard, stop watching the show. Take care of that brat with the staff. What's the rush? Takes time to load a crossbow, doesn't it?" Nasa strolled in, cradling his weapon, but instead of firing, he tossed a small pouch toward Fyine. Vera saw it coming, expecting Filine's arrows to intercept it. Filine, when none came, he had no choice but to slash at midair himself, releasing a cloud of pale blue powder. Covering his nose, he dragged Fyine back. But when he turned, Filine was collapsed on the ground, unable to rise. Extract from a 6th floor dryad. A drop's enough to paralyze anyone. Nice effect, isn't it? Nasa grinned, aiming his crossbow and pulling the trigger. He loved watching prey flail in fear. Fyine attempted a shield, but her magic dissolved halfway through. Pathetic. Can't even recognize anti-magic pollen. Despicable. Vera once again shielded her, scimitar intercepting the bolt, but the impact numbed his arms. That was the opening Grognagba was waiting for. Muscles bulged, steam flaring from his nose. With both hands, he swung his axe in a wide arc. Heavy cleave, LV6. It smashed into Vera's side, hurling him from the cave like a rag doll. He wasn't dead, but barely clinging to life. With him down, Fyine, an unarmed mage unable to cast, was quickly knocked out as well. The entire fight had been under the raiders' control, but it wasn't the youngsters' fault. Their experience and gear were for fighting monsters, not people. Raiders, however, trained in ambushing adventurers. Their tactics, tools, and skills were designed for killing humans. With higher levels, surprise, and carefully chosen targets, they rarely failed. Grognagba hefted his axe to finish them off, but Nasus stopped him. What? You want to play with them? Just cause they're twins. Nasus' face twisted in disgust. Don't be stupid. Since when have I ever touched a mutt without elven blood? Grognagba snorted inwardly at the hypocrisy. The half-elf was a mixed blood himself. Still, he kept silent. Nasus' tricks were useful. Then what do you want? Bind them. When they wake, we'll play my game. Choose who dies, choose who lives. It was one of Nasus' sick pastimes, forcing captives to betray each other for survival, though he always killed them all in the end. Grognagba rolled his eyes. Compared to his own vices, drink, gambling, bloodshed, his partner was a true monster. But he didn't care. Nasus could indulge. He was more interested in the giant pudgy in the cave. He'd seen it cough up a shield earlier. Who knew what treasures it had inside? Pain. Excruciating pain. A broken rib pierced muscle, his left arm bone jutting through skin, blood bubbling from his mouth mixed with organ fragments. Vera awoke to agony. He tried to move, but ropes bound him to a tree. Across from him, Philine and Phiine hung unconscious against two others. Philine, Phiine, his weak calls finally roused them. The twins awoke to see him dying. Vera, your wounds. Damn it, these ropes. Philine struggled, but the bonds held tight. She turned desperately to her sister. Phiine, use magic. I can't. I can't cast anything. Seeing Vera's mangled state broke her composure, and she wept. Want to leave? I can let you go. The voice came from the shadows. Nasus strolled into view, idly flipping a knife. What do you want? What do I want? He pressed the blade to Philine's cheek, nicking her skin. It's simple. You've got a sister and a little lover. Choose. Choose what? Choose who dies. His grin stretched unnaturally wide, tongue running over his teeth. Pick one to die, and I'll release you and the other. Philine lunged, trying to bite him, but he dodged. Choose your mother to die, you filthy dog. Bastard. May wild hounds rip you apart. Smack. His slap cracked a tooth, knocking her out cold. Phiine sobbed harder at the sight. Boring brat. Turning away, he leaned toward Vera, whose faint voice rasped out. Kill. Nasus' eyes lit up. He crouched eagerly. Yes, yes. Who do you want dead? Don't worry. I'll heal you right after. To prove it, he even produced a vial of healing potion. Kill me, let them go. You what? Nasus stood, sneering. How dull. Like sacrificing yourself, huh? Then you can watch them die first. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Grognagba had tugged, pried, and yanked at the fat pudgy storage sack, but the flexible mycelium resisted everything. Losing patience, he raised his axe high. Heavy cleave, LV6. The cave thundered with impact. And in the next instant, Grognagba exploded into a rain of gore, splattering the bewildered Nasus outside. Nasus. Linden. No. Fatty number 1. That was the one I spent an entire month making. And I even stuffed 7 or 8 pieces of gear inside. Sure, I'd built Fatty number 1 with 40 points in Constitution and slapped on self-destruct LV4, specifically to punish anyone who broke the rules. But damn it, I didn't think it would get used this soon. If I'd known, I would have put fewer items inside. Now it's just maximum loss. Humans killing humans. I shouldn't meddle, since I'm a monster. But how dare you chop down my mushroom? The dwarf who swung the axe has already been blown into chunks. That debt should naturally fall to his teammate. Nasus wiped the chunks of flesh from his face. Spores and dust swirled in the air, burning his nostrils until he coughed violently. Shaking his dizzy head, he waited for the dancing black spots in his vision to fade before staggering upright. The cave mouth looked like it had been kneaded apart by an invisible giant hand, its original 2-meter height torn open to 3. The fat pudgy and Grognagba were both gone. No, he spotted a mangled half of steel teeth embedded in a tree trunk nearby. Not gone, scattered everywhere. The brush with death sent a chill down Nasus' spine. Thank the gods for his twisted little quirks. Thank the gods he hadn't joined in checking the fat pudgy. Feeling lucky to have survived, he lost all interest in tormenting Vera's group. He bent to grab his knife, intent on ending things quickly and leaving. But the instant he stepped forward, he fell, his ankle bound by a long, sinuous mycelium tendril. What the hell? He hacked with his knife, but the blade stuck barely a third of the way through. Only after repeated sawing did he manage to cut it free. He tried to rise, only for another tendril to wrap his torso from behind, coiling tight around his waist. Before he could swing again, more tendrils surged forth, latching onto his arms and legs. From the shadows, Pudgis crept into view, hats low, tendrils trailing, surrounding him. Walking mushrooms with tentacles. Panic-stricken, the half-elf fumbled for a pouch of counterpowder inside his tunic, but the bonds only tightened. No, not me. Grab them. Eat them instead. Help! Help! MFFF. Help! The tendrils cocooned him into a struggling chrysalis, dragging him into the dark forest. His muffled cries dwindled into silence. The only witness, Fyine, clenched her teeth, shaking, refusing to make a sound. Only after the Pudgis vanished did she break down into soft sobs. Cutting spell, cutting spell, cutting spell. Again and again she cast until, at last, the ropes frayed and snapped. She rushed to free her sister and Vera. Philine was still unconscious, but otherwise fine. Vera, though, was on the brink of death, barely breathing. Their packs were gone, along with all their potions. Fyine knew no healing magic. Without medicine, he would die. Her eyes blurred with tears, until she spotted a glint of red. A life potion, the same vial Nasa had flaunted earlier. Scrambling, she grabbed it and poured it down Vera's throat with trembling hands. Cough, cough, he sputtered, choking, but some color returned to his pale face. Thank goodness, Relief broke her composure, and she wept again. Deep in the forest, at the abandoned knoll camp, the Pudgis were slamming Nasa's cocoon body against the rocks over and over. His state was miserable, nose broken, teeth all gone, half his tongue missing. Barely conscious, he could only groan through mangled lips. The Pudgis continued their work with mechanical precision. It wasn't that Linden wanted to torture him. The half-elf simply needed to repay his debt with his flesh. Parasite fusion required its host to be at the brink of death, so his HP had to be shaved down carefully. A direct skill strike was too risky. It might kill him outright. But slamming him against rocks? Safe and reliable. Definitely not, because Linden was petty. At last, with Nasa's HP at its limit, the Pudgis dusted his wounds with spores. Then they hung him from a tree. In a few days, a fully formed parasitic puppet would emerge. This would be Linden's very first human puppet. He planned to savor it, to make sure the half-elf paid back Fatty Number One's blood debt. Oh, and while dragging him back, Linden had the Pudgis pick up the abandoned loot scattered around. Weapons, armor, rings, potions, powders. All in all, the loss of Fatty Number One's stash was mostly recovered. Still, the half-elf's debt would not be forgiven. As for the fat Pudgis, thankfully, Linden had been prepared. He'd bred 5 in one batch. These high-constitution Pudgis grew larger, could store more items, and had massive HP for stronger self-detonation. The downside, their other stats were garbage, making them incredibly slow. Hence the name Fatty. Since Fatty Number One was gone, Fatty Number Two would take his place in the newly enlarged cave. Linden stuffed the recovered loot inside its belly for exchanges. Soon, adventurers would grow used to paying corpse tolls, trading monster carcasses with the fatty Pudgy for random items. That meant a steady influx of corpses from other dungeon floors. And the adventurers' view of Pudgis would change. At the very least, they wouldn't attack on sight anymore. As for running out of items to exchange, not a problem. In the early stage, the fatty's belly would be packed with quality loot, every trade a huge profit. Once the habit formed, Linden could dilute the pool with cheap low-grade magic crystals, tossing in a rare prize now and then to keep appetites whetted. For adventurers, most monster corpses were worthless anyway. Better to trade than leave them to rot. Even Linden had to admire his own business genius. With a master like him in charge, how could the mushroom domain not flourish? Just as he basked in pride, signals from several illusion Pudges suddenly cut off. They'd been scouting deep inside the dungeon, far deeper than anyone could reasonably stumble upon. 3 were wiped in the same instant. Not bats or rock lizards. Too clean. He sent more illusion Pudges to investigate. They too collapsed instantly, HP drained to 0. This time he saw it. Infrasonic attack, a skill he himself possessed from the crystal bats. And for a moment, he caught the enemy's panel. Species, crystal bat. Level, LV25. HP, 858-50. MP, 1200-1200. Strength, 16 of 27. Agility, 20 of 34. Constitution, 13-20 seconds. Intelligence, 35-59. Spirit, 30 of 50. Racial trait, sonic and crystal skills gain mastery bonus. Fixed status, severe senescence, all base stats minus 80%. Crystal symbiosis, skill power plus 500%. Skills, crystal symbiosis LV10. Infrasonic attack LV10. Sonic detection LV10. Mental resistance LV10. Physical resistance LV8. Magic resistance LV7. Heat resistance LV5. Evasion LV6. Titles: Lizard Slayer, plus 10% damage versus lizards. Bat Slayer, plus 10% damage versus bats. Beyond Death, aging-related debuffs halved. Bro, how is this even possible? I've been around for ages, and I've never seen a lineup of LV10 skills stacked like wholesale goods. Normal bats with crystal symbiosis only get a 20 to 30% power boost. But this thing, 500%, is its body made entirely of S-grade magic crystals? If Lin Jun still had eyes, he would have rubbed them hard. Otherwise, how could he be looking at such a ridiculous status panel? The most outrageous thing was that title, Beyond Death. Titles could only be obtained after meeting specific conditions. And this absurd title, sitting on an ordinary crystal bat. Lin Jun had a few more Pudges creep over. This time, he staggered them, one group emerging, then the second coming out only after the first was wiped. Thanks to the interval between attacks, he finally got a good look. The creature's body was over 3 meters long, hanging upside down in the cavern's center. Its leathery wings were streaked with pulsing crimson veins, and each wing bone ended in a perfectly formed deep purple crystal. They really were all S-grade crystals, and massive ones at that. Compared to these, the so-called S-grade crystal in Lin Jun's hand was nothing more than a shard. Its sheer form, if not for the status panel, Lin Jun might have believed he was looking at a dragon. But one thought immediately struck him. Could that thing even fit through a tunnel? The passages here weren't like the vast ones deeper in the dungeon, 10 or dozens of meters across. Most of these small tunnels have been gnawed out by rock lizards, uneven and rarely wider than 2 meters. With a body this huge, there was no way the old bat could crawl out. Which meant it was trapped here. Perfect. At least he didn't have to worry about it escaping. Lin Jun ordered the 100-odd illusion Pudges scattered throughout the caverns to gather. He positioned them outside the tunnels leading inward, releasing thick clouds of hallucinogenic spores. The old bat noticed immediately. Clearly intelligent, it wasn't going to wait around to suffocate. It flew to a tunnel mouth and beat its wings. Even without using skills, the wind it whipped up scattered the spores. Then, pressing its jaws to the tunnel opening, it unleashed infrasonic attack LV10. 9 Pudges inside that passage died instantly. It repeated the process again and again, blasting each tunnel, spewing spores. By the time Lin Jun realized the danger and tried to pull them back, it was too late. Not a single illusion Pudgy survived. A total wipeout. His Pudges were completely helpless against this kind of unavoidable, wide-area attack. And in the cavern tunnels, the sound waves traveled even farther than normal. Even Pudges that had retreated a long way were caught and killed. TCH. No artillery, no poison. How was he supposed to fight this thing? 100 Pudges hadn't even scratched its HP. Even with his growing strength, Lin Jun couldn't afford this kind of drain. The only short-term solution was to lure high-level adventurers in. But if they came, all the spoils would be theirs. At best, Lin Jun would get a corpse. And the real prize was those 3 S-grade crystals embedded in its wings. Not to mention what other secrets it might hold. He could try ambushing the adventurers afterward, but even assuming success, it went against his principles. So better to shell the matter for now. The old bat was trapped anyway. It wasn't going anywhere. Meanwhile, his rules for dealing with adventurers were taking shape. After that young party left, several more groups came to trade for intel. Most transactions went smoothly. Only one party got rowdy. He blew up a thief, dragged off a healer, and the other 2 ran for their lives. Which was fine. Once word spread, no one else would dare test him. Still, with every explosion, the cavern expanded further. Lin Jun worried the rock wall might collapse if this kept up. "Boss, I'm back." Dylan's voice rang across the spore network as he reappeared, ever the smooth veteran. Descending to the 5th floor, he strolled like it was his home turf, hands nowhere near his weapons. He even waved at the Pudgis along the path, whistling as though in great spirits. As he walked, he reported on his mission. "Boss, I sold 9 copies of a strategy guide. Any adventurers come by yet?" "Yes. The plan is going smoothly enough." "Good. Oh, and here's the money from the sales. I only used a little for lodging." He produced a pouch of coins, about to detail his expenses, only for Lin Jun to cut him off. "Keep it, and you did well this time. I've left some equipment and a bonus for you in the tent." Wages were already paid in advance, but good work deserved rewards. That was how you kept subordinates motivated. Thanks, boss." Suddenly, Dylan felt that having a monster leader who didn't care about money was even better than he'd thought. Room and board covered, steady pay, safer than adventuring, and faster income. And he could save up to send money home to his daughter. Beaming, he pocketed the pouch, then remembered something. "All right, boss. I'd like to replenish my nutrition. You know where the coffin boards are. They're available anytime. You don't need my permission." Dylan's eye twitched. So even boss called them coffin boards. But since Lin Jun didn't get his meaning, Dylan clarified. "No, boss. I mean the special nutrition from last time." "Huh? Nutrition is nutrition. What do you mean? Last time's kind." "Oh." Lin Jun double-checked the skill panel. No addictive effects listed. "What's up with you, little brother?" In the end, he still prepared Dylan's special blend. A returning subordinate deserved this much. But watching Dylan lie back in bliss, Lin Jun couldn't help feeling exasperated. Was this guy already on the road to degeneracy? It felt like he'd turned into some demonic cult master, using brainworms to keep his men hooked. No, this was a proper mushroom domain. Just a harmless treat, like a drink before bed. Yes, that was it. Adventurers Guild Branch, Yafing Town. On Oberon's desk lay a fresh report from the Guild's intelligence division. Its title read, "Analysis of 5th floor anomalies and predicted impact." Sipping fruit wine, Oberon read it through before summoning the head of mission management. "Take a look at this report. Afterward, issue a guild-wide quest. A full-scale investigation of the 5th floor's Pudgis, especially in the swamp. Rank it A-class." "Dylan, do you know how the dungeon came to be?" With the old bat temporarily untouchable and everything else running smoothly, Lin Jun's mind wandered back to that long-standing question. Under the torchlight, Dylan paused in the middle of fixing a corner of the coffin boards. He scratched his head. "How it came to be? Sorry, boss, I've never really thought about that. When I was a kid, I heard a story. They said when the hero fought the Demon King, they tore open a passage to the abyss. That's how the dungeon was formed. But that doesn't make much sense. It's obviously just a fairy tale. As for other theories, I don't know. That story, it really did sound like those legends of 2 supreme beings battling until the stars shattered. So nobody studies this stuff? Sure they do. That's the Relic Association's whole thing. They've even been offering bounties for clues. Problem is, all the valuable clues were picked clean centuries ago. I've never heard of anyone getting rich off that line of work. Could you get me some of their information?" Dylan quickly shook his head. "No way, boss. The Relic Association belongs to the United Kingdom's government. A bottom-feeder adventurer like me can't even get past their front doors. And I'm not a thief, so I can't exactly steal the files you want. As expected, not an option. Linden hadn't really hoped for much, just asking. Unlike Dylan, who had long accepted the dungeon as just part of the world, Linden couldn't ignore the patterns. Too many things in the dungeon were suspiciously structured, as if deliberately arranged. There had to be secrets behind it all, but for now it was out of his reach. Still, if ordinary adventurers couldn't get in, surely a duke's daughter could. Should he have Dylan try reaching out to Inanna? After some thought, he decided there was no need to rush. Better to let Dylan quietly gather news about her first. Boss, I've got something to ask. Dylan's hesitant tone pulled Linden's attention back. What is it? Well, why is the 5th floor getting darker lately? Darker? Really? Linden hadn't noticed. His perception didn't rely on light the same way. But when he paid closer attention, he realized Dylan was being polite. Darker was an understatement. The entire floor was on the verge of going pitch black. The dungeon never had a sun, but almost no stratum was completely dark. Glowing firefly grass, or the occasional luminous stone embedded in cavern walls, always provided some light. The 5th floor ceiling had once been thick with firefly grass, making it one of the brighter levels. So where was it now? The ceiling was nothing but mushrooms. Linden hadn't even noticed when his mycelium carpet crept up and consumed it all. The firefly grass was nearly extinct here. So this was his fault. Complete darkness didn't matter to him, but it would definitely hinder adventurer trade. Even Dylan seemed inconvenienced. But restoring the firefly grass would take who knew how long. Maybe he should use fluorescent mushrooms instead? They weren't nearly as bright, due to poor skill compatibility. Still, with mushrooms everywhere, once they glowed, the darkness would be solved. For now, that would have to do. Collect slime cores, 10 stalks of firefly grass, twin snake venom sacs. In the Adventurers Guild Hall, Vela scanned the request board. Nearby, the twin sisters sat on a bench, Fiend visibly downcast. After the raider attack last time, they had lost most of their gear and nearly their lives. If not for the Pudges turning on the raiders, they wouldn't have made it back. Since returning, Fiend had shown strong resistance toward re-entering the dungeon. Vela understood, but living expenses had to be paid, especially after such heavy losses. He and Phelan had decided to take some simple upper-floor jobs until Fiend recovered. Worst case, they'd switch to caravan guard work. The guild hall was noisy as always, but today seemed louder than usual. Vela noticed a crowd around the board reserved for official missions. A new government-issued task? He started to push through, when a massive fur-covered paw shoved the crowd aside with brute force. Caught off guard, Vela stumbled back, a coarse yellow-brown hair sticking to his lip. PFT, PFT. Shedding fur, a burly tigerkin strode up to the board, muscles rippling under his glossy coat. The curses around him didn't stop anyone from retreating half a step. The tigerkin glanced over the board, then ripped down the newest A-class mission. He marched to the counter, slapping his adventurer tag and the task slip onto it. Register me for this. Behind the desk was the guild's famed receptionist, Helena, a red-haired beauty. She seemed familiar with him. Checking his tag, she glanced at him and his leprechaun teammate. Inigo, why are you back in Yaffing? Where's Posy? I don't see him. Quit nagging. This isn't an inspection. Just register me. His tone was curt. So the islands really are dangerous, she muttered, ignoring his scowl. Then, by regulation, she added, Inigo, this A-class task recommends 3 to 4 gold-ranked adventurers. You should find. Bang. He slammed a palm on the counter, cutting her off. Don't talk to me like I'm a rookie. The 2 of us are enough. Register it. Helena only arched an eyebrow. Unfazed by his shouting, she completed the registration, then withheld his tag. What's that supposed to mean? She tapped the cracked counter with her finger. Percent at hashtag and percent and. Inigo tossed down 7 silver coins. Snatching back his tag, he stormed out with the leopardkin. After they left, Vela tugged a nearby adventurer aside. What mission's everyone so worked up about? What else? The mushrooms, of course. The guild finally posted an investigation to find out the cause of the anomalies. And those two beastkin don't know them. But if they can take an A class, they've got to be gold-ranked experts. Vela thought back to everything he'd seen of the Pudges on the 5th floor. To investigate thoroughly, they have to go deep into the Pudgy-guarded swamp. Could just two gold-rank adventurers really handle that? At the base of the stairway between the 4th and 5th floors, a campfire crackled softly, its flickering light casting jagged shadows along the ring-shaped stone steps. Inigo and his leprechaun companion, Moreau, rested against the wall. The trip that was supposed to take half a day had ended up dragging into a day and a half. The reason was simple: they'd gotten lost. Inigo had assumed his memory from 2 years ago would be enough, so he hadn't bothered buying a guide map. Only once inside did he realize his recollections were fuzzier than he thought. After wandering in circles, exhaustion had forced them to stop. They didn't bother keeping watch. First, because the stairway's interior was a safe zone where monsters couldn't enter. Second, because their beastkin instincts meant even in sleep they'd snap awake at the faintest disturbance. Like now, at the barely audible puff-puff sound, Inigo's ears twitched upright. He didn't move right away, only cracked his tiger-like eyes the slightest slit. At the stairway entrance stood a mutated Pudgy, somewhere monsters weren't supposed to reach. It froze at the sight of them. After a long pause, it carefully began backing away. Its stubby legs stretched as far as they could, each step painfully slow, so slow it didn't even make a sound this time. Just as it was about to retreat back into the 5th floor, Moreau moved before Inigo. Like a streak of black lightning, in the blink of an eye he returned with 2 halves of the Pudgy dangling from his claws. He tossed the corpse onto the ground, his face not smug but grim. No wonder the guild issued this directly. This job won't be simple. Inigo nodded. Gazing at the Pudgy's bisected body, he muttered. It ignored the dungeon's rules, showed obvious intelligence, and its structure heavily mutated. Should we head back and prepare properly? Miro's real suggestion was to recruit another 1 or 2 gold-ranked adventurers. Ever since their healer support died in the island mists, their team had been just 2 damage dealers, an unhealthy setup. They'd only just returned to Yafing Town, without even time to ask around, when this task caught their eye. An A-rank mission for the relatively simple 5th floor? It had seemed like easy profit. 2 gold-ranked adventurers should have handled it fine, even without support. But now, with monsters breaking into safe zones, common sense no longer applied. Moreau was already losing confidence. Inigo brooded by the fire a moment, then ground his boot into the Pudgy, crushing it to paste. We're here already. Keep going. It's just a weird mushroom, not much of a threat. If they turned back now, the others who knew him would never let him live it down. Still, he added just in case. If we really hit danger, we'll pull out. If we can't win, we can at least run. His confidence wasn't baseless. As feline beastkin, both he and Moreau possessed speed-related skills. If even they couldn't escape, something was truly wrong. This was only the 5th floor, after all. Moreau accepted with a nod. Rest done. They doused the fire and stepped into the 5th floor. Say, was it always this dark here? Their vision caught only the faint glow of scattered mushrooms. No firefly grass anywhere. Doesn't seem like it. Fortunately, both had night vision. The darkness didn't hinder them much. The mission required a full survey of the floor, especially the swamp zone. Inigo decided to check the other 3 areas first, to judge the overall danger before tackling the swamp. But after half a day, their expressions had grown strange. They'd passed both the caverns and the poison bog, and hadn't seen a single Pudgy. If not for spotting 1 stray slime along the way, Inigo might have thought the entire level had been wiped clean. What the hell were these beastkin doing? First, they caught one of his Pudges sneaking up to the 4th floor. Now, they were wandering around aimlessly. As usual, Linden had ordered his Pudges to avoid direct encounters with such high-level adventurers. But at this rate, were they here for him specifically? Under his surveillance, he watched them bypass the forest and march straight toward the swamp. TCH, troublesome. That was his bottom line. He had no choice but to block them. A mushroom cannon blast erupted in front of the two beastkin, splashing swamp muck all over them. 10 Pudges materialized, but after firing the first volley, they held back. A warning shot. Was this intimidation? Were these mushrooms really this intelligent? Inigo glanced at Moreau, who returned the look, waiting on his lead. The mushroom artillery hit hard. A direct hit would wound even them. But if it missed? Meaningless. Just 10 walking mushrooms. Inigo signaled with his eyes. The leprechaun nodded. The next instant, they both burst forward, activating their acceleration skills, flanking from left and right. The Pudges reacted instantly, firing again the moment the beastkin moved. But their low stances and nimble dodges let them slip past the blasts. In seconds, they were within the Pudgy ranks. Moreau, a devotee of raw primal power, tore through several with his claws. Inigo drew a blood-red blade, cleaving not only Pudges, but even slicing incoming magic projectiles in half. In short order, the 10 Pudges lay destroyed. Moreau instinctively raised his paw to lick it clean, then remembered. These weren't beasts. No blood, only swamp muck. He lowered his tongue in disgust. No wonder it's an A-class. These mushrooms are organized. They even coordinate. They're still only mushrooms. Inigo sheathed his blade, stepping forward, then froze. Moreau, doesn't it seem brighter? Now that you say it. They turned. At the edge of their vision, faint lights flickered. Dots of glow, linking together, spreading, closing in. The two beastkins' faces sank into grim lines. Pudges. Glowing Pudges, countless in number, tightening the circle around them. Moreau swallowed hard. How many is that? 300? 500? More. Inigo drew the blood-red blade once again. He took a deep breath. Doesn't matter. Prepare to break out. Magic shells burst across the swamp, flinging up black muck and half-rotted bark. After months of quiet, heavy bombardment once again shook the marsh. But this time, the intruders were only two beastkin. The moment they realized they were surrounded, Inigo and Moreau's beast-like eyes both locked toward the forest. If they could just break through the swamp, then even if more enemies waited outside, they could use the forest terrain to escape. The problem was getting out of the swamp in the first place. Neither considered fighting. There were simply too many Pudges. Even if the mushrooms just stood there waiting to be cut, the sheer numbers would exhaust them to death. Their only hope was to break free before the net closed. As they sprinted, several mushroom shells arced toward them. Acceleration LV6. Sidestep LV7. They triggered their skills, dodging the blasts. But that was only the opening act. The swamp boiled under a near-saturation barrage. Even at full speed, darting and twisting through the mud, they could only avoid direct hits. The shockwaves, they had no choice but to endure. Inigo, relying on his tougher hide, charged forward even more recklessly. The edge of the circle was in sight. Only a few dozen Pudges stood between him and freedom. With a raised blade and a sudden dash, he vanished past one mushroom, its upper body spinning into the air. Sharp instincts and feline agility let him weave through the formation, carving open gaps as he forced his way out. Almost there. Ahead, several Pudges rolled themselves into balls, launching a ramming charge straight at him. The sight nearly made Inigo laugh aloud. Sure, he wouldn't dare take a mushroom shell head-on, but soft little Pudges in melee? Against him? One swing and boom, boom, boom. The chain of explosions hurled him out the other side, body scorched black. His instincts had warned him just in time to dive away, but too late to save everything. From the knee down, his left leg was gone. He collapsed, unable to stand, as distant Pudges raised their cannons toward him. The fifth floor, cough. This is going to be humiliating. Should have just died in the mist instead. In his final moments, his eyes turned to Moreau, blasted into the air, flailing in a ridiculous pose. The image cracked him. He let out a bark of laughter. PFT. Bang. At last, the two troublesome adventurers were dealt with. Linden was about to tally his losses when a long-awaited notification chimed in his mind. Level up. LV49, LV50. New racial skill available. Finally, Level 50 at last. It had taken forever. He'd already been LV-48 when he reached the 5th floor. He devoured nearly every monster here, then spent months harvesting from his sprawling mycelium network. Only now had he made the breakthrough. He was moved nearly to tears. From experience, every 10 levels gave him skills tailored to his race. The mushroom cannon, for instance, clearly designed for mushroom kind, infinitely more practical than the random stolen skills. Quickly, what were the options? Selectable skills. Spore dispersal greatly increases spore drift distance, enables long-range spread. Mycelium regeneration, regardless of individual survival. Any mycelium can self-repair as a network. Delicious, unparalleled taste. Delicious. Was that serious? Was he destined to become the ultimate gourmet ingredient? He remembered seeing juicy as an option before. So the mushroom race really did have a food evolution path utterly absurd. That aside, spore dispersal wasn't much use. Unless his mycelium stayed linked, his will couldn't reach it anyway. Just like the mushroom garden deeper down. Once he left, he lost all sense of it. So really, there wasn't a choice. Skill acquired. Mycelium regeneration LV1. He quickly grew a test pudgy in the swamp. A tendril of mycelium raised a knife and stabbed it. With only 10 HP, the pudgy dropped dead on the spot. He waited. Nothing. But his close attention caught it. The skill was working. Mycelium around the wound slowly gathered mana, sprouting fresh threads to replace the severed ones. Painfully slow. After a long while, the pudgy staggered upright again. HP, 1/10. The wound wasn't fully healed, but it could move. Linden tested again, this time cutting it in half. That one stayed dead. After repeated trials, he understood. For regeneration to trigger, the body had to be at least 80% intact. The greater the damage, the slower the recovery. Split in half, crushed, burned, frozen, beyond salvation. And because new mycelium had to grow, it drained ambient mana. If the pudgy had a skill like mana storage, the healing sped up dramatically. Overall, not as powerful as he'd hoped. He had imagined something like a slime, able to regrow from the tiniest lump with enough mana. Maybe higher levels would improve it. Still, even at LV1, it had its uses. In the lowest cavern, at the old bat's lair, a hallucinogenic pudgy waddled out of the tunnel. As before, the instant it showed its head, a concussive sound wave ripped it apart. It collapsed among the decayed corpses of its predecessors. The bat lost interest immediately. The mushrooms were all poisonous and inedible. Their persistence was merely annoying. But it didn't know, this pudgy's mycelium was slowly knitting itself back together. Much later, it jumped up again. The bat's eyes snapped open. It struck once more, killing it. But when the pudgy rose a second time, the bat was stunned. Losing patience, it stomped, crushing it flat. This time it stayed down. But the violent destruction released a cloud of hallucinogenic spores. Too close to avoid, the bat beat its wings furiously, but still inhaled some. Fortunately, not enough to do serious harm. After a short rest, it recovered. Yet a gnawing unease lingered in its chest. And rightly so. Linden, now certain of the skill's usefulness, had already queued production of 100 special pudges designed specifically for the old bat. Once that unit deployed, those 3 S-class magic crystals would be his. Water droplets trembled on the damp cavern ceiling, ready to fall. The cavern echoed with waves of infrasound, and below, the floor was piled high with pudgy corpses. The aged crystallized bat was restless, its jagged claws scraping deep white scars into the stone as it clung upside down. From time to time it dropped, sweeping away any mushrooms that got too close with its wings. A bone spur tore open the cap of one pudgy, releasing a gush of pale, purple hallucinogenic spores. The old bat flailed backward, retreating to the ceiling in a panic, chest heaving violently. By the time it regained composure, many of the pudges below had already repaired themselves and were moving again. Another blast of infrasound shook the cavern, knocking them down once more, an endless cycle. Killed by sound, they revived. Crushed up close, they burst spores. The bat could only drag things out again and again. But the Pudges were still creeping closer. At last, when even its final perch was shrouded in spores, the old bat succumbed. Dizzy and poisoned, it fell from the ceiling limp. Linden had expected it to go down fighting. But perhaps the older one grows, the more one clings to life. Even on the brink of death, it had only curled tighter, refusing to dive down and tear apart a few mushrooms. The battle losses ended up far smaller than Linden had predicted. Outside the cavern, two figures waited. A half-elf with mutilated ears now sprouted mushrooms from the stumps. A human woman's green staff had fused with a fungal membrane growing between her fingers. Both were parasitic puppets Linden had created earlier. This time, the dissection of the old bat would be their job. But first, each had to drink a bottle of antidote. Otherwise, the spores would paralyze them as well. It seemed puppets inherited the weaknesses of both mushrooms and humans. Once inside, Linden guided them to slit the throat of the unconscious bat. Huh, why was its status panel still there? Was it not dead? Irritated, Linden made the puppet cut its head clean off. The panel still remained. He opened it and realized it wasn't the bat's at all. Artifact, sunstone fragment. What? Ignoring the S-class magic crystals for now, he had the puppets rummage frantically through the corpse. At last, within the chest cavity, they found it, a shard of glowing, heat-radiating stone. So that explained it. Why such a cold cavern held a bat with heat resistance LV5? It had been baked tough by the sunstone fragment. So even its beyond death title might have come from this thing. Had the sunstone been sustaining its life? Unfortunately, the panel gave no further info. From what he could tell, the stone emitted heat and light, and maybe prolonged survival. But what use was that to him? On Earth, some mushrooms lived for months, others for thousands of years. Here, he had never felt the passage of age at all. It was not decay he feared, but being killed by some powerful monster or adventurer. That made him think again of the other broken artifact he'd seen, one that unleashed devastating attacks. That was what he wanted. The 3 arm-sized S-class crystals and the sunstone went into his secret swamp vault. As for the bat's remains, nothing would go to waste. The puppets were already cutting the corpse into small pieces to carry out. After all, a creature with so many maxed-out skills would yield him a trove of proficiency through ability theft. When he brought out the sunstone fragment, he examined the broken edge, fitting it against the piece he already had. The 2 shards fused instantly, seamless, just as he'd imagined of a true artifact. Now whole, its heat flared so strong his heat resistance LV7 barely kept up. He had to hold it at arm's length. Would it really turn into a miniature sun if completed? Even the panel had changed. Artifact, sunstone, incomplete. An upgrade, clearly, but still frustratingly useless. Linden's mycelium twitched in impatience. Good thing he had the 3 S-class crystals. That 500% skill power boost the bat had used, oh, he was drooling for it. He'd try to mount them on his war machine soon. 2 days later, after the bat was dealt with, a surge of mana rippled through the entire 5th floor. Linden noticed it immediately. It wasn't coming from the stairways between levels. It pierced straight through the dungeon walls, rising vertically from below, not like the chaotic bursts of battle. This was steady, rhythmic, sustained, something he had never encountered before. The disturbance lasted 10 full minutes before calming. Had the dungeon itself changed? He asked Dylan, busy building wooden huts, but true to his status as a bottom-tier adventurer, the man knew nothing. So Linden sent him topside to gather news. He might as well check on Anna while he was at it. Even so, Linden was uneasy. Such a massive fluctuation had to mean something, and the unknown always made him nervous. He decided to accelerate Pudgy production and dispatch some to explore deeper levels. His careful, leisurely war machine upgrade would also have to be rushed. He refused to be caught unprepared. Yaffing Town, inside the guildmaster's office. Oberon had just finished hearing Helena's report. Two gold-rank beastkin adventurers had taken a level 5 A-rank quest and hadn't returned in 10 days. The young guild master leaned on his hand, tapping the desk, debating whether to raise the quest's rating or shelve it. Most diamond-rank adventurers had been summoned to the capital. Through special channels, he'd learned something major was brewing. Few high ranks remained outside. Even if he posted an S-rank quest, who would take it? Besides, by current intel, the mushrooms in the swamp weren't aggressive unless provoked. So long as adventurers avoided that area, exploration wasn't threatened. Cheaper, then, to just update the official guide. Stay away from the swamp. A sharp knock broke his thoughts. Enter. Mirabelle, head of intelligence analysis, stepped in and spoke bluntly. The detection crystals on levels 7, 4, and 1 all recorded mana surges. Intensity decreases by layer. In an instant, Oberon forgot all about the mushrooms. He grasped at straws. Not interference? A false alarm. Mirabelle said nothing. She didn't need to. Damn. He knew it was a stupid question. She wasn't one to make rookie mistakes. But it's too soon. Why so early this time? And right when all the diamond ranks are gone. Oberon raked his golden hair until it stood in wild tufts. Yanking open a drawer, he pulled out a bottle of elven ice wine. One long swig steadied his nerves. He exhaled, then said, "Sound the demon tide warning. Seal the dungeon entrance. I'll report this to headquarters and write to the surrounding cities for aid. Ixion preserve us. Let's hope this doesn't turn into disaster." Dylan felt like he had already entered semi-retirement. Every morning, after climbing out of his mycelium coffin, he would cook himself a bowl of mushroom soup. All the mushrooms came from the forest. The boss had said before, all gray mushrooms were safe to eat. Still, as a man who had become half mushroom himself, eating mushrooms always gave him a strange sense of dissonance. And the soup always carried that faint, earthy stench. He had to sprinkle a few grains of rock salt just to coax out some taste. Maybe it was because he once complained to the boss about how dark the floor was. Lately, all the mushrooms had begun glowing. The lighting problem was solved, sure, but glowing soup? That was unsettling. It felt like drinking some witch's potion. Still, work was easy. Other than surface trips, the boss rarely gave him tasks. Sometimes adventurers left behind gear or tools, and Dylan was asked to assess their value. Most of the time, he had nothing to do. He even used the free time to go hunting on the upper floors, bringing back edible monsters. After all, one couldn't live on mushrooms alone. The last time he mentioned wanting monster meat, the boss had sent him a few mutilated pudges. At that moment, Dylan realized he'd better hunt for himself if he wanted real food. No matter what, eating one's co-workers was just too much. Luckily, the boss didn't oppose his hunting trips. Actually, he encouraged them. He only reminded Dylan to toss the monster remains into the swamp afterward. So, to improve life on the 5th floor, Dylan had even applied for a plot of land on the edge and started building himself a wooden hut. Unfortunately, work came knocking before he got far. The boss had asked him about some sort of mana fluctuation, but how would a frontline fighter like him know anything about mana? And just like that, he was immediately assigned to gather news from the surface. The boss seemed urgent. Not daring to delay, Dylan climbed to the surface in half a day, as smoothly as if he'd done it 100 times. And then he ran right into 3 guild officials stationed at the dungeon entrance. He recognized the man leading them, Marshall, a middle-aged adventurer who had been active in Yoffing Town 10 years ago. But Marshall was a gold-rank adventurer. Ever since he joined the guild, he had stopped entering the dungeon. Seeing the entrance blocked, Dylan broke into a cold sweat. What happened? Why was the entrance sealed? Would they search him and see through his disguise? He swallowed hard, but forced himself to straighten up and walk forward. Luckily, the guild men only gave him a glance before letting him pass. It was the group of 4 adventurers behind him who were stopped. The red-armored warrior slammed his sword hilt into the stone. "Why aren't we allowed in?" His words sparked like flint, but Marshall stood calmly with arms crossed. Adventurers were always like this. Loud first, reason later. He was used to it. Demon tide warning. The guild has ordered the dungeon sealed. The moment those two words, demon tide, were spoken, all protest vanished. Most adventurers had never experienced one, since they came only once every 10+ years. But no one in the guild was ignorant of its reputation, the dungeon's greatest calamity. And sealing the dungeon because of a demon tide? No one could argue with that. The four huddled together, whispering, before one asked nervously, "How long will it stay sealed? What about time quests? We can't just fail them, can we?" Timed quests often required deposits. If the quest failed, the money was gone. But the guild was prepared for such concerns. Go to the guild counter. Apply for an extension or cancellation. As for the seal, it stays until the demon tide is over. Marshall waved them off, signaling them to leave. The adventurers left. Dylan, though, rubbed his hands and stepped up. "I've got some things stashed on the second floor. Can I just go grab them? Won't take long." No, Marshall didn't even think before shutting him down. Other people's lost gear was none of his business. Dylan stepped closer, slipping a shiny gold coin into view. Marshall's throat bobbed, his eyes flicking toward the two colleagues behind him. But they weren't people he knew. Who knew if they'd report him? Not worth the risk for one coin. Rules are rules. He shoved Dylan away with a look of righteous sternness. Dylan scratched his head helplessly. What now? The news was easy enough to hear, but how was he supposed to send it back? Maybe the boss really needed a high-level stealth scout for jobs like this. Not him. Sighing, he decided to head to the tavern. The moldy wooden door creaked open, and a blast of sour liquor fumes drove Dylan back half a step. The Rotten Willow Tavern was packed to bursting. All the adventurers who couldn't enter the dungeon had decided to drown themselves in alcohol. When Dylan stepped inside, he found not a single empty seat. Drunken bodies filled every corner. If the boss's 3 exploding pudges were here right now, Dylan shook his head hard. Why was he even thinking such things? One drink. He tapped the counter. The innkeeper ladled half a bowl of brown liquid from a barrel. The rim was crusted with suspicious grime. The bowl held less than a mug. Crooked old swindler. Finding a spot to lean against, Dylan pricked up his ears at the chatter around him. As expected, everyone was talking about the demon tide. Some young adventurer, ignorant of its danger, was grumbling about going broke without dungeon runs. The response was mocking laughter. "Kid, you like breathing? Going into the dungeon now? You planning to feed yourself to monsters?" As the laughter rolled, an old retired adventurer with graying beard finally shared something useful. "Don't worry about work drying up. Give it a few days, the guild will post assistance quests. You'll have monsters swarming the dungeon entrance, plenty to kill. Even beasts from the deep layers might crawl up. As long as you don't mind risking your hide, there'll be gold aplenty." The moment he mentioned money, half the tavern perked up. The old man only shook his head at their eager faces. Across the room, Vera thanked him excitedly. If they went 10 days without income, she and her team would have had to pawn their gear. Dylan was surprised. He knew monsters would pour out during a demon tide, but ones from the deep layers too? That was news. If deep layer monsters reached the surface, the inside of the dungeon would be even worse. It was the first time he'd thought about it in such terms. He also remembered hearing that after every demon tide, the dungeon's ecology on each floor changed. Now he couldn't help but worry. Wouldn't the boss end up as one of the things changed away? Papupu. Papupu. On the spiral stairwell, 7 pudges were hopping up one step at a time. These stairs were built for humans, and with their short legs, the half-man-tall pudges had no choice but to bounce up each riser one by one. They were Linden scouts, sent to the first floor. Thankfully, a kind adventurer had once dropped a moonshadow stone, a strange mineral that changed color every half-day. With it, Linden could now track the passage of days even inside the dungeon. After Dylan failed to return for 7 days straight, and with adventurers gradually disappearing, Linden became certain. Something big had happened. Could it be that the dungeon had reached the end of its service life and was about to be demolished? Whatever the truth, Linden would not sit and wait to die. To investigate, in addition to the squad he had already dispatched downward to probe the source of the mana fluctuations, he now sent another squad upward. Since the first 4 floors contained only low-level monsters, he kept this unit small, just 7 Pudges. As expected, while the monsters on the way looked restless and eager to bite, one blast from an artillery Pudgy was enough to silence them. With Dylan's stolen guides, the squad reached the first floor in a single day. Half that time was spent just climbing stairs. Lin couldn't help but notice. Though every floor's environment differed, the stairways between them were identical. He strongly suspected the builders had just copied and pasted. When the Pudges finally reached the first floor, Lin felt a flicker of excitement. This was the closest he had ever been to the outside world. In the past, he had avoided sending Pudges to other floors so as not to draw attention. The first floor, just as Dylan had described, was a ring corridor labyrinth. Ancient bluestone bricks gave it an architecture similar to the 8th floor. But unlike the 8th floor's hell-level labyrinth, the first had no teleport traps, no pitfalls, and no monster hordes. The monsters were sparse and weak, perfect prey for novices. Its corridor structure might be confusing, but years of detailed guides had long stripped it of challenge. Lin's Pudges followed the shortest route toward the dungeon's gate. He was determined to see what was happening. Papupu, HM. Around the corner, a familiar sound, then a familiar sight. A wild Pudgy. Lin pulled open its status panel. LV1, all 5 stats at 1. Apart from its innate spore release, it had no skills. Its sole purpose was to wander until eaten, spreading spores and death. A true, natural Pudgy. Compared to Lin's own units, brimming with 4 or 5 advanced skills, this was nothing but a weed. The wild Pudgy didn't even notice its kin, just waddled on aimlessly. One of Lin's Pudges brushed its cap, sprinkling spores onto the wild one. In an instant, the spore network recognized a new member. Stop! The wild Pudgy froze mid-step, just as obedient as the other 7. Lin's guess was confirmed. Creatures as mindless as Pudges were laughably easy to control, even if not of his own making. Once linked to the spore network, they were his to command. Not that it meant much. Bringing this new recruit, the squad advanced to the gate. The architecture shifted suddenly, as if they had stepped into a different floor altogether. 8 towering black stone pillars rose from the hall, each carved with dark gold geometric lines. Above, metal constructs linked the pillars in a ring. From this ring stretched 16 chains, all binding a floating circular magic array at the center. Through mana perception, the array flickered weakly, like a broken light bulb from Lin's past life. Beyond this hall lay the dungeon's gate. Lin didn't risk his whole squad. He sent the wild Pudgy ahead as a probe. It shuffled to the gate and found it barricaded with traps and blockades. The 12-meter-wide entrance had been reduced to a single narrow slit. Through that slit, Lin saw pairs of terrified eyes and a crossbow leveled straight at the Pudgy. Swish! The poor wild Pudgy was skewered, flung 3 meters back, dead in an instant. Spores burst everywhere. But Lin noticed the spores decayed unnaturally fast, suppressed by the strange magic of the hall. So the humans had sealed the gate. He didn't yet know why, but he did sense something. Outside the gate, faintly, was another spore network signal. He shifted the 7 Pudges along the wall, slipping into a blind spot near the gate. Then he linked. Dylan. Boss, you actually came up here? Are you going to break out of the dungeon too? For a moment, Dylan's heart wavered. Should he side with humans or mushrooms? What nonsense. Tell me why the humans sealed the gate. Oh. Relieved, Dylan hurriedly relayed everything he had learned about the demon tide. And Lin was left stunned. The monsters would surge en masse, even deep-floor beasts, which meant before they reached the first floor, they would pass through his 5th floor first. What kind of disaster was this? Dylan added that the Adventurers Guild had even hired idle adventurers en masse to guard the gate in shifts. Such preparation spoke volumes about the scale and ferocity of the oncoming horde. Could his Pudges withstand it? And with the gate sealed, there was no hiding outside anyway. Still, he was a monster himself. If the Demon Tide's monsters all rushed toward the gate instead of fighting one another, maybe he didn't need to worry too much. At least now he understood the situation. He warned Dylan not to get involved. The man's disguise wouldn't survive a real battle. Linden also recalled his other squad, which had been skirmishing with 7th floor monsters. Best to retreat for now. He had to prepare before the tide hit. More Pudges needed to be produced, even beyond normal limits. There was one comfort. In his swamp lair, he had successfully embedded 2 of the S-rank magic crystals into his war machine. The third, too large to fit, will be saved for other uses. Though the bonus wasn't as strong as if he had crafted them himself, the effect carried over from the old bat. It still boosted skill power by 200%. That was more than enough to delight him. It was time to give the war machine its true name. He would call it Night. They're here. Monsters are coming. The shout, trembling with both fear and excitement, snapped every mercenary into tension. Armor plates clattered as men jerked upright in unison, eyes fixed on the sealed gate. Vera tightened his grip on his weapon, a plain iron scimitar. His old steel-forged scimitar had been lost during that raider incident. For now, this cheap replacement would have to do. Thanks to the guild's generous pay, every helper was earning a solid wage just by standing guard, even before battle began. So Vera, Finn, and Philin had all joined. Some adventurers painted the demon tide as apocalyptic, but with this many gathered, how could they possibly lose? The only real concern was avoiding injury. Still, none of them expected the tide to arrive on the very first day. Vera, along with the adventurers around him, steadied his breath, sharpening their focus. Several crossbowmen pressed close to the narrow gap in the gate, bolts loaded, ready to unleash the opening volley. They waited. 10 minutes passed. The adventurers exchanged uneasy looks. Finally, they all turned to glare at the man who had shouted. No, I swear I saw something. Monsters did show up. The man wiped sweat from his brow and peered again through the slit. Nothing. Just the corpse of a lone Pudgy. No other monsters in sight. At last, Marshall himself stepped forward, checked, then reassured the group. Yes, a walking mushroom did wander close. That means the dungeon's rules are weakening. But the main horde isn't here yet. It was just a stray Pudgy from the first floor. Stand down. I'll keep watch. Marshall exhaled quietly. The guild's forecast had placed the Demon Tide's outbreak at 3 to 4 days away. Reinforcements from neighboring cities wouldn't arrive for a few more days either. Gathering adventurers now was just a precaution. For a moment, he had feared that precaution was already being put to the test. At his words, the adventurers lowered their weapons. Complaints buzzed through the ranks. Beside Vera, Philin and Finn both sighed in relief. The Demon Tide might be legendary, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. Even so, Vera's eyes lingered elsewhere, on the unfamiliar adventurer with a scimitar at his waist. That weapon, why did it look so familiar? Another surge of mana rippled up from the depths, rattling the mushroom garden. They were becoming more frequent now, as if announcing the Demon Tide's approach. Already informed, Linden was deep in preparations. Yes, the tide sounded terrifying, but he wasn't without plans. Best case, he counted as part of the Demon Tide, slipping into the horde as they surged upward. While monsters and humans fought, he'd provide free corpse collection, but that was too optimistic. He couldn't bet everything on it. If the tide attacked him as well, then for the sake of his garden, he'd have to fight back. Fortunately, only 2 stairways connected the 5th and 6th floors. Defending them was manageable. A tower defense game, really, and his Pudges specialized in mushroom artillery. He would line the stairways with spore cannons, adhesive spitters, poison cloud sprayers, and self-destruct units. Even if a pack of 10th floor werewolves came charging, he was confident he could annihilate them all before they climbed through. As for the 4th, 5th floor connection, just a handful of Pudges would suffice. For one thing, monsters weren't supposed to rush downward. For another, even if low-level ones tried, a dozen Pudges would be enough to mop up. What truly worried Linden were the monsters from the deep floors. If something like a flame demon appeared, or worse, he wasn't sure he could withstand it. That was where the backup plan came in. He would hide deep in the caves, piloting night. If things went south, he would collapse the entrance behind him. No monster would dig through solid stone just to munch a mushroom. Digging out afterward would be troublesome, but manageable. For that purpose, he had raised Pudgis with rock-eating LV3. He had stockpiled his treasure in the old Bat's Cavern. Equipment, parasite tree seeds, rare monster parts, even a small pile of gold coins. To the untrained eye, it would look like a miniature dragon horde. He had also prepared 20 fully charged Pudgis as pure mana batteries. Even if the cave collapsed completely, he would have power enough to dig his way out. And yet, every time he made escape plans, he couldn't help recalling the figure who had unfurled a scroll before his eyes and vanished without a trace. Dylan had told him there were no teleport scrolls in this world. Teleportation was only possible through large-scale ritual arrays. A single scroll couldn't contain such magic. The scroll that man had used was no teleport scroll. It was an escape scroll dropped from dungeon chests. Its principle, the dungeon's own rules ejecting the user from its bounds. They weren't rare, but they weren't expensive either. Because while they guaranteed escape, they didn't guarantee safety. One might land underground or in midair. Without survival skills, using one was almost suicide. Still, Lin Jun thought if he could ever get his hands on one, it would be a good last gamble. With Knight's abilities, his chances of surviving wouldn't be bad. Under his command, the Pudgis were almost fully deployed. 400 of them manned the stairways to the 6th floor. 30 each covered the upper connections. Lin Jun himself, with Knight and 50 Pudgis, would remain in the cavern as a final safeguard. Only one task remained, recalling the 100-odd scouts he had sent downward. They were just now climbing the stairway toward the 5th floor. Another mana tremor struck. Lin Jun was almost used to it by now, but this one felt different. It lingered and grew stronger, until it became a tidal wave of mana, battering Lin Jun senseless. What the hell? Was the demon tide starting already? When the wave at last receded, Lin Jun realized something was terribly wrong. Every one of his 100 scouts had vanished from the network. The stairway itself had disappeared, replaced by a swelling black fissure. From within it came the echoes of beastly roars. This was the demon tide? It didn't look anything like what he had imagined. And worse, it wasn't just that stairway. The other passage, where he had stationed 30 Pudgis, had also warped into the same abyssal rift. That wasn't fair. Before Lin Jun could panic further, something emerged. A reptilian head, plated in hexagonal scales, like a giant monitor lizard, thrust itself from the crack. Its vertical golden eyes narrowed, sweeping across every Pudgy present. Yaffing Town, Adventurers Guild branch. Mirabelle burst into the guildmaster's office. Oberon shot his intelligence chief disapproving glance and scolded. Not even a knock. Why Russian like this? And no, it's bad. Mirabelle panted, words stumbling. The detection crystal. It picked up an intense surge of mana. A surge of mana? Seeing her so out of breath, Oberon finished the sentence for her. So the demon tide erupted 2 days early. Hardly worth panicking over. He looked utterly composed now. Nothing like the man who had first panicked when news of the tide broke. The 2 nearby cities, Fishing Sail Harbor and Norweed, had promised to send troops to suppress it. They'd arrive in 2 or 3 days at most. And the demon tide always started weak before building in strength. Even if it began early, the first days would be manageable. He had already recruited swarms of adventurers. They could easily handle the opening monsters. By the time the horde grew beyond their control, the armies would be here. No reason to panic at all. Clearly, Mirabelle still lacked composure. Oberon shook his head with faint disappointment, sipping at a delicate glass of island moon wine. But Mirabelle wasn't finished. She gasped out, not just a surge, resonance. Cough. Oberon spat the wine all over, choking. Impossible. If another dungeon had erupted, headquarters would have informed me. It's not a dungeon within the United Kingdom, Mirabelle pressed, finally catching her breath. It's the Dragoncliff Dungeon in the Hermit Empire. The Dragoncliff Dungeon, one of the world's 6 great dungeons, far to the north near the wastelands. Its denizens were dragon beasts, far stronger than those of the Amethyst dungeon. And resonance meant two dungeons whose demon tides erupted at the same time had linked internally. In that case, the rule of the first few days being weak no longer applied, because the first floor here could suddenly open directly into the deep floors of the other. The danger depended entirely on what the partner dungeon was. And with the Dragon Cliff, far stronger than Amethyst, the situation was dire. But how? That spans half the continent. Oberon still resisted the idea. Distance doesn't matter with dungeon resonance. Mirabelle nearly shouted, "We need a plan now. If we throw unprepared adventurers at dragon beasts, they'll collapse instantly." She was frantic now. If Yaffing Town was destroyed, both she and Oberon were finished. "You, send every man we have to the gate. Get the logistics division to hand over all our anti-dragon gear, every last piece. I'll contact the armies and make them march faster." Mirabelle nodded and turned to leave, but Oberon caught her sleeve. "And one more thing. Don't let word of the resonance spread. Just make sure our people have the gear." Mirabelle froze, her eyes showing a flicker of fear. She understood. He wanted to keep the adventurers ignorant to stop them from deserting. Practical, perhaps, but ruthless. The unknowing adventurers would face a suddenly transformed demon tide and die in droves. Oberon was prepared to feed them all into the grinder just to buy time. Break free, destroy. Get out of my head. Lin Jun shook off the strange, echoing voice intruding into his mind. So that was what warped the dungeon monsters. Magnetic, seductive even, but it had no hold over him. What worried him more was what had crawled into the fifth floor. A dragon. Was this a joke? When the colossal head fully pushed out of the fissure, Lin Jun nearly broke down. There were dragons in the deep floors? Since when? But then, as its body emerged, he breathed a little easier. Not a true dragon, something dragon-like. The panel confirmed it. Species, dragon beast, blade tail whip dragon. Level 42. Dragon beast, a broad category. Any monster with a trace of dragon blood counted. Not a true dragon, then. Thank goodness. Still, even dragon beasts weren't weak. Its scales alone granted magic resistance LV5. His mushroom cannons would hit for much less. What would it do? Attack him? Or rush for the upper floors? The creature's tail began to uncoil, segments stretching, blood-red scales rising, bone blades jutting outward. Would have been a 2-meter tail extended into a 10-meter whip of flesh and steel. It snapped its haunches, and the tail lashed at the Pudgis. Lin Jun was ready. Assault leap LV5. The Pudgis bounded backward in unison, evading the strike. So that's why they called it a blade tail whip dragon. Apt name, but it meant a fight was inevitable. Even as the whip recoiled, the mushroom cannons fired. The beast was huge, 5 meters long. Impossible to miss. Over 100 blasts slammed into it. Even with high resistance, its body was ripped raw, blood pouring, its roars weakening. Lin Jun wasn't lacking in firepower. Compared to those two agile beastmen of similar level, this was easy. But he couldn't celebrate. This was only the beginning. 2 more dragon beasts crawled from the fissure. One spread wings immediately, soaring into the air, an agile type his least favorite. The flood of monsters poured forth, battle raging hot. And this was only the prepared choke point. On the other side, with just 30 Pudgis holding disaster, a 2-headed dragon beast pushed through. The Pudgis fired, but its flames consumed the shots. 2 nearby mushrooms were roasted alive. Hopeless. Then, a black shadow streaked from the rift, circling in the air before plunging down. It landed atop the 2-headed beast. Talons sank into both its necks, crushing scales, blood gushing. With brutal force, it wrenched upward. No amount of fire-breathing saved it. Both heads were torn free. The violence stunned even Lin Jun. At last, he saw the figure clearly. Humanoid, but clad in scales darker than iron. Dragon wings folded along its spine. A massive tail trailing behind. Under the scaled face, human-like features could still be glimpsed. Species, Dragonkin. Level, 58. its golden vertical pupils flicked toward the Pudges. It glanced at their soft, plump bodies, then at the hard, lifeless dragon skulls in its claws. The dragon heads were tossed aside like trash. In the next instant, the dragonkin blurred forward, covering 10 meters in a leap. It seized a struggling Pudgy, jaws parting, twin rows of fangs flashing, and bit down eagerly. The dragonkin chewed down on the still struggling Pudgy, happily dodging mushroom cannon fire as he ate. His face actually showed bliss. Good grief. He really thought Pudges were delicious? Linden personally took over the aiming, setting up predictive shots, sealing escape routes, layering volleys. Perfect. Not a single hit landed. This dragonkin was the fastest creature he had ever encountered. Not just in raw speed. He accelerated, braked, and turned with terrifying agility. Fast in every direction, with destructive power to match. A true supermonster among supermonsters. After a few wasted attempts, Linden gave up trying to hit him. Better save his strength. Besides, more creatures were already crawling from the fissure. This side was doomed to fall anyway. Except, in the blink of an eye, the dragonkin blurred forward and lopped off the heads of two new arrivals. The monsters had just emerged, ready to devour Pudges. Wait, he was guarding his food? Linden immediately called his surviving Pudges back and bunched them in front of the rift, making sure every new monster's attention went straight to them. If the dragonkin wanted to protect his meal, Linden was happy to oblige. But the next thing that crawled out chilled even him. Even before it emerged, a single claw pushed through the rift, carrying with it a wave of frigid air. A hulking beast squeezed through, muscles bulging, jagged exoskeletal spines jutting across its body. Species: Ratkin, frostbone giant rat. Level: 54. Ratkin, but at nearly 7 meters tall, it barely resembled a rat at all. Only the pointed head gave away the lineage. A dragonkin and a giant rat, both over level 50. This fissure was spewing out stronger monsters than the other one. The frostbone giant rat lumbered forward, eyes falling on the half-frozen Pudges. It lifted its enormous paw to casually crush them, but the black figure slammed into it first. Tiny in comparison, the dragonkin nonetheless drove the rat to the ground, talons raking open its chest. The giant shrieked and countered with a blast of frost breath. The two clashed furiously before the rift, dragonkin pressing the advantage, ratkin resisting fiercely. Every other monster emerging was instantly caught up in their battle, crushed underfoot, frozen solid, torn apart. The Pudges wisely scuttled back, waiting to be the victor's snack. Linden even sent a squad of illusion Pudges as dessert, hurrying them over. Perhaps he could pull off a fisherman's profit here. For now, at least, this fissure was contained. But he didn't feel any relief, because a third problem had appeared. The monsters from the lower floors were now surging upward into the 5th floor. From the top of the stairwell, he watched them crawling like a mass of insects, swarming, jostling, spilling over each other. The once spacious spiral stairs were so packed that some creatures were shoved off the edge. And they weren't fighting each other. Natural enemies marched side by side, ignoring instinct. It felt like the whole dungeon was a single family. Except for him. So he wasn't invited to the party? Fine. Then they could all die. Hundreds of Pudges lined the balcony and rained mushroom shells downward. The monsters had no room to dodge. The front ranks were splattered against the walls. They tried to counterattack, but from such a steep angle, very few shots reached the Pudges. Now, and then a spike or water jet claimed 1 or 2 mushrooms, but replacements filled the gaps instantly. So far, it was only 6th-floor monsters. Nothing too overwhelming. But soon, lower-floor beasts would appear, perhaps even those from the deep zones. And these black fissures? No way they only showed up on the 5th floor. At the Amethyst Dungeon's gate, adventurers fired through the barricade slits at the monsters battering the defenses. None of the attackers were high-level, yet a troubling thought nagged them. Among the usual 1st and 2nd floor creatures, there were strangers. Meter-long flying worms with horrid mouthparts. Quick, muscular little dragon bees sprinting on heavy hind legs. Had the Amethyst dungeon ever held such things? But no one spoke of it in the middle of battle. They weren't strong anyway. Nothing that could sway the fight. Inside the guildmaster's office, Oberon monitored everything through a crystal. He allowed himself a breath of relief. The resonance hadn't opened directly into Dragon Cliff's deep layers. A small blessing, if it stayed like this. But in the image, the adventurers at the gate suddenly panicked. They scattered to the sides. Only one man leaned closer to the crack, peering in. Oberon's pulse spiked. No, don't tell me. And of course, fate delivered. The barricade shattered under a colossal, scale-plated body. A lizard, 2 zhang tall, is almost equal to 7 meters, spines bristling along its tail, burst through the debris. The adventurer who had lingered was buried under tumbling stone, life or death uncertain. Every adventurer froze, fear pinning them down. Marshall, the seasoned gold-ranked veteran, was the first to move. He roared, "What are you standing around for? Attack!" He charged. The giant lizard, despite its size, was still reeling from smashing through the gate. Concentrated attacks brought it down quickly. But the gate was open. The monsters poured through. The battle dissolved into chaos. A curved blade stabbed into a flying worm's belly, splitting it open. Vera hastily wiped the blood away with cloth. Not to preserve the weapon. It was just an ordinary steel saber. But the worm's blood was corrosive. If left on, the blade would rot to useless scrap before nightfall. "Fill in, fine, don't leave my side." 2 voices behind him confirmed. He glanced around. Plenty of monsters had broken through, but the situation wasn't lost yet. Several mages held the rear line with spells, stalling further breaches. The ones that had made it out weren't high level. Most of the adventurers here were experienced, silver rank at least. And Marshall wasn't the only gold rank. Over 10 others matched his level. They would clear this wave soon. Yet Vera's heart wouldn't settle. Wasn't the demon tide supposed to be weak in its first days? And yet, on the very first day, the gate had already fallen. He looked back at the 2 sisters behind him and clenched his jaw. If things truly turned grim, he'd take them and run. Even if it meant being stripped of his Adventurer's Guild status. Level up. LV50, LV51. After fighting for most of the day, Linden leveled up again. It hadn't even been that long since his last upgrade. As expected of a demon tide, experience points came pouring in. On the stairwell, each mushroom shell could blast through 6 or 7 monsters at once. Nowhere else could he dream of such an ideal damage environment. But as time passed, the monsters grew stronger. Among the dragon beasts, Linden even spotted those flesh and blood abominations from the 9th floor. Those things were worse than dragon beasts. Their vitality and regeneration were nauseatingly strong. Even if blasted into chunks, as long as the core survived, they could suck in surrounding meat scraps and cobble together a new twisted body. And now the stairwell was littered with meat scraps. Thankfully, each flesh monster had a limit on how large a body it could control. If they could build a giant out of all that meat, Linden would be helpless. For now, they were contained, unable to climb. The fissure, however, was far more dangerous. Unlike the choke point of the stairs, there was no terrain advantage. Firepower gradually fell behind the tide. What had started as encirclement was devolving into a chaotic melee. Without reinforcements, the Pudgis wouldn't hold for long. Linden had expected that much. What he hadn't expected was the Dragonkin. The frostbone giant rat it had fought was now nothing but shredded meat. By the end, the Dragonkin was enraged, crushing its throat and then ripping the corpse to ribbons before stopping. But the battle drained him. So much so, he no longer guarded all the Pudgis. Just now, as if he'd made up his mind, the Dragonkin simply scooped up 6 Pudgis and flew off toward the forest. Without him, the monsters spilled freely into the 5th floor. Directionless, they rampaged like headless flies. Vast swathes of mycelium carpet were trampled, mushrooms crushed underfoot. Exactly what Linden feared. The monsters had received a command, escape the dungeon. But that command clearly hadn't included navigation. The only mycelium likely to survive intact would be the patches clinging to the ceiling. Still, he had at least one consolation. He had killed plenty already. If the mushroom fields couldn't be saved, he could at least reduce the cost of rebuilding. And nothing sped recovery like mountains of corpses. With every monster charging upward, none stopped to devour the dead. Only that dragonkin was different, obsessed solely with eating Pudgis. The fissure was lost, and if they held the stairwell any longer, they'd be surrounded. Linden ordered 2 Pudgy squads to withdraw toward the marshlands, the best terrain for a last stand. To keep firepower high during the retreat, he even developed a new leapfrog barrage tactic. The front line fired, then hopped back to recharge while the rear line stepped forward to fire. Hop, shoot, retreat, step, shoot, advance. This dance left many more corpses along the way. By the time they reached the marsh, the final phase had begun. Small monsters bogged down in the muck posed little threat. The real dangers were the flyers and the colossal beasts. Less than 500 Pudgis remained, fighting a desperate brawl against swarms on all sides. By then, Linden's plan was mostly complete. Some monsters had already wandered near his cave. He detonated a cluster of exploding Pudgis at the entrance, sealing it off. At the same time, he triggered the self-detonation of the fat recluse Pudgy in the forest, the one the dragonkin was chewing on. Did he think it was an all-you-can-eat buffet? That fat one had been hidden all the way in a cave at the forest's edge, and he'd still sniffed it out. The explosion wouldn't kill him, probably not even wound him. Linden had no way to deal with him. His poisoning plan had failed too. The dragonkin seemed able to tell the difference. He only ate artillery or exploding Pudgis. Linden could only hope he would leave with the other dragon beasts soon. Still, after this demon tide, wouldn't every layer of the dungeon be crawling with high-level monsters? Would they retreat back down? Or would the dungeon itself clean them up? This place had more and more problems. That strange voice that triggered the tide was suspicious, too. But right now, he was just a weak mushroom. No point worrying. When he reached LV-99, then he'd investigate. Shoving the thought aside, Linden squatted in his cave and switched on the live broadcast. The ground fungus was crushed, but the ceiling growth remained. Thanks to them, he still had a view outside, though reception was spotty underground. What he saw made his skin crawl. From the lower zones crawl horrors. A 3-headed snake monster, leaving rivers of venom wherever it passed. Would he ever be able to farm mushrooms there again? Beetles wreathed in flames, one of which torched Dylan's little log cabin of love. Even gigantic golems, somehow hauling their titanic bodies up the stairs. Monster after monster spilled out. Those who found the stairwell climbed. Those who didn't ran rampant. None paid his collapsed cave any mind, except for one, the dragonkin. Linden watched him emerge from the forest, walking straight toward the cave. What the hell was he doing? Had he sensed the Pudgis inside? There were already Pudgy corpses everywhere on the 5th floor. Why insist on fresh ones? You shouldn't be able to dig in here, right? But just in case, Linden began to prepare. No way we can hold. At the dungeon's gate, the monster's strength suddenly surged. Flesh abominations, high-ranked dragon beasts. The adventurers were caught off guard. Casualties spiked. Even 2 gold-ranked fighters had fallen, and each new wave was stronger than the last. The survivors were at their breaking point. Many were already glancing back, scheming to escape. No one leaves. If you retreat, will you let Yoffing Town perish? Whoever runs will have their guild credentials revoked. Reinforcements are almost here. Hold the line. When this is over, everyone's bounty will be tripled. Oberon himself had come to the front lines. Not by choice. He had no option. Now he stood as if ready to die at the gates. When they inevitably fell, he could claim to have fought to the last and fled only after grievous wounds. That might win him some mercy when the guild headquarters demanded accountability. He raised his ornate staff high. Light flared brilliantly. 7th-tier light magic, skyfall arrows. Lances of radiance streaked out, skewering several flying dragon beasts in the air. His presence steadied the adventurers for the moment. But Oberon knew the truth. Collapse was inevitable. The reinforcements that were almost here, in reality, still a full day away. And who knew how many of these adventurers would still be alive then? As for himself, level 55, he couldn't withstand the demon tide. But when morale broke, slipping away in the chaos would be child's play. Boom! An explosion echoed through the forest beneath the night sky. Vera knew it was Philin, firing a thunder arrow to hold off the flesh monster behind them. Don't stop. It'll catch up again soon. At Philin's urging, Vera quickened his pace, carrying Fine on his back. Honestly, if that monster didn't keep running back to retrieve the meat chunks blown off itself every time, the three of them would have been caught long ago. Even so, Philin's thunder arrows were spent. Next time it caught up, they might not escape. They were here because the gate had fallen. The collapse happened in an instant. Right after the Vice Guildmaster Oberon finished his speech, that terrifying monster had crawled out of the dungeon. Vera could still see it in his mind. Diamond-shaped scales gleaming with strange hues under the sunset. Green-black venom dripping ceaselessly from its body. 3 serpent heads twisted and writhed in the air, glaring hungrily at every human present. In its presence, Vera had felt like a helpless prey, bound and waiting to be devoured. Thankfully, the Hydra hadn't fixed on him. Instead, it went straight for the most finely dressed target, the Vice Guildmaster. Oberon clearly hadn't expected to be attacked first while standing in the rear. 3 heads spat venom at once. He hastily cast a barrier of light, but it corroded instantly. Poison splashed across his body. The adventurers all heard the sizzling of melting flesh and his inhuman screams. It was Marshall who grabbed Oberon and dragged him from the battlefield. Once the 2 top commanders had fled in disgrace, who else dared fight to the death? The line crumbled instantly. The adventurers broke and ran, legs pumping as if they wished they had more to sprout. The monsters pursued like diners at a buffet. Catch it, eat it. By sheer luck, Vera and the sisters had been at the flank, avoiding the first slaughter. But as they fled, the 10-meter tail of a dragon beast whipped down, slicing 2 adventurers apart and swinging toward them. Vera's chipped, battered scimitar couldn't possibly block it. At the last instant, Fine cast an impact spell at her own feet, blasting the 3 of them aside. They barely avoided being chopped to pieces. But Fine's chest was torn open. Even after a healing potion, she lay unconscious. So Vera carried her as they fled. They didn't run toward Yaffing Town. That way drew most adventurers and most monsters. In the chaos, Vera had chosen the western forest. Luckily, only 1 monster pursued them. Unluckily, it was a flesh abomination sown from human and monster corpses, clearly a 9th floor creature. Even at full strength, they couldn't beat it, let alone now. They'd survived this far thanks only to Philin's 5 thunder arrows. But now even those were gone. Behind them, the sound of bushes splintering under its bulk grew louder. It's coming again. Philin's voice was exhausted, laced with despair. They had no options left. Then Vera spoke. Philin, give me the bow. You carry Fine and run. No. Philin instantly understood. He meant to sacrifice himself as bait. If anyone should go, it's me. I'm faster. Maybe I can escape. No one can escape it, Vera said bluntly. And you know I won't leave you behind. And you think I can just watch you go to your death? What about Fine, then? She wouldn't agree either. Vera sighed heavily, set Fine down against a tree, and turned with his ruined blade in hand to face the charging monster. Fine. Then let's hope it stitches us 3 close together. Philin loosed 2 arrows into its mass of flesh, but they barely slowed it. It howled and lunged straight at them. Wind stirred as Vera raised his blade in a warrior's stance. To die fighting. That was the adventurer's final dignity. The monster closed in, wind whipping stronger until it formed a vortex around it. The gale buffeted Vera, nearly toppling him. Wind? The creature could use wind magic too? In that storm, Vera couldn't even strike. He closed his eyes in resignation. The monster's roar filled his ears, but grew strangled. When he opened his eyes again, the abomination was whirling in midair, shredded by the raging vortex. It screamed, it struggled, but the wind carved it apart piece by piece until even its core was gone. Eighth tier magic, wind tunnel. The blood of Sargass has spilled out. Seems I was still a step late. An old man in a gray robe, leaning on a staff, had appeared behind them. Young ones, can you tell me what's happening back there? Shaken but alive, Vera glanced at the badge on his chest, the sigil of the Relics Association. The gate's broken. The Vice Guildmaster was badly injured and carried away. I don't know more. Thank you. Give this potion to your companion. Scars wouldn't suit a young lady. The old man handed Vera a small vial. Then the wind rose again, bearing him aloft toward Yaffing Town. When he was gone, Vera and Philin stared at each other. Then Philin's legs gave out, and she collapsed beside her sister, laughing and crying at once. Vera carefully poured the potion into Fine's mouth. The effect was immediate. The mangled chest healed before his eyes. A limb regeneration potion. He knew the old man's identity was unusual, but hadn't expected something so extravagant. That one vial was worth more than the three of them could earn in a year. When Fine awoke, now in better condition than either of them, they explained briefly. Then the trio pressed on westward, planning to cross the forest entirely. Though the old man was heading to Yaffing, Vera wanted no more risks. After discussion, they decided to rest in the outlying regions until the disaster passed. Illusion spores filled the cavern, nearly exhausting the Night Pudgy's reserves. The dragonkin really was digging toward them like a mole. He must have some detection skill, but Lin Jun had no time to check. Its claws tore through stone with ease. By now it was probably halfway through. There was no choice. Lin Jun prepared the highest level welcome. Not only was the cavern choking with toxic mist, but behind the Night Pudgy rose 6 disposable fungal cannons. With the plus 200% skill power boost active, the moment that thing broke through, he would give it a proper greeting. Lin Jun waited in the spore-choked cavern for his unwelcome guest. Meanwhile, changes were unfolding on the 5th floor. The rift where the dragonkin and the giant rat had first emerged had stopped producing monsters for some time now. Worse, it was becoming unstable. The air around it warped faintly, as though it might expand further. The sight made Lin Jun's heart pound. He knew nothing about space-related phenomena, but this was definitely dangerous. The last thing he wanted was his 5th floor becoming a broken pocket of shattered space, or riddled with permanent rifts that anyone could stroll through. But there was nothing he could do about it. For now, the dragonkin was the more immediate problem. It was here. Through mana perception, Lin Jun watched it dig to the edge. Crack! The rock wall split, and a claw burst through. A moment later, the dragonkin's head pushed in, molten gold eyes scanning the chamber. Waiting for it was the Night Pudgy, backed by 6 tentacle cannons swollen with energy, trembling on the verge of firing. Surprise! 6 fungal cannons, tripled in power, detonated point-blank into the dragonkin's face. Headshot! The cavern roared as explosions shook the walls. The ceiling caved in, boulders raining down to bury the dragonkin. A third of the chamber collapsed before finally stabilizing. Lin Jun hadn't cared. Against a dragonkin, cave-ins were the least of his worries. But it wasn't over. The rubble burst apart. The dragonkin leapt free, but didn't charge. Instead, it streaked around the cavern at shocking speed, before halting in a corner. It looked utterly battered. Its face was bloodied, most scales shattered, one horn snapped clean off. Perhaps dazed from the blow, it crouched low, growling warily instead of rushing in. Lin Jun was surprised. Before, its dragon-like features had been masked by heavy scales and horns. Now, with much of that broken, its face resembled a human's more than a dragon's. But that didn't matter. The important thing was it was hesitating. His 6 cannons were one use only, shattered from recoil after firing. His real weapon was the hallucinogenic spores. Even with dragon blood, high resistance didn't mean immunity. Given time, but the dragonkin moved again. Its body blurred into an afterimage, circling him, closing incautiously. Clearly, it was hurting. No more reckless charges like against the giant rat. Fine by Lin, Jun's straight-line assaults were harder to react to anyway. The moment it drew close, the knight trembled. Infrasound attack LV6. The Dragonkin's innards shuddered. Its motion stuttered, and it crashed straight into the rock wall. Lin Jun followed with another fungal blast, collapsing more of the cave on top of it. The beauty of infrasound. It ignored defenses, shaking the body from within. Even at only level 6, the confined cavern and his symbiotic crystal boosted it enough to disrupt a Dragonkin's rhythm. It clawed free again, slower this time. But it didn't pause, charged straight at him. Infrasound attack LV6. Evade LV7. The sonic blow staggered it just enough for Lin Jun to dodge. But had learned. It hadn't charged full speed. This time, it adjusted mid-lunge and swung around, rushing again between sonic pulses. Such sharp instincts. Its claws slashed. The knight Pudgy bent low, then sprang. Assault leap LV5. The talons grazed past. Not clean enough. A gouge marred the knight's shell, nearly piercing through. This wasn't going well. Where were the spore's effects? After all it had breathed in, nothing yet? The Dragonkin seemed to sense its advantage, lips pulling into a shark-toothed grin. It crouched and sprang again. But mid-leap, its limbs tangled. It tumbled across the floor. Lin Jun hadn't done a thing. His next infrasound wasn't even ready. In fact, he felt weak too, mycelium sagging. A new status flickered on his panel. Dragon's Might, all attributes minus 50%. What the hell? Scanning the 5th floor, Lin Jun froze. The unstable rift had widened. A massive claw, 5 meters long, hooked its edge. The surrounding space buckled violently. Gruor. The roar that followed shook the entire floor. Lin Jun's true body, buried deep, didn't hear it directly, but the status effect proved he wasn't spared. That claw's owner was no dragon beast or subdragon. It was a true dragon, and from the size of that talon, it could never squeeze through unless it tore the rift wider. Don't you dare. Can't every damn disaster stop landing on me? Lin Jun shuddered under Dragon's Might. Across from him, the Dragonkin fared worse. It dug a hole and stuck its upper body in the ground, ostrich style. The claw tugged, trying to rend the rift wider. But arcs of lightning flared, lashing the talon, blasting away scales. The dragon roared in pain, recoiling. Still, before withdrawing, it bellowed one last furious roar toward Lin Jun's floor. Then the lightning wove around the rift, cinching it shut, smaller and smaller until gone. Where it had been, the staircase between the 4th and 5th floor stood pristine, as if nothing had happened. Only long after did Lin Jun's debuff fade. The Dragonkin, still half-buried, lay motionless. The knight Pudgy stumped over and kicked it out of the ground. It hit the wall and slumped. Finally, the spores had taken effect. Unbelievable. Dragon's Might had actually helped. The knight marched up and stomped down. This wasn't just stomping. This was trample LV3. 30 furious stomps later, its health finally dropped low enough. Lin Jun sprinkled parasitic spores over it. Soon it would be his puppet, a precious trump card. At last, he relaxed, free to examine its status. He'd only skimmed its basics before between traps and combat. Now, scrolling deeper, rows of LV8S and LV9S made him giddy. But the joy faded fast. 3 entries stood out. Innate talent, blood of the ancient dragon, all attributes plus 20%. Mark of vengeance, upon death, transfers to killer. Caster can track and deal bonus damage to them. Title, offspring of the ancient dragon. Main attributes plus 50%. Thinking of that claw, just now, could he cancel the fusion? Maybe? What now? Lin Jun was truly dumbstruck. No matter how he thought about it, this dragonkin must be that ancient dragon's daughter, right? Yes, daughter. He had checked just now. Covered in heavy scales, with features that looked androgynous. He hadn't been able to tell before. But that was just a detail. The real problem was fusion parasitism couldn't be undone. Her condition was like Dylan's, parasitized, but not yet pushed over the edge into becoming a puppet. Would it still work if he shoved her back through another rift? Your kid's only half parasitized. I'm returning her now. Yeah, right? He could already imagine his true body being chopped into 4 pieces by dragon claws and separately roasted, frozen, smashed, and melted. Speaking of which, where was the ancient dragon's true body? The deep zones? Probably not. He had no intel, but the monsters spilling from that rift were too different from the Amethyst Dungeons types. Maybe it was another monster gathering ground, or even another dungeon altogether. He'd have to ask Dylan later. If it really was another dungeon, could that ancient dragon actually emerge? Earlier, the arcs of lightning from the dungeon had repelled its claw, but the dragon had only taken a scratch. It hadn't been fighting seriously at all. If it really had a way to break through dungeon laws, even hiding in the 5th floor wouldn't keep him safe. Being targeted by an ancient dragon was beyond terrifying. Thankfully, things hadn't gone past the point of no return yet. For now, it was only parasitized, not fully made into a puppet. And surely, the dragon didn't yet know its daughter's exact condition. There was still room to salvage this. Hopefully. Ugh, what a mess. Dylan had just returned to Yaffing Town, and the sight before him made him shudder. Charred beams and broken walls leaned against one another. Collapsed columns speared into neighboring rooftops. The once bustling streets were now ribbons of rubble. Even the Adventurers Guild's granite hall stood reduced to only a few lonely pillars jutting skyward. Half the town was gone. Walking through the streets, his boots stuck to dried blood, too much of it to tell whether it came from monsters or people. Corpses lay scattered, and others were busy gathering them up. After the monster tide, the United Kingdom and the Adventurers Guild had jointly issued reconstruction tasks. Most of those here were hired workers. In the town's center lay the headless carcass of a massive 3-headed serpent. Poison pooled around it, keeping anyone from daring to approach. Rumors said the Guild of Relics chairman had rushed here alone in advance. He had slaughtered most of the monsters that had broken into the town, preventing even greater destruction. Even so, many townsfolk had died, and adventurers fared even worse. Less than 1 in 5 survived from those who had taken the gate defense job. Lucky he had obeyed his boss's orders and taken the task of searching for the Duke's daughter instead. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have been among the dead. The town might be rebuilt one day, but it would never be as lively again. Further ahead, one building stood almost intact. Dylan clicked his tongue. The Rotten Willow Tavern actually survived. Though a wall had collapsed and burn marks scarred its exterior, compared to the ruins next door, it was a miracle. Stepping inside, he expected wreckage, but someone was already there. Cole, you got back so fast. The tavern keeper glanced up, saw it was Dylan, and snorted before returning to fixing a broken chair leg. Don't tell me you never left. Cole finally replied. At my age? Run where? If the tavern's gone, I'd rather be cut down with it. Dylan gave him a thumbs up. A hardcore old man, and absurdly lucky to still be alive. But with the town in ruins, how much business can you still have? Cole rubbed his red nose, unconcerned. As long as the Amethyst dungeon exists, this place will recover. So we can enter again already? Don't be stupid. Of course not. The announcement says it'll stay sealed for half a month. Dylan clicked his tongue. Another 2 weeks stuck on the surface? That was bad. He was running out of money. He had only brought 5 gold coins total, never expecting to be away this long. Chugging mana potions every day, his savings had nearly evaporated. He missed the dungeon's fumble coffins already. At the counter, he grabbed a cup and poured himself some ale from the barrel. There's no real way to make money around here, is there? Money? Isn't everyone outside already working on that? Ah, the sour brew burned down his throat, making his neck hairs prickle in a good way. Cole, you know I don't mean hauling bricks. Cole set aside his carpentry, eyeing Dylan. What, broke already? Dylan nodded. Dead broke. Need cash fast. Well, Cole looked around. The tavern was empty, but for them. There's something you could do. The cellar door creaked as they descended. He led Dylan to a massive barrel. Take this lot to Sailcloth Harbor. 3 gold now, 7 when the buyer pays. Deal. He pried open the lid. Inside was a trove of monster parts and adventurer gear. still sticky with blood. The stench made Dylan recoil. You old bastard, stripping the dead? Clearly, these were looted from corpses, blatant law-breaking. Just say yes or no. Yes. Why would not? If he didn't earn coin, he'd die of mana exhaustion anyway. But this much? I can't haul it alone. You won't send me down the main road with a wagon, right? Cole sealed the barrel again. Of course not. Come back tonight. For men, 1 sack each, straight through the western forest. What if monsters are still roaming there? Why else do you think I'm paying 10 gold? Charity. Dylan nodded. Fair point. When he left the Rotten Willow, 3 gold heavier, he headed straight to buy a mana potion for the road. What he didn't know was that among the bloodied spoils Cole had shown him, there was also a human skin book faintly pulsing with magic. The severed tentacle of the mushroom cannon twitched and writhed, its end slowly reweaving itself into a sharp conical point. The knight's 6 mycelium tentacles, under the effects of mycelium reconstitution LV2, had now nearly returned to normal. Only the color was a little paler than the rest of his body. The claw marks on the knight's shell, however, were still clearly visible. Since the shell was the product of a skill, it lay outside the scope of reconstitution. To repair it, he would need to generate an entirely new shell later. Outside, the demon tide was finally drawing to a close. The monsters began retreating back to their proper layers, even the dragon beasts squeezing one by one into the fissures again. Hostilities between monsters returned as well. Linden saw a split-toothed beast snatch a small dragon beast by the tail fin before leaving, dragging its prey up the stairs. Some monsters that wandered the 5th floor, unable to find their way home, if they were above LV25, gained a new debuff. Fixed state, soul siphon, gradual loss of attributes, and skill proficiency. Clearly, this was the dungeon's way of restoring order after a demon tide. If they couldn't return, their very souls would be drained away. Just the thought made Linden shudder. Thankfully, he didn't have that debuff, and neither did the dragonkin. That matched his guess. Neither of them were truly part of the demon tide. For Linden, that was obvious. The dungeon had never truly accepted him as one of its own. As for the dragonkin, her behavior gave it away. During the supposed monster harmony of the tide, she still fought other monsters over food. Instead of charging upward with the others, she wandered the 5th floor searching for pudges to eat. Linden's special status came from his hero title. Hers, likely from being the offspring of an ancient dragon. Speaking of the dragonkin, hungry, in a collapsed cave of less than 20 square meters, she crouched in a corner, claws on her knees, golden eyes fixed on a handful of battery pudges nearby, nearly drooling. Sigh. One of the battery pudges waddled across the rubble, pew, approaching her. She scooped it up, rubbing her cheek affectionately against it. The scales on her face soon cut shallow lines into its cap. Just like Dylan after being parasitized, she too felt affection for Pudges now. At least she hadn't woken up and immediately tried to kill his night body. She was even willing to listen to him a little. Of course, she still ate them. The battery Pudgy, with only 10 HP, was scraped to death by her scales and then happily gnawed on. This dragonkin wasn't very bright. When Linden briefly linked her into the spore network and tried communicating, her mind felt like that of a child. That lined up with how she had acted on the 5th floor. But logically, with one parent a human and the other an ancient dragon, neither low-intelligence beings, why was she so dull? Other half-dragons Linden had seen showed no such deficiency. The answer lay in her status panel. Fixed state, congenital defect, intelligence reduced by 80%. Though the intelligence attribute usually governs spellcasting and not raw IQ. With such a congenital defect, she was clearly born impaired. And that wasn't her only defect. Fixed state, congenital defect, mana leakage, mana drains naturally over time. Had she offended the heavens in a past life? Mana was the foundation for most skills. Not just spells, even things like Assault Leap required small amounts of it. An empty mana pool didn't just prevent skill use. It caused dizziness, nausea, even unconsciousness. Lin Jun knew this all too well. Back when he first arrived, ignorant of everything, he had blundered into that pitfall many times. So that explained why she didn't eat hallucinogenic pudges. The ones she chose all had mana storage. She was refueling herself. Sure enough, as she munched on the pudgy in her arms, Lin Jun saw her panel refill the 1/3 of her mana she had lost. Of course, their delicious taste was probably also part of it. After swallowing the pudgy's last leg, she licked her lips, still unsatisfied. Full yet? Lin Jun asked. Her golden pupils flicked away from the remaining battery pudges to his night body. In her mind, the night was the one speaking to her, a tasty but very strong creature. Still want more? Lin Jun glanced at her panel. Her mana was already full. How about this? You help me first. When you're done, I'll let you eat again, okay? She glanced at the 3 remaining battery pudges, then nodded hard. All he needed was for her to dig them out. The battle had collapsed most of the cave, and the digging pudges had all been crushed. The knight could dig, but nowhere near her level. She had sharpness LV9, after all. But Lin Jun had misunderstood. She wasn't actually digging. Her claws only loosened stone. She forced her way through mostly by brute strength, squeezing through the rock. When she pushed through, the dirt and stone closed up behind her, impossible for pudges to follow. The knight barely managed to squeeze through right after her, kicked countless times in the process, his shell the only thing that saved him. As for the 3 shell-less battery pudges, they never made it past the first squeeze. So when the dragonkin turned back expectantly for her promised pudges, Lin Jun was sweating buckets. Where she decided to eat him instead. Not that he feared being killed. If necessary, he could finish the final step of parasitization and turn her into a puppet. But then, that would essentially be brain death. Would it trigger her vengeance mark? Lin Jun didn't know, and had no desire to find out. He needed to stall this gluttonous fool. Over there. The knight pointed a tentacle toward the forest. Food is that way. You'll find it if you go. At the same time, Lin Jun scrambled through the spore network to locate a patch of intact mycelium. Near Dylan's ruined cabin, one of the few places that had survived the monster stampede. On it, he forced 2 new battery pudges to mature. The 5th floor still wasn't safe. Plenty of monsters still roamed, searching for their way back. But with a dragonkin by his side, most ignored him or avoided him outright. The stupid ones who didn't? Lin Jun silently thanked them. Every distraction bought him more time. Beside Dylan's ruined cabin, the dragonkin eagerly seized one of the freshly grown pudges, not yet fully charged with mana, and bit in. After exerting herself just now, she was hungry again. Soon after, her confused voice echoed across the spore network. This one doesn't taste as good. Though the demon tide had subsided, its aftermath was far from over. The 5th floor, ravaged by the surge, was a wasteland. A third of the forest had burned, set alight by fire-breathing beetles, leaving blackened trunks jutting from cracked soil. Another third had been toppled by giant monsters, 30-meter trees uprooted, their trunks scarred with claw marks and footprints. The forest area had shrunk by nearly 70%. Where once the canopy blocked all light, huge patches of glowing ceiling were now exposed. Still, the fallen trees could serve as fertile beds for mushroom cultivation, so Lin Jun found this acceptable. The poison fog lake, however, was a tragedy. The venomous 3-headed serpent had rampaged through half the floor, leaving a trail of dark green toxic crust where nothing survived. The lake happened to be along its path. It should probably be called Poison Lake now. All native life had perished in the dark green waters, dead fish and shrimp littering the shores and rotting. The toxin seeped into the surrounding soil as well, making it impossible for any plants, or Lin Jun's mushrooms, to grow nearby. Though he had poison resistance, it was only LV4. Spores scattered their withered instantly. But the place wasn't entirely dead. A small dragon beast, resembling a scaled salamander, had made the toxic waters its home. Race, dragon beast Miraji. Racial trait, membrane, body entirely shielded inside and out. Lin Jun had no idea how a membrane could fully block such toxins, but somehow they did. With their natural poison resistance, the Miragi thrived in the lake. A shame racial traits couldn't be stolen. Imagine Pudgis wrapped in protective membranes. Still, Lin Jun doubted they'd last. They were feeding on the corpses along the shore, but supplies would run out soon. And with the lake's ecosystem destroyed, starvation loomed. He considered raising them. They had the scale armor skill after all, but could they eat mushrooms? The lake and forest were the most devastated areas. The caves had collapsed by his own doing, redigging them would take ages. Only the swamps remained unchanged. Though his mycelium carpets that were trampled, the swamps themselves had survived. In fact, with so many corpses piled within, the mana density had grown richer. One of the few bits of good news. Meanwhile, the ceiling's fungal carpets were completely untouched. Even during the demon tide, no flying monsters had bothered to waste time attacking the ceiling mushrooms. Now, their caps trembled gently. Stored spores cascaded down in pale blue and gray flurries, a snowfall of life across the ruined floor. Though some monsters still roamed, their numbers weren't enough to pose a serious threat. It was time to restore the mushroom garden. On the mycelium carpet beside Dylan's ruined cabin, a brand new Pudgy was born. Lin Jun had high hopes for this one. It broke free of the carpet, bouncing upright, full of vigor. A pair of claws scooped it up. The dragon can bit down. How does it taste? Lin Jun asked. Her bite couldn't sever the mycelium at once. She had to tear it apart before chewing. She gnawed repeatedly before swallowing. This one's tasty. I like it. Good. This was especially optimized spicy stick Pudgy. Besides mana storage LV6, it also had toughness LV5. Then when you finish eating, go hunt some monsters for me. When you're back, I'll give you more of these. She nodded while chewing. Fighting for food was familiar to her, but instead of leathery lizards and stinking rats, she now got chewy, bouncy mushrooms. She was quite satisfied. By the way, do you have a name? Lin Jun had wanted to ask this for a while. Normally, panels displayed names, but hers didn't. Was it because she had none, or because he couldn't see it? She could speak, though her words were odd. Lin Jun suspected dragon tongue, but with language came names. Yet she shook her head as she chewed. No name. Big Dragon said weak ones don't get names. What? So by that logic, he didn't deserve one either. Big Dragon? Was that terrifying dragon from before your mother? At the mention, she shivered. No, that was Mama. Big Dragon is much smaller than Mama. So she really was that dragon's child. But why be so terrified of her own mother? Was it some cranky menopausal dragoness? And Big Dragon seemed to be another dragon entirely. Do they all live together? Then what do they call you? Sverges. Then isn't your name Sverges? She shook her head. No, all weak ones are Sverges. Ah, a generic label, like lowborn. Lin Jun could picture their brutal society, where the weak weren't worthy of names. But he couldn't keep calling her Heyu. Sverges felt clunky too. How about I just give you a nickname? Not a real name, just something to call you. She shook her head firmly. When strong, we'll have name. So she didn't want him naming her. She actually had ambition. Lin Jun sighed. At least let me call you something simpler. Not a name, just a tag. How about Gray Little Black? Not a name, just what I'll call you. It wasn't that he lacked imagination. It was just temporary. No need to overthink. She tilted her head, considered it, then nodded. Deal struck. By the time the spicy stick Pudgy was finally finished, indeed, toughness made it last longer. Gray Little Black stretched her limbs and bounded off happily to fight monsters. Lin Jun then noticed her panel had changed. Name, Gray Little Black. Race, Dragonkin. Sorry, I should have put more thought into it. Didn't I say it wasn't a name? What kind of broken system is this? At the base of the staircase leading to the 6th floor, several large oxhorse Pudgis busied their mycelium tentacles, bundling up the last of the monster corpses. With this trip done, all the spoils gathered by the Pudgis during the demon tide had finally been hauled back to the mushroom garden, thanks to the sheer volume of fertilizer and abundant mana. In just over a week, the mushroom field across the 5th floor had already begun to take shape again. Another week or so, and they might even surpass their pre-tide prosperity. Even Lin Jun had to admit, the growth rate of the mushroom race was impressive. Of course, the poison lake was an exception. The contamination there was even worse than before. At first, only the lakeshore had been blighted, but now the dead zone had spread to a radius of 500 meters. Lin Jun regretted not studying that three-headed serpent's skills more carefully. What kind of venom was this vicious? At least the spread had finally halted in the last couple of days. But as for how long it would take to recover, who could say? As for the Miraji in the lake, a 2-meter-tall oxhorse pudgy, belly packed full of mushrooms, trudged step by step toward the shore. Each step corroded away a layer of its foot upon contact with the poison ground. Only because of its massive size did it manage to reach the lakeside with something of its feet still intact. Then the pudgy rolled itself down the slope, tumbling into the lake with its precious cargo. The Miraji had been waiting. They swarmed up eagerly, devouring their bi-daily feast. Lin Jun had decided to raise them after all. The lake was useless for anything else now. These creatures weren't aggressive. At most they spat a little poison, and their range was confined to the water. And since they lived in a poison lake, even if adventurers passed by, they were unlikely to bother with them. The point of raising them, of course, was for harvest. Their level averaged only around 10, and their small bodies offered little mana or experience. Their true value lay in aquatic adaptation and scale armor, especially the scales. After breaking down numerous scale-bearing dragon beasts, Lin Jun had finally obtained the skill for himself, and he discovered it was far more convenient than the shell he currently relied on. Unlike the rigid exoskeleton, scales offered solid defense while being lighter and more flexible. With the Miraji as a renewable source, only digging pudges would still need shells for smashing rocks. While the mushroom garden thrived, Lin Jun's eyes turned toward other dungeon floors. He didn't know why, but even though the demon tide had long ended, adventurers still hadn't resumed activity. Not that he minded. During this lull, he sent many pudges out. Their mission wasn't fighting, but scattering spores in corners of the upper 4 floors, hidden spots where monsters rarely reached. Those small patches of mycelium couldn't generate visual feeds, they could at least sense mana fluctuations. And those little nodes could serve as relay points, linking large outer carpets back to the 5th floor. And why plant large carpets on other floors? Because Lin Jun hated wasting all those monster corpses, of course. He could decompose them for mana and skills, then sprout more mushrooms to feed back into the ecosystem. Everyone would benefit. Sadly, the mushroom garden was still in recovery, and pudgy numbers were short. For now, he could only expand upward into safer layers. As for deeper floors, too few pudges would just end up as monster chow before completing their tasks. At the dungeon entrance, 2 guards sat by a campfire. The flames flickered in the night breeze. Aiden prodded the embers with his iron sword, sparks dancing onto his chainmail. So cold, I'd give anything for a bowl of meat stew right now, the rookie muttered, hugging his shoulders. Senior, what's the point of making us guard this place? If adventurers want to go in, do you think we could stop them? Aiden shot him a glance, uncorked his wineskin, took a swig, then finally passed it over. You ask too many questions. Guard duty's guard duty. What's the difference where you stand? What? You think if you were posted in town, you'd be sipping stew instead? The rookie gulped greedily, warmth spreading through him. Of course it's different. Look there. He pointed at a rock stained dark red. I heard a lot of people died here that day. What if it spawns a wraith? Aiden stared at him long enough to make him squirm, then burst out laughing. Don't listen to bar tales. If every battlefield birthed wraiths, the dungeon would be overflowing by now. I was just saying, I didn't really think. Russell. Both men froze, turning toward the sound. Aiden raised a whistle to his lips. The rookie muttered nervously. It's not really a wraith, right? Idiot. Aiden lit a makeshift torch from the campfire and stepped toward the trees. He slashed his sword through the undergrowth a few times, finding nothing. Returning to the fire, he smirked at the rookie. Probably just a critter. Look at you jumpy like that. You'll never make it far with guts that small. The rookie, thoroughly embarrassed, muttered excuses about being tipsy and not thinking straight. Neither noticed the faint trail of footprints behind them, 2 rows of shallow prints leading straight into the dungeon. Dungeon, first floor. The stone wall shimmered, revealing 2 crouching young men. SCSC scared me to death. The robed youth trembled. Gray, you don't understand. His sword was this close. Really, just a hair away from me. The warrior Gray stared at his companion, Calvin. You're the one who just had to eavesdrop, and then spooked yourself with some wraith nonsense. Aren't you a mage? You spend all day dissecting freaky materials. How can you be afraid of wraiths? At the word wraith, Calvin flinched again. You don't get it. I saw one once back with my teacher. Of course I'm scared. You'd be too if you'd met one. Sure, Gray sighed. But if you're this scared, should we really keep going? Why don't you just cast another invisibility spell, and we head home? Calvin grabbed his arm, panicked. No way. If I don't get a parasite tree seed, I can't brew the Verity potion. Without the potion, I can't hand him my assignment. And if I fail again, teacher will punish me. Make me practice magic on that Duke's perverted daughter, and I'll end up turned into a pudgy in front of her. Gray, you have to help me. Don't forget, last time you were constipated, I was the one who made you that laxative potion. Gray scowled. That so-called potion had me shitting for a whole day straight. That counts as help. Answer me this. Were you constipated or not? Dungeon, second floor. The breeze rustled through the woods, carrying the pure scent of grass and trees. Clear water from a rocky stream reflected the orange-white glow of firefly grass. At first glance, this place seemed like a lush, tranquil forest with sparkling waters. But in reality, the small monsters here were all adept at hiding and ambush, many of them poisonous. Newcomers unprepared with antidotes often died here without ever knowing what hit them. Gray's long sword thrust into waist-high grass. With a flick, he skewered a green scorpion the size of a man's palm. Weren't monsters supposed to decrease after the demon tide? We've barely walked, and I've already killed 3 spiders, 6 scorpions, and 4 snakes. Calvin, flipping through his dungeon guidebook, explained without looking up. That decrease only applies to high-level or large monsters. After a tide, the dungeon's mana density spikes. It's the little creatures that benefit most. They multiply like crazy. That's normal. He pointed at a passage in the book. See? This floor usually has lots of black and white pythons. Notice we haven't run into any yet. Gray swung his sword upward, cleaving a snake hanging from above in 2. He glanced briefly at the book. 5 snakes now. Annoying. How much farther until the next floor? Still a ways, Calvin muttered, studying the map. Let's detour through a natural tunnel. Less small fry that way. Gray narrowed his eyes. And what's in that tunnel? Spiders. Big spiders. Gray lifted his torch high, revealing gray-white stone walls draped with ragged, torn webs. The place still bore scars of the demon tide. Where are the spiders? Calvin pointed upward. Sure enough, faint red dots glowed in the darkness. Don't worry, they're actually timid. As long as you don't get stuck in their webs, they won't attack. How do you know? It's in the guide. Gray nodded, then asked, then why aren't they eating that? He thrust the torch forward, illuminating a pudgy struggling in a web. A pudgy? They're carnivores. Not eating it makes sense. Calvin frowned. But why is there a pudgy here? What's the big deal? Didn't we see them on the first floor too? That's because you never read. You don't get it. Leaning closer to examine the strange pudgy, Calvin explained. During the tide, monsters may wander between floors, but always from lower to higher. It's almost impossible for upper floor creatures to move downward. And this pudgy is weird. It has tentacles. Then that just means deeper floors also have walking mushrooms. But the guide says pudges only appear on the first floor. When was your guide written? Could be outdated. 3 years ago. It shouldn't be outdated, right? For the first time, Calvin hesitated. If the guide was wrong, unexpected dangers could lurk anywhere. Gray casually plucked the pudgy off the web. Gray, what are you doing? It's a mutant. It could be dangerous. Gray shrugged. How dangerous can a walking mushroom be? I just want to see what it does. The moment the pudgy hit the ground, its 4 tentacles shot upward, piercing the darkness. A shriek rang out, and a massive spider, 2 meters wide, was yanked down and slammed against the ground. It died instantly. The Pudgy then began slowly dragging the carcass outside. Gray turned to see Calvin staring at him, wide-eyed. Fine, I admit, that was a little dangerous. Want to follow it? The Pudgy was nearly out of sight, heading a different direction. Curiosity sparked in Calvin's eyes. After a moment, he nodded. We've got time. Let's see where it goes. They trailed the creature as it smacked aside, ambushing scorpions with its tentacles, passed through hidden paths, and finally slipped into a small cave, glowing faintly from within. Peeking inside, they froze. The cave's walls were carpeted in mycelium. Bioluminescent mushrooms of all sizes filled the chamber with ghostly light. And on the ground, bones. Wolf corpses, black and white pythons, giant spiders, even dragon beasts, piled together. Some bodies were covered in fungal growth, while others were fresh, blood not yet dried. Several tentacled Pudgys worked together, carefully hauling the newly killed spider into an empty space, making sure not to damage the mycelium carpet beneath. Gulp. Gray and Calvin exchanged a look of shock, then retreated quietly, step by careful step. Only when Ed left the cave far behind did they relax. Calvin tried to sound casual, though his voice still shook. What's the big deal? This is just the second floor. You're level 31. Why so scared? Weren't you the one panicking first? Fine, but tell me that wasn't creepy. Where else do you see Pudgys this brutal? I'm reporting this to teacher when we get back. He glanced behind them. No Pudgys were following. Let's hurry to the 5th floor. In the forest above, as Linden was cultivating large mushrooms, he suddenly received an image from the 2nd floor outpost. 2 human adventurers snooping around. So the dungeon was finally open again? He'd need to accelerate the growth of large mushrooms and replenish more combat Pudgys. Otherwise, if trouble came and he lacked defenses, it would be a problem. As for those 2 adventurers, Linden ignored them. He never planned to hide from humans. Even if he wanted to, it wasn't possible. The cave had been chosen only to minimize monster disturbances. And in truth, even if he wanted to intervene, he couldn't. Unlike direct mycelium connections, images sent via mushroom relay nodes arrived with a slight delay, about 6 minutes. The Pudgys outside acted autonomously according to preset tasks. Unless adventurers attacked or tried to steal monster corpses, they wouldn't retaliate. That was Linden's consistent neutral policy. If someone destroyed an outpost, well, he'd just have to accept it and wait to repay them on the 5th floor. The edges of the parchment guidebook were already curled from overuse. Calvin checked it for the 3rd time, but no matter how he compared the descriptions of the 5th floor with the scene before them, the 2 simply didn't match. Wasn't this supposed to be the brightest floor? Not a single stalk of firefly grass in sight. In the pitch-dark 5th floor, only the faint glow of mushrooms lit the way. And, conveniently, the path leading from the staircase was lined on both sides with glowing mushrooms, like someone had deliberately planted them. To Calvin, this was even eerier than what they'd seen in that small cavern on the 2nd floor. Even Gray, usually the bold one, was starting to hesitate. Your guidebook is way off. Do we really keep going? We're already here. Let's at least look around a bit. Stepping out, they soon noticed that the ceiling itself was carpeted with glowing fungi, their lights stretching across like a false sky. Calvin couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The unease made him regret his decision just 2 minutes earlier. But when he told Gray, his companion only shook his head. He felt nothing at all. Calvin couldn't justify turning back just based on a feeling. That would be too irrational. You're saying we walk this path? Gray asked, pointing at the glowing road ahead. It looked suspicious, but according to the guide, it did lead toward the forest. Outdated or not, the terrain shouldn't have changed that much. After some thought, Calvin raised his wand. First-rank spell, Illumination. A ball of orange-yellow light floated at the tip. Let's walk along the edge. Squelch. The first step outside the path felt sticky. Looking down, they realized the ground beyond was covered in a layer of translucent mycelium. From beneath their feet all the way into the dark horizon, The entire ground was a fungal carpet. I knew the ground color looked weird. It's all fungus. Gray grimaced, retreating to the glowing road. Maybe we should just stay on the path. Calvin reluctantly agreed. The road itself was strangely clean, as if the glowing mushrooms on either side kept the creeping mycelium at bay. It was quiet. Too quiet. Not a single monster from the guidebook appeared. The only thing they came across was a mountain-sized corpse, half dissolved by fungi, mangled beyond recognition. The oppressive silence grew heavier with every step. The two adventurers didn't speak again until the forest came into sight. "That's the forest you mentioned?" Gray pointed ahead. Towering bioluminescent mushrooms rose like trees, their hanging gills forming a sprawling mushroom forest. Only a few giant trees remained, wedged sparsely among the fungi. Clearly, the guidebook's information was so outdated it was worthless. Calvin was about to speak when a strange sound echoed from the forest. Poof! Poof! The heavy, muffled noise carried clearly in the silence. A bloated pudgy, 3 meters tall, lumbered out from behind a mushroom, for thick tentacles waved in the air. Around it, a dozen smaller, tentacled pudges followed, identical to the mutant they had seen on the second floor. The pudges froze when they spotted the two humans. "Calvin, we should retreat." "Calvin," Gray turned, only to realize the light of illumination had vanished. "Calvin, you." The next instant, his own body turned transparent. Calvin's voice came from beside him. "What? You reacted faster than me. Good job." TCH. No time to argue. Calvin crouched, grabbing Gray's sleeve to keep them from being separated. "Let's get out of here. This place is too strange." "And your assignment?" "What else can I do? I'll have to spend my savings to buy the parasitic seed from a black market dealer." His already meager funds shrinking further, Calvin felt his heart bleeding. Distracted by his despair, he failed to notice the pull on his arm and smacked straight into something. Ouch! His forehead split, blood trickling down. But the pain was quickly forgotten. A humanoid figure stood before them, scales black as ink, its head cocked as it stared at their invisible selves. "DDR Dragon," Calvin stammered. Before he could finish, the creature, shorter than him, grabbed his throat and lifted him effortlessly. Their invisibility shattered at once. At the same time, a roar erupted nearby. Fury LV4. Brute Strength LV4. It was Gray. Seeing his friend attacked, he activated his boosts, both hands gripping his sword as he swung down with all his might. Heavy Slash LV5. Clang. Half his sword snapped and flew into the air. Gray trembled, blood pouring from his split palms, unable to comprehend why his steel blade hadn't even scratched the creature's shoulder scales. Hadn't he checked his gear before entering the dungeon? Was this really the 5th floor? The monster caught Gray's throat with its other claw. His arms, numb from the backlash, couldn't even lift in resistance. The pressure around his neck tightened, strangling the breath from his lungs. Calvin's face was already purple, body convulsing from lack of air. Then suddenly, like time snapping in half, the crushing grip vanished. Gray collapsed, gasping desperately. When he looked up, the terrifying figure was gone. Calvin lay on the ground, limp and unmoving, chest still. "Calvin? Calvin, wake up!" Slapping his friend's face did nothing. Frantic, Gray opened his pack to fetch a healing potion, but a ring of pudges surrounded him. He reached instinctively for his sword, only to remember it was broken on the ground. Before panic could overtake him, one pudgy extended a hollow tentacle, plunging it into Calvin's mouth. The mushroom's body pulsed with each contraction. Bound tightly, Gray could only thrash helplessly, forced to watch. Then, Calvin's eyes flew open. He tore the tentacle out, hacking and retching violently. Cough, 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 When it was over, he collapsed weakly, pale and drained. His health had dropped by nearly half. Poof! The heavy-footed, bloated pudgy lumbered forward. It rummaged in its belly and dumped 4 items before Gray. A long sword, a fruit core, a magic crystal, and a bottle of healing potion. Then the pudges released him, turned, and slowly vanished into the mushroom forest. Gray stared at the items, stunned. Had the Pudgis just saved them from that monster? Gathering the items in haste, he hefted the frail Calvin onto his back and fled toward the staircase. Damn it! I forgot to tell Gray, Little Black, that humans aren't monsters. Gray, listen. 2 arms and 2 legs means not a monster. You can't just go around killing them. Oh, but green ones are okay. Green ones? Did she mean the flower sprites on the 6th floor? Whenever Gray grew restless after clearing most of the monsters on the 5th floor, Linden would let her go play down below. He never really knew what she got up to. At first, she kept getting lost and had to be fetched back. Later, once she learned the way, she would sometimes drag back monster corpses. He remembered a few times she brought green-skinned flower sprites. But flower sprites didn't even have legs. Their lower halves were flower buds. If not them, then what? Whatever it was, if it was green, it definitely wasn't human. Fine, green ones are okay. But next time, don't kill ones like today. Gray pouted but nodded. Satisfied, Linden handed her a special Pudgy snack imbued with corrosive acid LV3. Lately, she preferred sour flavors. The 2 humans had already fled in a hurry, clearly terrified. Sure, they'd almost been killed, but they weren't dead, right? And he'd already paid compensation. That sword he gave them was enchanted, far better than the broken one they lost. So the matter was settled. Still, it left Linden uneasy. If Gray kept running into human adventurers, conflict was inevitable. Today she attacked them. Tomorrow, maybe some adventurer would pick a fight, and then the likely outcome? Gray would slaughter them, and he would be stuck cleaning up the mess. That wouldn't do. He needed a plan, not to stop it entirely, but at least reduce the chances of her running into humans. Keeping her still was impossible. With her bottomless energy, even getting her to stay put for 2 days was only thanks to the bond bonus from parasitism. Unless he forced her. But given her bedrock-level backing, that was not an option. If he couldn't restrict Gray, then he'd restrict the adventurers instead. Always better to squeeze the soft persimmon. From now on, the forest, no, the mushroom forest, will be declared a no-entry zone. At least then, no adventurers would stumble across her feeding or napping. As for other times, maybe you should raise the level of disguise LV2. None of the nearby floors had monsters that dropped it, but skills could be trained through practice. He trained Pudgis, then absorbed the experience they gained. The feedback was much reduced compared to direct training, but with enough Pudgis and a low-level skill like disguise, it might not take long. If he could push it to LV4, maybe it would cover Gray's scales. Of course, enchanting Gray with a skill would take an enormous amount of mana. He'd be scraping by for a while. Plan set, he ordered a batch of Pudgis carrying disguise to begin training. Meanwhile, something else nagged him. Why hadn't any other adventurers entered the dungeon yet? Could those 2 have snuck in against the rules? Either way, good news. More time for him to prepare. Speaking of which, Dylan had vanished ever since being sent out after the demon tide. He'd told the man not to get involved with the tide. If he'd listened, he shouldn't be in danger. But it had been more than a month now. Did he even bring enough money for mana potions? Hopefully his first human underling hadn't starved to death somewhere. Dylan groped behind his back, seizing the arrow shaft, and yanked hard. Agony exploded through him, sweat drenching his back. He tossed the bloodied, mycelium-stained arrow aside, gasping for breath. Praise the boss. As expected, the bleeding stopped quickly, the wound sealing on its own. Not being fully human anymore had its perks. Vital spots weren't quite so vital. Still, if not for earning money for mana potions, he'd never have taken this job. The crew was led by a bald brute with a stench of fish, a crony of the tavern owner. Dylan and 2 other hired hands made up the rest. 4 men in total, each burdened with a bulging deerskin sack. Their task, cross the forest west of Yaffing Town and deliver stolen goods to Eufawnport. To Dylan, the greatest danger was stray monsters still roaming after the tide. What he never expected was to run into a black-on-black robbery. The very first arrow was aimed at him. The muffled thud of the arrowhead piercing his armor was lighter than he imagined. It sank into his back, precise and lethal. Realizing what happened, he fell deliberately, snapping branches and rolling into a thicket to fake his death. Soon, steel clashed nearby. At first, he wondered which of the three companions was the traitor. But no, he was overthinking. The black-cloaked attackers came in with the intent to slaughter everyone. His death bought the others precious reaction time. But 8 ambushers were no joke. Outmatched, the survivors fought briefly, then scattered in a desperate escape. The black-cloaked men pursued relentlessly, ignoring the dropped sacks. One even picked up the sack beside Dylan before leaving. Moments later, a scream rang out up ahead, the bald leader's voice. So they hadn't lasted long either. He needed to run now. Lying low was tempting, but a smoldering tree nearby warned him. One of the attackers was a fire mage. If they torched the place to hide evidence, he'd be finished. Gritting his teeth, Dylan rose from the brush, arrow wound burning like fire. Not fatal, but far from harmless. So this was what heart pain felt like. He didn't care about the leaves and branches clinging to him. Clutching something warm against his chest, he staggered away in the opposite direction. Wait, what was this? The heat in his hands made him finally notice the strange object. Its cover was crumpled, rough with ridges under his fingers. The faint warmth seemed to pulse in his palm. A book? He vaguely recalled it being part of his sack's contents. But when had he pulled it out? Why was he carrying it separately? Maybe it had just fallen into his arms when he collapsed? No time to figure it out. Another scream echoed from the forest. His companions were surely dead. If the attackers meant to wipe out all witnesses, they'd soon realize he was still alive. He had to run, faster, farther. Heavy clouds sagged low, thunder rumbling overhead. A black-robed figure crouched beside a bisected corpse, skeletal fingers tearing open the sack it carried. After rummaging through it, he gripped the half-bag left in frustration and shook it violently, spilling its contents into the mud. The other attackers soon gathered, dumping the goods from the other 3 sacks into a pile as well. 8 black-robed figures knelt in the dirt, searching as if picking yellow beans out of a rice heap. But what they sought was nowhere to be found. The leader crushed a crystal in his hand with a sharp crack. The others quickly backed away, whether from flying shards or his anger. It was unclear. Nothing. Why is there nothing? The guttural snarl wasn't spoken in human language, but the fury carried through. The intel was correct. These lowly humans couldn't possibly have discovered it already. Something is wrong. My lord. One subordinate edged closer, speaking cautiously. Perhaps it was on one of the bodies? Then why are you still talking? Go search. Yes, sir. The robed figures scattered in alarm to search the other 3 corpses. 10 minutes later, all 8 gathered again at the ambush site, staring at the blood-stained arrow lying in the dirt. The leader picked it up, whispering, Ivina. One of the black-robed figures dropped to her knees immediately. Lord Lakis, I swear, that arrow pierced his heart without fail. Then how do you explain this? He pressed the arrowhead against her forehead, ready to drive it through. Ivina dared not twitch, trembling as she pleaded. There must have been another life-saving method. Please, allow me to atone. I can track him down. A suffocating silence stretched. Then the arrow stabbed into the soil just in front of her. Track him. If we don't recover what the higher-ups want, prepare to become blood cattle. At those words, not only Ivina, but all the black-robed figures shuddered, answering in unison. Yes. Rain pattered steadily through the forest, soaking the rotting leaves. Dylan's boots sank into the muck, each step dragging clumps of wet earth. He braced against a tree, panting, chest heaving violently. After sprinting nonstop for 10 minutes, his stamina was nearly spent. Becoming half-mushroom hadn't boosted his stats, but at least his heart no longer throbbed in pain. No sounds of pursuit reached him. Maybe he'd already lost them? Maybe they hadn't even noticed he fled? Finding a slope with some cover, he crouched to wait out the storm. The rain on his face actually felt refreshing, but if his clothes soaked through, it would be misery. And then there was still that book, right? The book. Dylan pulled it out, running his hand over the wrinkled cover. What was inside this thing? He opened it instinctively. Blank, blank, blank. Every page was empty parchment. He flipped all the way to the back, still nothing written. So it was a brand new book with no writing? And he'd carried it all this way, even while fleeing. What a waste. But then he noticed it. A neat line of script had appeared on the page. Not running anymore? They'll catch you, you know. The hairs on Dylan's neck stood up. Magical tools with rudimentary intelligence weren't rare. Rings that cast shields automatically, golems that could identify intruders. But those had only the vaguest instincts. For an artifact to converse fluently meant only one thing: a soul. Not all soul-forged artifacts were evil, but the brutal process meant their creators were rarely virtuous. And such items were almost always dangerous. A dozen horror stories about soul-bound tools flashed through his mind. He nearly flung it away. Yet the words nagged at him. What did it mean? Were those black-robed pursuers still after him? He hesitated, then opened it again. The writing had changed. 6 minutes left. What does 6 minutes left mean? He muttered aloud. The text vanished, replaced instantly. 5 minutes until they catch up. Dylan didn't wait to test it. He bolted back into the rain. He didn't know if the book was lying, but right now, it was safer to believe it. Rain soaked his clothes, but the book in his hand stayed dry, pages untouched by water. As he ran, he opened it again, only to find new words already written. This won't work. Run southeast. With no other choice, Dylan quickly got his bearings and veered southeast. He didn't know how long he kept running, only that exhaustion crushed his legs again. Then suddenly, the ground gave way. He plummeted into a deep pit, tumbling end over end. Here is it. At the edge of the pit, Lakis glanced back. Ivina stepped forward. Yes. For some reason, the prey suddenly abandoned resting and kept running. But from his final tracks, his stamina was spent. Likely he stumbled and fell in. Lakis gazed into the pit, then leapt in without hesitation. The others followed. He landed lightly at the bottom, boots not even disturbing the pooled water. His men weren't as graceful. Some struck the mud hard enough to leave craters, but none dared splash him. Before them stretched a natural cave. These wild caverns were nothing like the vast dungeons below ground. Smaller, shallower. No risk of the prey escaping for long, especially since, in the puddles at his feet, faint streaks of blood trailed deeper inside. Lakis's tongue slid across sharp fangs. Little worm, you've wasted enough of my time. Your blood had better be worth the trouble. The footsteps of 8 black-robed figures echoed against the stone walls. Inside the cave, darkness reigned, yet none of them lit a torch or cast a light spell. It was as though the dark held no obstacle for them. Minutes later, at the front of the group, Lakis suddenly halted. Under the shadow of his hood, his nose twitched. Beneath the tang of blood, another scent lingered in the air, the musk of a beast. A moment later, Lakis chuckled softly. So, the prey thought he could be clever. He saw through the trick instantly, yet it didn't trouble him. Clever, but this isn't a true wasteland. What sort of monster could possibly? As he muttered, Lakis turned the last corner and came face to face with a towering bear, 2 stories tall, eyes narrowed to slits as it slowly rose to its feet. A Lakis, my lord? A voice stammered from behind. Lakis's mind raced. The beast looked familiar, but he couldn't place the exact breed. Its sheer size, however, spoke of danger. The sacred tome had to be recovered. Without it, he'd not only lose his chance at ascension, but face brutal punishment as well. This cave had no branches. The thief could only be hiding inside. And this was still near human lands, not the true wilds or dungeon depths. Monsters here shouldn't be too strong. He was level 40 with 7 subordinates. They could manage. But before he could finish weighing the odds, the bear moved. Normally, it might hesitate before so many foes. But now, seething with nameless fury at having its slumber disturbed, it wanted only one thing: to crush the intruders. With a thunderous roar, the bear raised its paws and slammed them down. Gravity field LV6. In an instant, Twice their body weight bore down on every black-robed figure. Off guard, they staggered under the pressure. The sight made Lakis cry out, "A tyrant bear!" But he quickly regained composure. If it were a full-grown tyrant bear, they'd have been flattened instantly, which meant this two-story monster was only a cub. He barked out, steadying the wavering morale. One man was already edging to flee. He'd deal with him later. "Don't panic. It's only a cub, or a variant. If we fight with our full strength, we can kill it. Don't forget, if we return empty-handed, none of us will survive." His words rallied them. The black-robed figures braced to counterattack. Smack! The nearest one, a mage who had just raised his staff, was swatted flat in an instant. The gravity field didn't crush them outright, but it sapped their agility. Warriors could still stagger forward. Mages, pinned under the pressure, could barely stand, much less dodge. The death reignited chaos. Some charged recklessly, others fell back. The one who had been wavering before bolted outright. Useless trash. Cursing, Lakis dissolved into a cloud of black mist, taking the form of a bat. He swooped over the deserter, reverted to human form, and clamped a hand over the man's skull, sinking his fangs deep into his neck. The man clawed helplessly, but the strength gap was absolute. Soon his struggles faded to a drowning gurgle. Lakis dropped the drained corpse, blood smeared across his mouth. "Forward! If anyone retreats, I'll kill them myself." The command crushed the last of their hesitation. Even as another unlucky soul was slapped against the wall, reduced to a mangled heap, the rest grit their teeth and pressed on. Lakis raised his hand. Blood burst from the fallen corpses, coalescing into crimson spheres, which sharpened into spikes and lanced into the bear. Each impact tore open its flesh, spraying gore. But for a creature so massive, they were mere scratches. The battle raged, subordinates dropping one by one. In the end, only Lakis and Ivina remained. Forced to adapt, Lakis relied on bat form again and again, darting around the wounded beast. At last, gathering every drop of blood he had, he forged a spear. With a roar, he dove from the air, driving it straight into the bear's eye. "Die beast! My lord, look out!" Ivina's cry went unheeded. The grievously wounded tyrant bear unleashed a burst of speed, its final strike smashing into Lakis before he could react. He crashed into the wall like a cannonball. Moments later, with a pained groan, the bear toppled, lifeless. "My lord, are you all right?" Ivina rushed to him in panic. If their commander died, her fate would be sealed. But before she reached him, a hand burst from the rubble, spearing through her chest. KH. Lakis, half transformed into a monstrous bat, pinned her beneath him, fangs sinking deep. His injuries were too grave. Without fresh, vital blood, he would perish. As his subordinate, it was her duty to give her life. Only after draining her dry did his shattered spine knit itself back together, his strength crawling back to barely a fifth of its peak. Breathing raggedly, Lakis dragged himself upright. The cave stank of blood. Corpses lay everywhere, yet still no sign of the human thief. Fury twisted his face. He drew the tyrant bear's blood into fine blades and blasted them across the cavern walls. The cave walls rang with sharp impacts, etched with thousands of tiny cuts. But nothing stirred. He wasn't skilled at tracking. Devouring Ivina had been a desperate choice. That damned human must have slipped away in the chaos. After one last search, he howled in frustration and took bat form again, fleeing into the sky. He needed more living prey, more blood to heal. Silence fell once more. Only when the sun rose did something stir. From a crack between wall and ground, a rock-colored form shifted. Its color faded, revealing Dylan. Half dead, he dragged himself free. I survived. He had avoided the direct fighting, but the gravity field nearly broke his frail body. Thank the gods for Mimicry LV3. It fit a weakling like him perfectly. See? I told you. Listen to me and you'll live. The little yellow book on the ground almost seemed smug. Dylan stared at it, dazed. Those black-robed figures. No, demons led by a vampire. They had fought a tyrant bear just to find him? Why? His gaze grew unfocused. Maybe it really was for him. But he was alive because of this book. Hold me up. I can help you more. This time, Dylan didn't hesitate. He lifted the yellow book in his hands. The cave filled with faint whispers and sighs, though he felt nothing but sound. Then, power surged from the book into him. A jolt raced through his body. His fatigue vanished. No, more than that. His attributes had increased. Unbelievable. Of course. With me, you'll only grow stronger. Stronger? Yes. All we need is a secluded place, somewhere deaths won't be noticed. For example, the dungeon. Yes, the dungeon will do. Bathed in sunlight, Dylan strode from the cave with renewed vigor. After orienting himself, he tucked the yellow book safely against his chest, his loyal companion, and began walking toward the dungeon. Dungeon, third floor. Unlike the battle-focused upper layers, this floor was almost entirely made up of puzzles, traps, and hidden doors. Wooden treasure chests could be found here. Not as valuable as the stone chests hidden behind secret doors, but still worthwhile for most adventurers. The monsters here were few, mostly trigger-based stone guardians, mimic chests, or harmless scavengers that fed on corpses. Since the dungeon had been closed for some time, the place felt stagnant, lifeless. But today was different. A troop of Pudges had arrived. Under the sweeping arc of a giant pendulum blade, a group of scale-armored Pudges waddled across, one by one. One not-so-bright Pudgy got its short leg caught in the slot on the floor. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't pull free. The swinging blade slammed into it. The Pudgy wasn't sliced clean in half, but sent flying like a baseball, smacking into the wall before dropping down. Partly it was because the blade wasn't sharp enough, but mostly thanks to Scale's LV5, its defense was already good enough to make Linden satisfied. Of course, the poor Pudgy still died. Scales didn't protect against blunt force. After crossing the pendulum, the Pudges pressed forward. They cleared the death drop platform using Charge Burst LV5, bypassed trigger traps with their light weight, and finally gathered before a massive stone gate. Standing by it was the Pudgy who had first discovered this place. That stone door looked familiar. Linden had been locked inside one of these for 3 months. He could never mistake it. This was definitely a treasure chest room, and this one blended perfectly into the third floor's puzzle-oriented rules. Before the door was a giant pressure plate, above which hung a stone pillar, while to the side stood a stone steel with a keyhole. Obviously, one needed to find a key or use a lock-picking skill to trigger the mechanism, dropping the pillar onto the plate to open the door. But could Pudges handle lock-picking? Actually, yes, Linden had lock-picking LV2, but that would require producing a specialized Pudgy, and LV2 was far too low anyway. So, he had to go with a dumb solution. As long as the pressure plate was triggered, it would work. The Pudges lay down on the plate in neat layers, stacking themselves like a pyramid. Thanks to the extra weight of their scales, by the fourth layer, the mechanism finally sank into place. As expected, the stone doors slid open smoothly. Inside looked very much like the treasure chest room, where Linden had once been confined, except there was no central pool. Clearly, it was another chamber. Not surprising. If the entire dungeon had only one treasure room, that would have been strange. Now came the moment of truth. Treasure time. A Pudgy waddled forward, hopped up, and kicked open the stone chest lid. Let's see what we've got. A scroll. Linden recognized it immediately. That was an escape scroll. He hurriedly directed the Pudges to carry this treasure back. On the way, even a slime blocking their path got blasted, just to make sure nothing went wrong. But it wasn't for him to use. The scroll teleported you randomly outside the dungeon. It might even drop you in a solid rock. Far too risky for his main body. To Linden, this was nothing more than a sunshine coupon. If he couldn't use it, he could send a Pudgy. He might not be able to feel the warmth of the sun, but seeing it through a Pudgy's eyes, catching a glimpse of the outside world, that would be enough. Of course, he had to make sure the Pudgy wouldn't just die the moment it got teleported out. So he loaded it with survival skills. Rock-eating LV3, for digging, underwater adaptation LV4 to avoid drowning. As for surviving a fall, flight skills didn't mesh well with Pudge's. Instead, he gave it assimilation absorption LV3. He'd taken this during the monster tide from those flesh beasts known as blood of Sargus. Those creatures used it to absorb surrounding flesh to rebuild themselves, tanking through Pudgy bombardments. But in Lin Jun's hands, the skill had mutated. Now, it could only absorb similar matter, meaning Pudges could only absorb mycelium. Kind of chicken rib skill. Maybe useful during defensive battles, where a carpet of mycelium gave them endless material. But here it was perfect. The Pudgy could assemble a fluffy shell of mycelium around itself, cushioning its fall if it spawned in midair. He also piled on some combat and defensive skills. After all, it'd be ridiculous if the Pudgy saw the sun for 5 minutes only to get eaten by a stray dog. This would be a disposable, weaker version of a night Pudgy. He decided to call it Explorer 1. For now, Explorer 1 was still in incubation. There were many skills to graft on. The precious escape scroll would stay in Lin Jun's little treasure vault for safekeeping. Boss. That voice over the Spore network could only be Gray. She was even calling him boss now, though Lin Jun doubted she really understood what the term meant. She appeared from the tunnels, dripping wet, scales slick with water, carrying the headless corpse of a giant turtle-like monster. No doubt fresh from the waterways on the 7th floor. And if she called him immediately upon returning, it meant only one thing. Not bad. That's a rare one. What flavor of Pudgy do you want today? Stuffed. Gray answered instantly. All right, stuff it is. Hearing that, she tossed the turtle corpse aside and dashed toward the mushroom grove, her den. Nearby, Pudges crowded in, dragging the new corpse toward the swamp zone. Stuffed Pudges were basically Pudges infused with slime digestive fluid. The same mix Lin Jun once used in the deeper layers to trap mosquitoes. One of the many bizarre combinations he had invented, but one Gray especially liked. By the time she reached the grove, 2 stuffed Pudges were already waiting by her den, a hollowed-out mushroom. The dragon girl didn't care about getting her sleeping space dirty. She hugged the 2 Pudges and crawled inside, lying down to feast. Good thing the mycelium could dissolve all the residue and slime, or the place would have been filthy long ago. Once Gray was occupied, Lin Jun turned back to his current project, optimizing skill combos for melee Pudges. After fully digesting the monster tide spoils, he finally had enough options to create real melee units. The only problem was finding the most cost-effective, mass-producible combination. But he couldn't focus on that just yet. From the upper floors, the Spore network showed him a new sight. Adventurers were finally entering the dungeon. The first wave was large. Everyone wanted to be the first to seize opportunity. And among them, Lin Jun spotted a familiar face. Dylan had finally returned. Dungeon, 3rd floor, a small safe zone. It was a long corridor paved with large pale yellow bricks, stretching over 100 meters. Since no traps spawned here, and there weren't many monsters wandering the 3rd floor anyway, adventurers treated this place as a safe area. Many paused here to rest, and some even sold potions and supplies to others. Because so many adventurers had poured in after the dungeon reopened, the number gathered here was greater than before the monster tide. Among them sat Dylan, chewing dried meat while chatting with his good companion, the Yellow Book. The 3rd floor isn't bad. So many traps and mechanisms here for you to use. So what should I do? Do anything at all. When someone walks into a trap, you trigger it for them. Let the dungeon finish the work, then you just pick up the spoils. Trust me, you'll gain endless power. But they've done me no wrong. Dylan hesitated, sensing something was off. This is the dungeon. The rule here is survival of the fittest. Besides, don't you want money to send to your daughter? And with power, you could protect your belly yourself. The book had figured out his weakness. Though uneasy, Dylan nodded. His foot, stretched out a little too far, was suddenly kicked. He pulled it back with a grimace. The corridor was wide. His foot shouldn't have been in anyone's way. Looking up, he saw a mocking grin. Oh, sorry, old man. Didn't mean to kick you. The man didn't even stop, just followed his teammates out of the safe zone. Dylan overheard a few words. Wells, stop looking for trouble all the time. He stuck his foot out. Just an old man, what's the big deal? Dylan wasn't angry. Adventurers came in all kinds, and he was long used to it. Hot-headed brats like that always learned their lesson eventually. He lowered his head and reopened the book. What are you waiting for? Follow them. He kicked you on purpose. You need to teach him to respect his elders. Just a little punishment. Nothing more. Was that true? Dylan frowned, but the book's words always seemed right. Maybe a little lesson wouldn't hurt. He packed up, drank some mana potion, and left the safe zone. Keeping his distance, he shadowed them with his camouflage skill. But finding a chance wasn't easy. Their party clearly had a trap expert. Every mechanism was either avoided or dismantled. Meanwhile, Dylan himself triggered trap. A short arrow pierced straight through his palm. Grimacing, he yanked it out, then poured mana potion onto the wound. He had discovered that mana potions sped up the way the mycelium in his body sealed injuries. Your unique body really is convenient. Even when you fell into that pit, your bones knit back together the same way. Dylan nodded. His body was indeed useful. He murmured, all thanks to the boss's gift. Boss. All right, I should introduce you to him. Wait, but before the book could speak further, pu-pu-pu, pu-pu-pu. A chorus of noises interrupted. From around the corner appeared several pudges with scales and tentacles. Dylan blinked in surprise. New species? Did boss send them to fetch me? Smiling with relief, he stepped forward. No, something's wrong. Wait, but Dylan wasn't listening. The next moment, countless mycelium tendrils lashed out, binding him tight, along with the yellow book. Status: charmed. Moderate, complete trust in caster. The moment Dylan entered the dungeon, Linden had noticed this condition. So, old man Dylan, did you sneak off to find a succubus behind my back? And sure enough, Dylan showed more abnormalities. He'd been wandering the third floor all day, with no sign of descending. After some thought, Linden decided to play it safe, better to drag him back personally. Thanks to most adventurers being slower, the pudges carried the tied-up dumpling, without anyone noticing, straight down to the 5th floor. In a mushroom grove, Dylan was dumped onto the ground. He gasped for air, nearly suffocated on the way. Then he looked up and saw a circle of pudges. Boss. WY tie me up. He was completely bewildered. Why are you wandering the 3rd floor instead of coming down? Because... Yes, why was that again? The answer that had seemed so clear before was suddenly gone. Dylan frowned in confusion. Then he brightened. Right, the book would know. He opened the yellow book and asked, why were we staying on the 3rd floor again? The book lay still, lifeless. No matter how he asked, not a single word appeared. To Linden, Dylan looked exactly like a lunatic babbling at a book, emotions unstable, staring off into space. So this was how terrifying succubi were in this world. Of course, maybe it wasn't a succubus. Maybe the book itself was the problem. A mycelium tendril speared into Dylan's mouth. Purple hallucinogenic spores flooded in. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. In this state, he was useless. Better to let him sleep. As for the book, since Dylan thought it could talk, Linden decided to test it. A tendril grabbed a page. Rip. What? It didn't tear. So it really was the book, not a succubus. A book that could use a charm skill. Did it seduce Dylan with lewd pictures? Gray, come here. Soon, the dragon girl arrived, her face slick with slime, licking her lips. Try tearing this. She nodded and grabbed. Not him. The book. He shoved the book toward her. She squeezed with her claws. Ryup. Even with her monstrous strength, she couldn't rip it cleanly. But the page strained on the verge of snapping. Suddenly, words spilled across the parchment in frantic repetition. Stop, 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 stop. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Linden took the yellow book back from Gray. The half-torn page drooped weakly, lifeless. Strangely enough, it really felt as if that page had died. Words still appeared and vanished on the surface, but not in the frenzied, repetitive flood from before. It's falling off. The page is falling off. How's it fair to bring a dragonkin here? Wait. Let's talk. Don't use violence. Whoever you are, we can negotiate. As it typed, a faint magical pulse rippled from the book, its trump card. Lin Jun noticed the wave, but nothing happened. Had it tried to charm him in gray? Yet the status panel showed no change. So he focused back on the writing. Mangled fragments, barely words. Good. Perfect. With only a level 2 common language skill, he couldn't understand a thing. Damn, how he missed being literate in his past life. If only he had more humans around now. Lin Jun, how'd you fallen so low? Depending on greed instead of learning? Fine. Once Dylan was sane again, he'd start learning common language from him. But for now, the notebook needed a solution. He held it up toward Gray, ready to ask, but one look at her clear, innocent eyes made him think better of it. She wasn't the one to ask. For now, he'd just have to wait for their cultural specialist, literate Dylan, to wake up. Lin Jun tossed the yellow book to the ground. A self-detonating Pudgy sat on it with a plop, suppressing it. If it tried anything, the Pudgy would blow itself up in its face. Meanwhile, other Pudges carried the unconscious Dylan into a hollow mushroom. Inside, the mycelium would restore his mana. From now on, these mushroom houses could serve as dormitories for employees. Ugh, where am I? Soft all around him, like lying on the most comfortable bed. The mycelium in his body was full of mana. He hadn't felt so nourished in ages. Outside, he never dared drink potions freely, only a sip at a time. Opening his eyes, he blinked at the odd ceiling. Not wood, not stone, it looked like a mushroom. Dylan's eyes widened. Memories of before he blacked out returned in fragments. He scrambled upright and clambered out of the bed. Sure enough, a giant mushroom. You're awake? Then stay right there. Boss's voice in the network. He froze obediently. He wasn't sure what he'd done wrong, but clearly he had. A moment later, Pudgis dragged his good friend, the yellow book, over. And with them came a humanoid covered in jagged, heavy scales. Lizard man? No, he'd never seen this race before. And that pressure, stronger than a diamond-ranked adventurer. Without doubt, if they fought, this figure, shorter than him by a head, could crush him with a single punch. Not even his special body could save him. Through the network, he sensed the connection. A new subordinate of the boss? As expected of the boss. Only why was she eating a Pudgy in her arms? Thud! His good friend was tossed at his feet. The boss's command came through the network. It writes, you read. I speak, you repeat. Got it. The boss wanted to interrogate his good friend? Perfect. Surely through dialogue, they could coexist peacefully. Yes, boss. He opened the book. One page was half missing. Lin Jun glanced at his translator and his muscle, both ready. Time for a pleasant interrogation. First order. Remove the charm. Dylan didn't understand, but dutifully translated. Okay, I'll remove it. As the words were read, Dylan's eyes went hazy. A moment later. B-boss, what's happening? Status, charmed. Moderate. Before he could finish, Gray, at Lin Jun's signal, stomped the book and yanked at the half-torn page. No time for words to appear. With a sharp rip, the page detached. Yeah, the page dissolved into ash, faint layered wails echoing as it vanished. What the hell was this thing? Even more sinister than he thought. Remove the charm, Lin Jun repeated. Dylan hesitated at his good friend's agony. Only after Boss repeated himself did he speak the order aloud. This time the book said nothing, but Dylan screamed, clutching his head, writhing on the ground. Lin Jun only nodded at Gray, who gripped the remaining pages, ready to tear them all. Luckily, the book didn't dare resist further. When Dylan's screams faded, the charm status was gone. Forgive me, boss. Though charmed, his memories were intact. Now free, the truth of it was clear. Prostrate on the ground, Dylan poured everything out. The whole story, his knowledge of soul-bound artifacts, everything. The book remained silent, no words at all. Lin Jun was surprised. He had thought Dylan had simply been possessed by some evil tome. But it turned out vampires and demon folk were involved as well. How are you feeling? Need rest. Dylan's state was like a man carsick for an entire day, stomach empty dry. No, boss. Please continue. Then I suggest you confess everything yourself. Spare yourself some pain. But in Gray's claws, the yellow book stayed mute, refusing to yield. A tough one, She pulled one page free, tearing it slowly, piece by piece. It too dissolved into ash with a wail. Yet this time, not a single word appeared. Interesting. Try another. Maybe it's because you're choking its neck? Dylan pointed uncertainly to the handful of pages Gray gripped tight. A book with a neck? They tried loosening her grip. Fine. I'll talk. I'll say everything. Just get that black monster away from me. St. Clair Ducal Estate. Inanna rubbed sleepy eyes, pushing herself up from the downy bed. She glanced at the covers shoved aside and sighed, ruffling her messy pink hair. While asleep, she'd unconsciously shifted from pudgy form back into human, always kicking the blankets away. But she couldn't help it. She loved casting transformation before bed. In pudgy form, with senses dulled and hazy, it was perfect for relaxing into sleep. Well, she wasn't afraid of the cold anyway, so it hardly mattered. Since she was awake early, she might as well head to her teacher and begin today's magic lessons. Soft silk shoes pressed against a dark red carpet, and brass wall lamps lined the corridor in neat succession. On the right-hand wall, gilded frames enclosed paintings of priceless artistry. If Lin Jun had been here, he would surely have muttered, "Damn nobles." But for Inanna, this was simply home. She descended from her third-floor bedroom and stopped before the study on the second floor. Her teacher, Julian Daniels, had been hired from the Relics Association by her father. According to the butler, his fee was simply the right to read through the ducal library in his spare time. In truth, ever since he arrived, he had practically taken up residence in the study. Even her lessons were mostly held here, except for the occasional practice session at the training grounds. But today, someone else had arrived before her. Voices drifted from inside. Of course, Inanna would never stoop to eavesdropping like some ill-mannered commoner. She pushed the door open softly. "Teacher, we don't understand. At the time, they shoved something that thick into my mouth and blew air in, and it literally forced me awake." The voice cut off mid-sentence as the door opened. Inanna looked up. At the desk stood someone gesturing animatedly, only to freeze in embarrassment at her appearance. She recognized him. Julian's other student, Calvin. An overly energetic fool, always either being punished for his antics or about to commit new ones. "You're early today, Inanna." Julian greeted her with a smile, beckoning her closer. The man's neatly trimmed mustache and noble bearing made him look like a pampered aristocrat. One would never guess he was in fact a near 50-year-old diamond rank mage. "Good day, teacher." Only after she sat did Julian return his gaze to Calvin. "So all of that you said, what does it have to do with this failed potion? A truth serum turning pitch black like ink. I've never seen such a thing." He held up the bottle, shaking the murky liquid inside. At the mention of his alchemy, Calvin wilted like a scolded child. "After those Pudges rescued us, they even gave us gifts." "Teacher, don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. Gray's enchanted longsword came from them. There was even a parasitic tree seed. Naturally, I used it for brewing. How was I supposed to know it had been detached too long? Its potency completely gone." Julian pinched the bridge of his nose. "I don't care whether your tale about Pudges is real or not. Have I not taught you? Before mixing any potion, test the properties of every ingredient." Calvin opened his mouth, closed it again, then mumbled, "You did teach that, but I was rushing to hand in homework. Copy the rules of potion crafting 30 times. Show me tomorrow." With no room to argue, Calvin slumped and muttered a reluctant yes. At that moment, Inanna leaned forward curiously. What's this about Pudges? Can you tell me?" Her refined face was so close Calvin flushed, edging back awkwardly, before puffing up and launching into a dramatic retelling. He boasted of how he and Gray braved the dungeon thanks to his brilliant wits, reaching the 5th floor. He exaggerated a battle against a dragonkin that lasted 300 rounds, ending in a narrow escape. He told of being grievously injured, only to be saved by glowing Pudges. And he hurriedly clarified, when he'd mentioned being shoved in the mouth, he meant their mycelium threads helping him breathe, not anything indecent. Inanna listened wide-eyed, gasping at parts, nodding at others, as if hearing some wondrous fable. Encouraged, Calvin grew ever more animated. When he finally finished, Inanna exclaimed, "That's amazing. I want to see it myself. Teacher, for our next field lesson, can we go a little farther to the dungeon?" Julian eyed her strangely, then stroked his chin. Not impossible, but it would require Duke Eric's approval. Before his words had even settled, Inanna cheered and dashed off to find Eric for permission, leaving Calvin staring blankly. Was my story really that captivating? "I'm afraid I must refuse, Lady Inanna." "Why?" Eric's unexpected rejection left her baffled. "Teacher will be with me, and we'll only go as far as the 5th floor. It won't be dangerous. If you're worried, Eric, you could come too." Eric sighed heavily, frowning in thought. At length, he pulled a pendant from his drawer. Activating it, a translucent barrier enclosed the two of them. Inanna felt as though she'd stepped into a sealed chamber, the outside world utterly silent. Only then did Eric speak. "Lady Inanna, it's not that I wish to forbid you. It's that the timing is too dangerous. What I say now must remain between us. Do not repeat it to anyone." Seeing her nod in confusion, he continued, "You may not know, but the Hermit Empire's movements at the border are escalating. Reports say small groups of demons have infiltrated our lands. All signs point to them preparing for war. Under this pressure, the High Council has passed the resolution to summon a hero." Hero? Inanna could hardly believe it. The word hero, like demon lord, belonged only to legends 3 centuries past. And now the United Kingdom intended to summon one? She didn't know what was required for such a ritual, but the thought felt unreal. Eric's voice pressed on. "The preparations are underway. Nationwide resource gathering under the guise of war readiness. The truth is confined to the highest levels. But can we hide it from the Empire?" I and the Duke both doubt it. There are always nobles who would trade loyalty for immortality. If traitors leak word, or the Empire notices the unusual mobilization, assassinations, sabotage, even premature full-scale war are all possible. You are the Duke's sole heir. You should know this, though it was kept from you so as not to hinder your magical studies. Please, remain within the estate for now. I will ensure your safety." The sudden revelation left Inanna dazed, unable to object. At last she asked faintly, "But won't the summoned hero need time to grow? If danger is imminent, why not simply resurrect the hero of 300 years ago, Lord Link?" Eric only shook his head, clearly not privy to everything. The question remained to trouble her alone. Meanwhile, a certain hero elsewhere. "Talk. What else are you hiding?" "Xiaohei, put on more pressure. I've really confessed everything already. Stop, please. You. Give me a chance, I'll behave. Please don't lock me in the dark room. Amid the yellow books, or rather, the sacred tomes, please, a specially made self-detonating Pudgy swallowed a whole. The Pudgy then sprinted deep into the mushroom forest, all the way to the rock wall, where it used rock eating to form armor. It would eventually turn into an inconspicuous stone lump, feeding off the mycelium below, keeping the book sealed away for now. The tome was indeed sinister, but its abilities were powerful. After a combined interrogation by Linden, Xiaohei, and Dylan, its functions became clearer. It absorbed the souls of the dead to strengthen its wielder's base attributes, just as Dylan had experienced. Of course, there was a catch. Overuse made the wielder's soul chaotic, eventually driving them insane. Beyond this core effect, it had extraordinary scouting powers, like when it guided Dylan to the bear's cave. It could also trigger emotions, sudden rage, for example. This worked well on instinct-driven monsters, less so on intelligent beings. And of course, there was its ability to charm through words. Frankly, this charm wasn't anything like what Lin Jun had imagined. As for why it was called the Sacred Tome, and why demons didn't want it in their possession, according to it, the demons themselves used the name, though respectfully. Yet once they obtained it, they would lock it away in darkness. Lin Jun thought the demons' approach made sense. Even they must find it troublesome. So in the end, sealing it was his only option. It was self-aware, yet still a magic item, Lin Jun couldn't see its status panel. Much of what it revealed couldn't be verified, and when pressed on its origins or purpose, it always answered with "I don't know" or "I was born liking souls." Even when Gray ripped off 2 more pages, it didn't change its story. All in all, it was dangerous. To use it properly, one would need to understand languages. Because yes, this book was a linguistic master. Elvish, Dwarvish, human tongue, demon speech, even beastman dialects, it knew them all. Unfortunately, Lin Jun knew none, and entrusting it to Dylan was out of the question. If it charmed him again and he bolted, carrying the book far from Amethyst's dungeon, Lin Jun would be helpless. So until he learned common language, the tome would remain in solitary confinement. Meanwhile, Dylan had brought news of Inanna. Since being rescued, the Duke's daughter had secluded herself within the estate, seldom leaving. Good news for Lin Jun. At least she wasn't wandering about, making her hard to find. He planned to write or otherwise contact her, asking for help at the Relics Association to gather dungeon knowledge. The payment? He had already decided. The smaller S-rank mana crystal. But that could wait. Dylan needed rest after his ordeal. Not only had he run out of gold and rationed his potions, starving constantly, but he had been hunted by demons and nearly broken by the cursed tome. It was a miracle he'd return alive. Lin Jun gave him leave to rest, hoping the mushroom house would help him recover. He even prepared some of Dylan's favorite special nourishment. But before his break, Lin Jun asked him for one small favor. At the entrance to the 5th floor, Wells and his 4 teammates stared oddly at a signboard of unknown origin planted before them. Rules of the 5th floor. Do not attack anything first. Monster corpses can distract Pudges for up to 10 minutes. Do not leave the glowing mushroom path. The darkness hides more Pudges. Along the edge of the forest, you may find fat Pudgy. Use monster corpses to trade with it. Gray mushrooms are edible. Do not enter the mushroom forest or the swamp. You may dig in cave areas, but do not pick up crystals knocked loose by Pudges. The poison of the Venom Lake is extremely deadly. If you see a black-winged humanoid, retreat immediately. What the hell is this? Wells pointed at the sign. Some adventurer's guide notes? Judging by the second rule, it looks like an updated strategy for post-monster wave conditions. But what's this about a mushroom forest? Impossible. The dungeon just opened. How could someone explore this much so fast? And this isn't just a little info. This is a full guide. Exactly. And who would post such a thing for free on a signboard no less? Most likely a trap or someone's twisted prank. But what if it's real? If it's real, I'll eat the sign. The dwarf crossbowman and the human mage were at odds, their debate heating. The captain rubbed his chin, clearly undecided. Such was the flaw of a temporary party. No chemistry, arguments quick to flare. What do you think? Wells nudged the party's priest, Jean. Eek! The sudden squeal drew everyone's gaze. Don't poke me like that, Wells. Jean pouted softly. Wells scratched his cheek in embarrassment. He'd poked her shoulder, not her waist. Fortunately, she only gave a token complaint before returning to the topic. I think the dungeon just opened. For a sign like this to appear, the odds it's real are slim. So why not just ignore it? We explore as planned. If we hit trouble, we'll deal with it then. And don't worry, if you get hurt, I'll heal you. She raised her holy bell and staff with a bright smile, easing some of their unease. The captain nodded. Agreed. Wells and the dwarf voiced no objection. Only the human mage remained unconvinced, but with everyone else aligned, he had no choice but to comply. Thus, the group decided to proceed with their original plan, explore the forest, and see what changes the monster wave had wrought. Sighed. Another group refusing to listen. Naturally, the signboard had been placed by Lin Jun. He hadn't expected adventurers to be so paranoid. This was already the 3rd party to ignore his warnings. He wouldn't kill them outright, but some lesson would be needed. They had to learn to respect the rules. With that thought, Lin Jun glanced casually at their stats. From all around level 30. Name, Jean Allison. Race, human. Level, 42. Title, Human Slayer. Damage against humans plus 10%. Was this really what adventurers were like? Apparently, Their paranoia needed even stricter correction. On the barren land beside Venom Lake, silence hung heavy, broken only by the occasional splash from the water, like a world of the dead. The ground was a dark green, and the air was thick with a sharp, acrid stench. This smell is unbearable. The mage covered his nose and cast a purification spell over the group. When the green-eyed frog was here, it was all toxic mist, sure, but at least it didn't reek like this. Wells rubbed his nose. To him, it wasn't so bad, just worse than the sour ale from Rot Willow Tavern. What caught his attention instead were the ripples from the lake. They hadn't taken the mushroom path, and with the darkness pressing in, the light spell barely illuminated the shore. The water's contents were hidden. What do you think lives in the lake now? Should we try fishing one out? See if it's worth anything? The idea tempted the party. New creatures often meant new opportunities. But Captain Ralph shook his head. There's no time. No time for what? Wells frowned. You didn't notice? Get a few minutes and we'll all be barefoot. Confused, Wells lifted a foot. The hell? His standard adventurer's boots had lost half their soles. The others quickly discovered theirs were the same. So that's why my feet felt slippery. The worst was Jean, the priestess. Her shoes had the thinnest bottoms. Clutching Wells's sleeve, she pleaded, Wells, can you carry me? Beneath her priest's robe, her feet shifted anxiously, close to being eaten away. But I'm already carrying these. Wells patted the 2 sacks on his back, stuffed with monster corpses. Please, Wells, you're the strongest. Just split the bags with the others. Don't worry, I'll help. I won't let you tire out. She shook her staff for emphasis. I'll carry her. Before Wells could answer, Ralph stepped between them. TCH, Wells scowled but said nothing, moving aside. Jean gave him a regretful blink, then climbed onto Ralph's back. Thank you, Captain. She waved her staff, a flash of gray-white light passing over him. Suddenly Ralph's burden felt far lighter, and he strode ahead with ease. Let's hurry out of the lake's range. The rest followed quickly. Only the mage frowned. Did she really need to use potential surge here? Linden, however, had long lost interest in the LV-42 Human Slayer. What did a Human Slayer matter to a mushroom? Not when compared to his latest mass-produced combat model of Pudgy. Evasion LV-7, plus scale armor LV-5, plus acceleration LV-6, plus blade whip LV-5, plus mycelium regeneration LV-3. Admittedly, 5 skills consumed a lot of resources, but now that his domain had grown, he could afford a little extravagance. The artillery-type Pudges were powerful and versatile, true, but every battle with them left the land wrecked, and the mycelium carpet took ages to recover. Inside his territory, it was better to use close combat troops with less collateral damage. That was also why he hadn't given these melee Pudges self-destruction. Their job was to deal with unruly adventurers on the 5th floor. For anything tougher, the mushroom cannons could roll out. And if even that failed, he still had Xiaohei. This security unit was built for agility and evasion. Blade Whip came from the dragon beasts brought during the monster tide, specifically the whiptail blade dragon. With it, the Pudges could grow blades along their mycelium tendrils, sweeping them with deadly force. Sadly, their tendrils couldn't extend like a dragon's tail, from 2 meters to 10. 4 meters was their absolute limit. And so, the first batch emerged, 4 long whip Pudges. Field testing awaited. Their intended opponents? Adventurers. Which meant the best test subject was. Boss, what did you just say? Still groggy from sleep, Dylan found himself dragged to a clearing. He stared dumbly at the fine steel longsword Linden had kindly provided. Then at the 4 Pudges opposite him, their 16 tendrils gleaming with scales and blades. A chill shot down his spine. Boss, I really don't think I can. Don't say that. You're a silver-ranked adventurer, aren't you? You escape alive from a demon squad. You're an elite. That's because I ran, not because I fought. Dylan pulled a bitter face. Boss, didn't you say I was on break? This is for your good, Linden said earnestly. Exercise is the key to health. You've been binging special nutrition lately. Keep that up and you'll go soft. Just a bit of training, don't worry. You won't be in danger. Really no danger? Guaranteed you won't die. Wait. Before he could finish protesting, two Pudges lunged at him. Shit. Block LV4. He barely raised his sword before a blade tendril thrust at him, clashing with a metallic clang. The next instant, two more swept in from the sides. Dylan rolled aside, leaving two deep gouges in the mushroom behind him. 2-on-1, with longer reach, the melee fighter could barely close distance, forced to dodge constantly. Then he thought of something. When another blade whipped toward him, he didn't retreat, but stepped in, slashing at its midsection. But his sword didn't fully cut through the scaled tendril. Instead, it twisted around the blade, looping toward his back. Whirlwind /LV5. Panicking, Dylan unleashed a battle skill, slicing through the half-cut tendril and spinning to cleave the one behind him, barely fending it off. But there was no triumph. He'd only severed one. The two Pudges still had 7 left. This isn't a fight. He gave up on attacking altogether, darting around the mushrooms instead. And surprisingly, it worked. The Pudges' whips sank into the stalks, letting him escape their range. Satisfied, Linden waved them down. All right, that's enough. Well done, Dylan. As the Pudges retreated, Dylan collapsed against a mushroom, panting and wiping sweat. Even if he wouldn't die, the thought of those blades carving him open was pain enough. Dylan, this won't do. That was only 2. I'll get you an item to boost your strength next time. Linden, though, was pleased. He hadn't micromanaged. The Pudges fought on instinct after receiving their orders. Dylan might be weak for a silver adventurer, but the fact that 2 could suppress him exceeded expectations. He thought it would take 3. Granted, without real life-or-death pressure, Dylan hadn't fought at full strength. And adventurers in teams would fight very differently than one man chased around. Next time, he decided he'd test them on a disobedient party. This is unbearable. Wells stepped barefoot onto the mycelium mat. It was like sinking in a sticky honey, every toe gap squishing with slimy, living matter. When he lifted his foot, strands stretched between skin and ground. The others weren't much better. All their shoes had worn through back at Venom Lake. Hey, why don't we get back on the mushroom path? At least there aren't these things there. The captain cut him off. Show some grit. You're an adventurer, aren't you? The forest is almost in sight. We'll get back on the path then. TCH, Wells felt like the captain never missed a chance to belittle him. Petty bastard. Irritated, he stomped down hard on the mycelium. Ark, a sharp stone jabbed into his foot, dropping him into a squat with pain. You all right? Let me see. Jean hurried over, cupping his sticky, slimy foot in her hands, without the slightest disgust. It's nothing serious. Just a small wound. I'll fix it. She plucked the stone free and waved her staff. A flash of light washed over Wells. The pain faded instantly, the cut healing, and even his spirit felt lifted. Thanks, Jean. She smiled in response. The captain, however, snapped. If you're fine, then move. Stop getting hurt by pebbles like an idiot. The mage looked like he wanted to speak, but his eyes caught movement in the distance. Shadows of Pudges. Patrols again. About 10 of them, wandering randomly across the mycelium. Most were mutated, tentacles, scales, even cannons. This was the 3rd patrol they'd seen. Maybe the mushroom path had fewer? Nobody wanted to fight. Even before the monster wave, adventurers had learned. 5th floor Pudges were strong, and they dropped nothing. At best, you might scrape up some chewy mushroom flesh to roast, nothing else. Pure loss. Best avoided. The mage doused their light, then cast invisibility over them. As with the last patrols, they froze in place, waiting. But this time, something went wrong. One ordinary-looking Pudgy, no tentacles, no scales, suddenly veered toward them, and the entire patrol followed its lead, turning and marching straight in their direction. Damn it, what rotten luck, the captain hissed. Wells, monster corpse. Wells swung down his bag, pulled a canine beast corpse, and tossed it out. The Pudges instantly swarmed the offering, entangling it in tentacles, then diverted toward the swamp. The party exhaled in relief. If not for that, they'd have fed all their corpses to patrols. Soon after, the forest came into view, or rather, the mushroom forest. The forest turned into this. What the hell? Wells laid a hand on a giant mushroom, feeling its fluffy surface. I've never seen one grow this big. A glowing mushroom, a chew. The captain sneezed. The mage's eyes narrowed. Above them, from the gills of the enormous cap, pale blue spores drifted down in a steady shower. Everyone back might be poisonous. They retreated 30 paces before stopping. If the whole forest's like this, we won't have enough antidotes. Do we still go in? Wells asked. I say we don't. Look there. The dwarf pointed ahead. Wells squinted hard, but saw nothing special. Just more mushrooms. Yet the others murmured in awe. What is it? Wells whispered to Jean. She leaned close, her breath tickling his ear. Look under the mushroom trunks. Suppressing a shiver, Wells looked again and saw it. A pudgy, colored exactly like the mushroom stem. Standing beneath the cap, it blended perfectly, impossible to spot at a glance. Mimicry. The mage nodded. Must be. Who knows how many are inside? The sign's warnings were right. I recommend we abandon the forest and head straight to the 6th floor. The captain hesitated, but the sign also said there's a path to Fat Pudgy for trades, didn't it? They looked around, and indeed a dirt path stretched off. The captain brightened. Let's check it. Wells still has corpses. If trades are possible, we'll bring more back from the 6th floor. Nobody objected. Everyone wanted profit. Even Wells felt a little excited. What can we trade for, I wonder? It can't be bad. They followed the path to a cavern, its mouth 7 or 8 meters high. From within came a cry. An A-rank mana crystal. Mana sense LV6, plus airflow sense LV7, plus light sense LV4, plus sonic detection LV6. A fresh scout Pudgy was born. Let's see those invisibility tricksters sneak through now. Unless they could fly right over the 5th floor. After patching security, Linden checked his own status. Mimicry LV4. At last, after countless Pudge's tireless work. A few days late, but progress nonetheless. Now Xiaohei wouldn't be restricted to the mushroom forest. She'd been cooped up, growing restless. Linden had even considered asking Dylan to comfort her. As a father, he ought to know how to soothe a little girl. But then again, better not. What if she got hungry and ate him? Luckily, no need now. Time to upgrade her. Just as he was about to call her, a signal came through the mycelium, Fatty Pudgy. The jackpot was hit already. To relaunch the mushroom garden with some publicity, Linden had planted an A-rank mana crystal in Fatty's stash. He hadn't expected it to be drawn so soon. A true random draw, too fair for his own good. Curious, Linden turned his gaze toward the scene. Huh, 2 adventuring parties? Arguing? Fighting? Damn it, don't hurt my Fatty.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.